Okay. Filmon Kieng. Filmon. Confirm sauti Filmon Kieng. And constitutional null and void Kakaboni. Hey. Kakaboni, BBI tunarudi kesho. Lazima tupige kura before next year. Sasa hiyo unconstitutional null and void ni wewe. So Filmon Kieng, confirm kama nasikika. Tafadhali. Alafu nianze kuweka watu hapa kwa screen. Kakaboni, am I audible? Kwanza acha niseme sorry for being late. Tutafanya tu kidogo, 2 hours, 3 hours. And then we call it a day. So, Meshak, am I audible? Okay, thank you, Philmon. Thank you. We, Kapchanga Kitale. Niaje?
Niko mzima sana. Niaje Clinton?
Niko fiti.
Naona umevalia magwanda ya kazi wewe.
Hapana bana. Mimi I'm almost sleeping bana. Ni 3:30.
Ni 3:30. Niambie.
Sasa hii nimevaa ndio wanawake huita night dress,
Hata nilikuwa nadhaniwa ni pilot. Unajua mimi sijaipanda ndege. Nasikia watu wa pilot wanakaa kama wewe.
Hata mimi hiyo ndege naona tu kwa TV. Ama siku ya holiday wakisema Mheshimiwa Rais. Wanaopita mbele yako sijui.
Clinton.
Yes.
Leo mnaongelea nini? Ama Havi amekupea stress leo, Havi?
Sasa Havi ataangusha kwenye na sherekea what Havi was doing. Reverend Seth Uriri. Reverend, umepotea sana bana. Do something. Magwanda hiyo swali Mswahili akiingia tutakujibu. Lakini mimi sijui magwanda kwa Kiswahili. So magwanda ginleuni, Seth. Ginleuni.
Tools of trade bwana, tools of trade.
Kapchanga.
Unasema nini magwanda?
Kapchanga, magwanda ni tools of trade.
Ndio. Kabisa.
Najaribu kuwekea hawa panelists link kwa WhatsApp group. But nashindwa.
Ama uko na stress wewe.
Eti niko kama tangatanga.
Maana leo umeingia.
Okay.
Leo umeingia tangatanga kwa lazima. Leo uko tangatanga kwa lazima wewe.
Hapana. Nefa. Wajaluo turuhusi kusupport tangatanga. Sisi ni watu tunapiga kura kila siku. Tukiwa pamoja.
Kwani Havi ni Kikuyu ama ni Bukusu ama ni nani?
Wait and see. We Douglas Onsinyo, niliona hiyo complaint 2 weeks ago. Inbox me bana. We talk it out. So guys, ndio hiyo link nimeweka hapo. Tunataka tuone hii BBI kulingana na jinsi ambavyo hao mawakili wamekuwa wakisema pale kortini itakuwaje. So nangojea wageni tuanze debate. Kwa wale ambao mnaulizia link nimeweka tena kwa mara ya 5. Kapchanga,
Ndiyo Clinton.
unaonaje hii BBI? Inapenya haipenyi?
Imeanguka mapema. Unajua Clinton, kuna ugumu sana wakati una discuss na mtu mwenye amemake uamuzi mapema. Mtu kama Clinton ni mtu anafikiria kwamba yeye ni Mjaluo na kumbe si Mjaluo. Hiyo ndio shida uko nayo. Ukweli ni kwamba mambo ya BBI, ukweli uliopo ni kwamba BBI iko na mambo yake. Wale ile uamuzi ulitolewa mwanzo wali point out around 23 grounds. Around 23 grounds.
Yeah.
Ambazo waliona kwamba ingefanya ile BBI inaonekana kwamba haiwezi kupenya kwa sababu ya upungufu ya vipengele kama 23 hivi. Sasa hata hivyo wanaenda kupinga, ndio kutakuwa na kati ya 23. Unataka kuniambia kwamba wale wanasheria walikuwa wapumbavu sana kiwango kwamba wataanguka zote 23? Kwa hivyo kuna uwezekano kwamba pengine even as they are arguing their cases, kuna zile kati ya 23 ama 20 zitapungua, na moja tu ikionekana kwamba itasimama, basi BBI itakuwa imeanguka. Ndio. Lakini pia
why the fact that this goal in front of our eyes publicly clear is part of that. Yes.
Kwani?
Kwanza Clinton.
Yes.
Kila mtu amewasha mic bwana.
Ndio nang'ang'ana nao. Gaddafi zima mic.
Poa. Sasa nilikuwa nasema hivi. Unajua sisi ni this is a young generation. Inafikia mahali lazima tuambiane ukweli. Na ukweli uliopo ni huu, we must begin from the beginning. BBI ni nini kwanza? Why is it that anytime we want to change a regime, kuna shift of goalposts? Watu wanataka kubadilisha vitu, watu wanataka kufanya nini na mambo kama hayo. Kwa nini? Sorry?
Proceed. Kapchanga.
Kwa nini kila mara kwa demokrasia za Afrika, kila wakati ambapo kuna haja ya kubadilisha regime, watu wanasikia uchungu sana kubadilisha regime tu, hawataki kuhand over tu vitu iende tu smoothly namna hiyo. Sasa wabadilishe syllabus. So when we are talking about this BBI thing, what are the merits and the demerits of the whole thing? Are you going to create a burden? Kwa sababu tayari unajua Kenya, I think we are one of the highest taxed countries in the world. And at this point in time, you're talking about creating more constituencies, sijui kuleta pesa mashinani. Kuna vitu vingine ambavyo vinaonekana ni kama imepakwa asali hivi. And when the deal is too good, you need to think twice. Kwa hivyo si kwamba ninasema vibaya, lakini mambo ya BBI mimi sioni ikienda mahali. Na nimeongea kama Mkenya mlipa ushuru, si mwanasiasa. Ni hayo tu kwa leo. Philip, unacheka nini?
Sinacheka tu vile unasema ati wewe ni mlipa ushuru, wewe si wewe. Lakini watazamaji, habari zenyu?
Salama sana.
Sasa mimi pia nataka kuchangia hii BBI. Whether it pass ama isipite ama irudi kwa kiwanja, all and all ni game changer ya hao wanasiasa tu. Kuna wale wata benefit. Unajua Wanjiku, sisi ni kama sisi tunachezewaga tu. Sisi ni kama yani watu wametuchukulia ni kama watu wa kuchezewa. Ndio maana unaona hiyo kitu sasa iko kotini. Sisi hata participation yetu za hizo makaunti walikuwa wanasema ati sijui wananchi wameparticipate. Hakuna venye wananchi waliparticipate, but ni ile wanasiasa wanataka kutafuta mbinu ya hao kukula kutengeneza mali na kutengeneza vitu zao. Mimi hata irudi kwa kiwanja, isiporudi kwa kiwanja, mi bado sioni sioni kama yani, I don't see the benefit, although wanaweka vitu zingine tamu ndani yake ndio uone ni kama ni kitu mzuri. Sasa wewe utaona pia side yako kuna zile vitu mzuri ndani yake, useme ikipita naweza benefit pale fulani, but ukiangalia on the other hand unapata itafanya mafuta, ifanye vitu kama mkate, pombe, nini, zote ushuru zinapanda juu kwa sababu ya hiyo gharama. So yani hizi vitu zote ni ile kusukumiwa tu, unasukumiwa tu pitisha hii kitu ndio tutengeneze chakula yetu, because hata wale wanaipinga in a such a way that hao pia ikikosa kupita watakuwa wametengeneza political wave yao, tsunami yao kivyao. Haya, hao wengine ikipita pia hao pia watakuwa wametengeneza political tsunami yao kivyao. So hii kitu sisi wananchi ndio bado tutakuwa tuna gharama, kwa sababu hata sasa ikipita si inaenda kwa referendum. Ikirudi kwa referendum tutakuwa sasa na ile yes ama no. Hapo yes ama no ikipita side nyingine umetengenezea watu wengine mkate, ukipita side nyingine umetengenezea watu wengine mkate. Nyinyi ni watu tu wa kuchia, nyinyi tutabaki tu sisi ni watu wa kuchia, tunachia, at the end of it sasa sisi ndio tunaanza kulia. So mi kitu tu naona tu ni lawyers wanacheza hapo na mawazo. Kithure Kindiki aseme yake, Otiende Amollo aseme yake, but mi hata sijui siku hizi, hata nani nimebaki tu sioni kitu kwa hizi mavitu, because Kenya itakuwa tu bado ni ile looting, ni ile corruption, ile tu. Hao watu wanajitengenezea tu mkate yao. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Na sasa wewe Arnold, unaongea ni kama umegive up. Wewe unaongea ni kama mtu mwenye unachukua kamba unataka kujinyonga. Kwani huwezi kupena direction? Huwezi kupena direction kwa sababu
unajua nini? Unajua direction hata sasa tukipatiana. Tumeshaongea mpaka siku hizi, yani mtu unasikia ni kama unachoka. Hapa hivi tuna debatingi, but at long last unaona tu ni kama yani hao watu wanakuchezea tu akili. Mimi ingekuwa ati Kenyans wanaweza fanya ile revolution ya ukweli, tusukume hao watu kabisa. Ni vile tu sasa unajua kama saa hii siasa bado haijaanza. Once siasa itaanza ndio utajua vile watu wamegawanyika. Unaona? Kama saa hii tunaweza ongea lugha moja, but kuna nyakati na kujaga, sijui politics inakuanga na nini, because inakuja in a certain way, unapata inakusukuma mahali unaona tu wewe support tu jamaa, yet unaenda na msupport blindly, then wewe mwenyewe unakuja unalia. Sasa hii watu kama unaona hata watu kama kina hao watu wanaenda UDA, hao watu wanaenda UDA saa hii, they are the same people wale wameweka hii government inaumiza watu saa hii, bado hao pia wanataka kuingia. Haya, angalia kama sasa scandals zinawashika. Scandals zimewashika mingi, contract wamefloat ma contracts zingine. Juu ya hizo unaona tu hizo laws watu wanaweka tu. Sasa hizo laws zinakuja zinafanya wanaiba through those contracts, wanakuwa corrupt through those contracts, then kesho yake wanakuja tena wanachezea akili, wanakuja kusema hao watu wanataka politics, but in the real sense ukiangalia unapata watu wameiba pesa kutumia hiyo the same law, wanajaribu kwa kusanitize watu naye tusijui mpitishe, na hizo ndio wanaiba nazo.
We Jamlek, hebu Jamlek wewe pia uchangie.
Niaje wazee. Sasa hii Biblia hakuna kitu inasaidia mwananchi wa kawaida hata kidogo. Kwanza zile maskando tumesikia na hao wasee ni wako kwa gava. Hizi mabig projects sijui mabig 4 nini, ile project zote walikuwa na round, hizi project zote zijaiendelea. Mimi hakuna kitu na cheki kama mwananchi wa kawaida atasaidika nayo hata kidogo. Endelea.
Lakini Jamlek, kwani huoni kwamba pengine BBI inakusudia kuongeza pesa mashinani? Tumesikia wakisema kwamba wanataka kuongeza pesa mashinani. Na pia kuna sehemu ambazo barabara zimejengwa sana. Ugatuzi umeleta ajira kwa vijana, wale watu wenye wako na kazi sasa wamepata kazi. Mbali na kwamba wizi upo, lakini pengine hata kuna uzuri pia wa ugatuzi ambao unaonekana kwa namna ya BBI. Pengine tatizo tu la BBI ni kwamba ni vile inatengeneza nafasi kwa wale jamaa wakubwa, lakini pia inaleta pesa mashinani. Auoni kama pengine mbali na kwamba ni uwezo ukatupa beseni na maji yake chafu, pengine tu kuna sehemu kidogo tunafaa kurekebisha, alafu tuone kama BBI inaweza ikatusaidia kama nchi. Kwa sababu sasa tutalalamika mpaka lini?
Unaona, hata kama inaleta pesa mashinani. Hata kama inaleta pesa mashinani. Wewe hebu angalia. Ile design hata tuseme barabara ndio zinatengenezwa. But inatengenezwa in such a way. Wewe hata sahi unajua kwa nini depression iko mingi? Pesa hakuna, ndio inaleta pesa mashinani. Na inaenda wapi? Unatengeneza vitu zingine hata haziwezi. Unajua ingekuwa ni industry. Unajua kitambo kulikuwa na kitu moja. Kulikuwa na hizi vitu zinaitwa tuseme Kenya Bus. Tuseme kama Kenya Bus ilikuwa ni vitu za gava. Anything to do with government, if most of the projects are from the government, hiyo mwananchi atafaidika kwa sababu watu wataemployiwa directly kutoka kwa gava. Lakini hizi ma private sector, mtu anafungua kampuni na ni kampuni na run for billions. Unaona kama hizi ma contracts sasa watu wanachukua. Hizi ma contract unapata ama politicians wanachukua. Mtu amefungua ni briefcase company, haina ajira yoyote, lakini malori zake ana employ madada zake, mandugu zake, nepotism piko hapo ndani nyingi sana. So haina ile ati sijui mtu anapata hiyo pesa direct. That's why mimi hata kama watu wanasemanga tunaleta pesa mashinani, bado sioni.
Sasa wewe Arnold, kama ungeulizwa upeane blame na upoint kwamba makosa ni ya mtu fulani ama watu fulani, ungenyosha kidole chako kwa nani? Kwa sababu hao watu ambao tunawazungumzia kwamba ni wabaya na wanatuongoza vibaya hawakujiweka hapo. Waliwekwa na kina Arnold, na kina Evans, kina Duke, kina Tom, kina Clinton. Sasa tutakuwa tunalament mpaka lini? Ni nani anafaa kulaumiwa kwa mambo haya yote?
Mimi nakuanga na stand yangu. Mimi pande ile mimi nimeshawahi vote, haijaingia kwa serikali. Mimi sana mimi hujaribu kulaumu. Sasa tunaenda kupiga siasa, si mnafaa kupatia mtu mwingine. Hata mpatie chance, lakini mkishaiba kura, hata sasa mnakuja mtatulaumu, nyinyi mnatupaga mawe, mnatupaga nini? Na sisi pia sasa tunawaambia patieni huyu mtu mwingine pia chance. Yeye pia aongoze, muone vile ataongoza. Lakini watu wasikiagi, watu wanaona tu at least wacha tuwafinye. Hata saa hii kuna watu wameshasema tayari saa hii. Wanasema wameshasema sisi hatuwezi votia Raila. Unaona vile kama kina nani? Hao watu kuna Wakikuyu pole kutumia kuna Wakikuyu pole kutumia nini ethnicity, lakini kuna Wakikuyu tayari saa hii wanasema. Kuna wale Wakikuyu saa hii wanasema hao hata na dawa hawezi pigia Raila. I had some friends of mine, tulikosana in 2017, nikakuja tukawaambia hii Jubilee sasa mnataka mnasukuma sukuma sasa imeshatumika kutoka 2013, umeona tumeweza kutoka 2013 mpaka sasa 2017 tena mnarudisha the same people, wala wanaenda bado kutumiza. Unajua tuliambiwa aje, nyinyi Wajaruo, nyinyi hamjatahiri, nyinyi ni nini. Unapata mtu anaingiza utoto ndani ya hiyo kitu. Sasa hii juzi hapa tunapatana, tulienda kukunywa tu mahali. Sasa tulikuwa tunaongea, unafikia sasa wanatuambia ati huyo Uhuru, huyu kamwana ni mjinga sana, huyu kamwana ni mjinga sana. Nikamwambia si ni nyinyi pia ni wajinga, nyinyi ndio mlimvotia mara 3. Mbona mnasema ati ni kamwana ni mjinga? Ni nyinyi ndio mmemvotia mara 3. Alafu anarudi anasema ati sasa wameona ni mzuri kupatia Ruto. Sasa mimi nashindwa. Kwani si serikali ilikuwa inaendeshwa na watu wawili wote?
Sasa wewe Arnold, Duke ameingia kwa fujo, ni kama amesikia point fulani. Duke, ebu ni mute alafu ongee, ebu sikia chenye Arnold amesema hapa. Arnold anasema ati ni wakati wa Mjaluo kupewa nafasi ya uongozi. Sasa sijui Arnold anafikiria kwamba pengine BBI ikipita ndio Mjaluo atapata, ama anamaanisha nini? Ebu Duke, ebu zungumzia kidogo na uongeze mambo ya BBI.
First of all, what I can say is that the amendment process has been, I heard Arnold speak when he started speaking, and he made a very straight point, a very correct point. He said that people are trying to score political points, whichever the way the amendment takes. And I agreed with you on that point, but that other point which you have been accused of making, that it's now time for Raila, I may not agree with you, because as much as I respect Raila as one of the person who has been the forefront in fighting for the democracy we have, the multi-party, all that, there should be a democratic process to determine who becomes the next president. Therefore, according to me, we should have a fair competition. So if it's Raila's time, it should be determined through a political process, an open, transparent political process, because actually, if it is a stand and the many Kenyans have all of that view, then there should be no way. It's actually the Kenyan people who will decide. That's what I'm trying to say. We cannot just say it's time for APC. There is a democratic process in the constitution which has to be followed for any person to be the president of the republic. Having said that, I want also to talk about the ongoing case in the Court of Appeal. According to me, actually, if we were to be honest as Kenyans, if politicians were honest, lawyers were honest, every person was to be honest, actually there was to be no appeal of the case, because the amendment process is not constitutional. It's not following any outlined framework where a constitutional change has to go through. And I was actually very surprised. I've been following the case for the few days, and I am very surprised. When I'm listening to the appearance, the evidence or the argument they are trying to put across. For instance, a person who surprised me is Otiendo Moore, who I actually respect too much. He was trying to argue that the promoters of the proposed amendment was Mr. Waweru and Unet Mohammed. Actually, if you tell that to a standard 6 pupil, he will say no. So it's that those lawyers are actually trying to reduce themselves to useless argument. And for me, if indeed Uhuru Kenyatta wants to support Raila, he should support him using the 2010 constitution. If he says it is time, let the amendment not be an excuse. He can support him without us having the amendment, because I'm against the amendment, because at this time there are several basic issues, fundamental issues, which are affecting normal, ordinary citizens. Therefore, according to me, the constitutional change should not be a priority. After all, there is no much. Actually, the issues or the problem of Kenya is not the constitution, it's about the leadership. Those with power are trying to misuse it. So we have a lot of resources. The constitution has outlined how they are supposed to be used. It's because the constitution which we have is not followed to the letter. That's why we have many problems we have. Therefore, there is no need for us to change it. Therefore, from my observation, actually, if you see, for example, what they were arguing, they were just, there is no they were for us to change it. Therefore, from my observation, actually, if you see, for example, what they were arguing, they were just, there is somebody no for us to change it. Therefore, from my observation, actually, if you see, for example, what they were arguing, there is a lot of echo. There is no for us to change it. Therefore, from my observation, actually, if you see, for example, what they were arguing, there is a lot of echo.
There's a lot of echoing. I don't know what could be happening behind there. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes. Now that our discussion is basically around BBI and the discussions that have been going on in court, I thought it would be fair that we ask ourselves this very fundamental question: of what essence is the BBI in relation to the 2022 presidential elections? Is it possible to have presidential elections where the president, for example, supports Raila Odinga for presidency without necessarily putting a lot of effort on BBI? Or what could be the reason behind the investment and the energies that is being put on BBI? Arnold.
For him to support him, maybe there are some development maybe the president have seen around Raila. That's why he wants Raila to come in and chip in some of these maybe good ideas to push about kusukuma vitu zikuwe vizuri. But in doing that, you'll be hurting on the other side, because it will bring a lot of division. Kama sahi imeshaleta division kutoka kwake, because the rumors that the leaders of Central Kenya are peddling that Raila is a bad man, doesn't want people to. I was I've been observing certain things that if you look at the DCI reports, DCI recommendation to the DPP, una find watu wengi sana hawa Central wako na makesi za hizi za contract na floating of the contracts, which inaleta shida mingi. So to my observation is mi naona watu ile sasa ile kupiga Raila, watakuwa napiga Raila, haitakuwa rahisi, but watajaribu kuisukuma na watamweka na force vile waliingia kwa hii serikali ya 2013 na 2017, and that is what they will be doing, because the way Ruto is campaigning, ameenda sasa the Raila way before, vile Raila alikuwa alikuwa na niningi before, alikuwa na campaigningi before. That is the way route has, that is the route Ruto has taken. But on the other side, people have started seeing, Raila amechoka aende nyumbani. But there is a certain group of people, they are called deep state, wanataka Raila ingie. So the best thing they can do is they will watamforce aingie hapo, which italeta another revolution, kutakuwa na vita ingine. That's my observation.
So Arnold, unadhania kwamba na kina Duke pamoja na Aaron Kirui, nashukuru kwamba uko mtandaoni, unadhani kwamba hii BBI, mchakato wote wa BBI utasaidia namna gani going forward into the 2022 presidential elections? Because you can see the energy and the effort that has been put on passing this BBI. Ina uhusiano gani na kura ya 2022? Aaron Kirui, are you there?
Unmute.
Yeah, you can unmute Aaron. Aaron Kirui, tafadhali unaweza kutoa ile nini?
Unmute your mic.
Aaron, kama Aaron hayuko
Okay.
sawa.
Okay,
Yeah, you can
I'm
unmute
okay.
Aaron.
I'm okay.
Tafadhali,
I'm
unaweza
okay.
kutoa ile nini?
Unmute your mic.
Niko sawa. So,
Nauliza Aaron hayuko sawa. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, you can
I'm okay. Yes.
Duke?
Yes, for me,
Duke?
what I can say is that we should not even talk about the deep state, because talking about the deep state is that it's like trying to fuel the election firings, which the proposed amendment is purporting to do away with. So if for instance, Raila wins, and we have been hearing the narrative of the deep state, and then Ruto and his group says that he was rigged, he will actually have the gratitude, all the propaganda, or even the facts, because we have been hearing about that deep state. Therefore, it's like trying to fuel, to come up with an election firings. We should not even talk about that deep state, according to me. The connection between the proposed amendment and the 2022 election, if I would like to connect that, is that Uhuru Kenyatta is trying to use the amendment, is actually trying to appeal to Raila and his group that through the proposed amendment, he can make Raila become the president. But if you critically look at the changes, there is nothing you can connect that this PPI indeed will make Raila become the president. It's actually like the same. And I previously said that we should even add an handshake between Raila and Ruto, because the two are the main participants. They are likely to compete in 2022. Therefore, if we were to have an handshake between the two, it would even be better for this nation, because they are the one who are going to compete in 2022. And if the two agree that let us compete fairly, let reform the IPC, and we have a credible and fair election. The issue of election firings after every 5 years will be solved. But there is the case where we have Uhuru and Raila, and we are aware that Uhuru Kenyatta will go home come 2022, and unlike Raila, who can have a sway or a political muscle, whether he's elected or not, if Uhuru Kenyatta retires, he cannot have much say from central. We know the statistics of that area. For instance, when Kibaki retired, it's just the people will consider their future interests. Therefore, what I'm trying to say is that there is no connection between the the proposed amendment and 2022 election. Actually, from my own observation is that this amendment is unfair. There is a group of people who are trying to have permanent political control in Kenya. For instance, if you critically consider the additional constituencies, some areas have too many additional constituencies. It's like there is a plan which makes a given region to control parliament in the future. Therefore, that's the drive behind. And I'm appealing to Raila and his group to remove the cataract from the eye and see that this amendment has nothing to do with him becoming the president or even giving him an advantage or for him to stand a better chance of becoming a president.
Thank you, Duke. Thank you, Duke. Let me now invite Tom to make some remarks on whether there is any relationship between the proposed amendments on BBI and the 2022 elections. And there is something that Duke has just alluded. There is something that Duke has just alluded. Duke amesema kwamba Uhuru anaenda nyumbani. Sijui ni nani anawapatia haya mawazo kwamba Uhuru anaenda nyumbani, kwa sababu kuna uwezekano ya kwamba mumai kuona nyoka akitoa ile ngozi yake ya zamani alafu anakuwa mpya, ama mjai kuona? Nyinyi ni vijana wadogo. So kuna uwezekano ya kwamba BBI is a molting process for the current president. So this cliche na statement ya kila saa Uhuru hako anaenda nyumbani, ni nyumbani gani nyinyi mnaongelea? Na kwani nyinyi mjasikia Atwoli akiongea? Kwa hivyo nataka nimpatie Tom nafasi.
Hata nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Duke something. Because
I respond to what he has said just, and then Arnold can ask me a question. We are saying he is going to retire. According to the Kenyan constitution, the president serves 2 terms, and after 2 terms you retire. You cannot contest. So, considering the 2010 constitution, that is the way to go. Even if, also including the proposed amendment, even if the proposed amendment passes, there is no provision that makes Uhuru Kenyatta to continue as a president or in any other capacity. No provision for that unless you point it out. So we are saying that as per the constitution, after 2 terms, the president retires. That's what we are trying to say.
Philip?
He actually has, under the amendments, Uhuru can come back as a prime minister because under the BBI proposal, the PM is a presidential appointee. So he will not be barred from becoming a prime minister if the BBI goes through.
No, even if he comes back as a prime minister.
Yeah, that is what I wanted to allude to you, because we can go the Russian way. You remember when Putin was the president, and then he came back as a prime minister, then he took over as the president after amending some constitution. Sasa ikamweka live president. Nona anavai vile anataka. So I think this thing can go the Russian way. Uhuru Kenyatta can come back as a prime minister, then later on wakishabadilisha hizi mavipengele za kubadilisha. Ulisikia jana kwa nini, you heard yesterday when these guys were saying that this constitution is something that should be amended all the time. Yani ni kitu kama si ati ni kitu ikitengenezwa mara moja na imeisha hivyo, ni kitu inakuwa all the time to be amended. So it means that maybe akisharudi as the prime minister ata-amend mavitu juu bado ni mdogo, aendelee tena na after that aendelee tena kwa president baadaye.
So, Arnold, can I ask you, is it good? Is that a good action? Is it good and healthy for this nation for him
when you heard me talking about this BBI, whether it goes this way or go that way, people are just trying to make their ends meet. Naona hawa wanajaribu kumake their ends meet, hawa wanajaribu kumake their ends meet. Sasa hata kama sio good ama ni good, unajua as long as mtu anataka kuona yeye pale amefika, those people have big contracts and they always fear the person who is coming next, who will hurt our progress. So ujue ni siasa kubwa, sio kidogo.
Arnold Wajui.
Can I say something now?
Yes, go on, Tom. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, as a legal student, my view of the question was whether there is a correlation between the BBI process and the 2022 general elections. And I want to tell you that, in my view, there is a great connection between the two. And the deputy president being an insider, or having been an insider in this government, and having been arguably you could say that the deputy president and even the president, current president Uhuru Kenyatta, have been beneficiaries of the deep state in the past, whether by coincidence or by design. And that is probably why you would hear him speaking so much about the deep state, because they know it is something that does exist. And the deep state has been involved in shaping opinions, in funding election campaigns, and generally determining who becomes the next leader of this country. And you can see a concerted effort by the powers that be to ensure that they determine who succeeds the current president. Now, they say politics is about interests. Now, I think there are certain interests that people are looking at going into the 2022 elections. The politicians are looking at their future interests in this country. The billionaires and the deep state are looking at their business interests and the interests of their families and their political friends in the 2022 elections. And that is what determines who the deep state elects. Now, I think the Kikuyu elite, in my view, the general Kikuyu nation, the normal hustler huko chini, seems to be moving towards the deputy president. Because, come on, it is of either Raila or Ruto in the 2022 elections. And the Kikuyu have been sold this narrative that Raila is an evil man. So it is not very easy to sell Raila to the Kikuyu nation as it stands. Ruto has been sold for quite some time in the Kikuyu nation, and the Kikuyu nation seems to be accepting him as a potential successor to Uhuru Kenyatta. But the Kikuyu elite, who control the finances of this country and who you would call the deep state, is very uneasy with Ruto, because now the Kikuyu finds themselves in a very tricky situation, because if they front one of their own for presidency, the people will reject him, because they will say, you know, you have had Kibaki, you had Jomo Kenyatta and Uhuru Kenyatta. It's highly unlikely that the Kenyans will accept a Kikuyu president after Uhuru Kenyatta. So what happens? You have to pick one who will favor your interests, between Raila or Uhuru. Come on, you can't build Mudavadi to be president now. You can't build Kalonzo. It's highly unlikely. So it's either it's either Ruto or Raila. Now, who is more likely to win in this case? I think both of them are popular in their own sense, though Ruto seems to have caught the public attention at that now. But since Raila has not come out into the race, it's very difficult to determine who is likely to win. But in my view, the person who is going to have the support of the deep state is going to have significant support, which may probably help them get the political seat, whether through democratic process or through underhand deals. So I think the Kikuyu nation, the Kikuyu elite, or the deep state, what they are thinking, in my view, is that if we pick Ruto is still very young. What is to stop him from doing his 10 years and then deciding to have a BBI of his own to extend his term in office? If we pick Raila could even die after 3 years, and because what they might decide to give Raila a Kikuyu deputy president, and Raila could die in office, and I'm giving a hypothetical situation.
Tema hiyo mate.
of course, I don't wish him dead. Of course, I'm just saying it's a hypothetical situation. We've had people dying mysteriously.
you should have said, God forbid.
Yeah, God forbid. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, because of age, even if he doesn't die in office, because of age, he's unlikely. He could even go for one term and would be so tired. Or, I mean, look at Kibaki. He left office, and by the time he was leaving office, his cognitive ability, Kibaki, you would really struggle to hear what is this man saying, because once you reach 75, your cognitive ability and your mental faculties begin to decline drastically. So Raila is unlikely to extend his term, even if he were to go for the 10 years. And then between Raila and Uhuru, who is likely to be controlled at this time? Raila is no longer the young man who was vibrant initially. Now, because of age, it might be easy for him to be manipulated and pushed here and there. So it's very easy for him to satisfy the interest of the deep state than Ruto, because I doubt if Ruto will be somebody you will put somewhere as a puppet to be controlled. And that is why you see people speaking about trying to prop up Gideon Moi, because he seems like somebody who can be manipulated, or somebody like Mudavadi. So in my view, the connection between 2022 and if the BBI were to pass, then the connection would be, in my view, Uhuru Kenyatta knows very well that the Kenyan people are likely not to accept him again through whichever fashion, whether he decides to come as a prime minister or not. The parliament is unlikely going to vote for him, because now he's losing the MPs and senators as well. The parliament may not, because normally in a parliamentary system, we have the president or the prime minister elected through parliament. Like in Britain, the prime minister is elected through parliament. Because he knows those options are not on the table for him, the BBI proposal says that the prime minister is going to be appointed by the president. What is to stop him from supporting Raila for presidency, and then Raila appoints him as prime minister? The other MPs and senators will be too hungry after a grueling election campaigns, and will be easily bought to stamp Uhuru as a prime minister. I think that is, or they could be having somebody else like maybe Gideon Moi, who will be there to serve their interests. So I think the BBI is simply a tool for the deep state to be able to have their own people within the system to at least serve their interests. Under the current constitution, it is very difficult for their interests to be served by whoever becomes president, because that president will be too powerful. That is my submission.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you so much for your very candid explanation. I think you're quite informed, and we are happy for you for the sentiments you've just brought forth. And just before you leave, Tom, and allow Aaron Kirui to say something, don't you think it is a little too late for BBI perhaps to be incorporated so that it forms part of the 2022 political matrix? This BBI thing, don't you think it's a little too late, or don't you think Chebukati might drop in a statement to the effect that they are not, ready for elections, just to buy time for BBI to come through? What is your take on the same, Tom?
First of all, you've had people talking about extending the 2022 elections. And as somebody who is studying some little law, I'm still a law student. I'm not yet a lawyer, but I'm a law student. There are a lot of legal loopholes in our current constitution and our Kenyan laws, which sometimes we say the constitution has said there is a date for the elections, therefore you cannot interfere with it. But there are certain legal loopholes that can be, and let me tell you, sometimes we really try to diminish the strength of the deep state. Look at the Kenya National Union of Teachers. They destroyed it by introducing a package that would benefit people who would join KUPPET. So people ran away from NAT. Look at what they have done to this Nelson Harvey, this law body, what is it called? This body of lawyers.
LSK,
they have met the LSK, yeah. They just introduce people with influence there and they give money. Look at what they did with the Judicial Services Commission. And they have been able, it is said even that probably the current CJ was somebody who was a compromise candidate, and probably part of the reason she was put there is because she's weak and will likely be manipulated. I'm saying these are likelihoods. I'm not saying that is the reason. But the deep state can be able to do some of these things because they control the media stations. You know, I mean, you could say the major media stations are controlled by the deep state or people who are friendly to them. Now, back to what you were saying. Even the elections, Maraga gave Uhuru a secret card. Maraga said that the president should do what? Dissolve the parliament. What is to stop Uhuru from dissolving parliament tomorrow? Because that is still something under because Maraga gave him that instruction, because the constitution says that the CJ will propose and then the president would dissolve parliament. If the president dissolves parliament today, then what happens is that all MPs, all senators go home. Then what do we go for? A general elections. What happens in a general election? The constitution says that after a general election, the term for an MP goes for how long? 5 years. So these are loopholes that, of course, the court will have to come and look into, because if the parliament is dissolved today, we go to a general election. The question will be, the MPs who will be elected after this general election, will they serve for 5 years, or will they serve for the remaining 1 year and then go for another election? So those are some of the loopholes that are there in our system. Lastly,
thank you, Tom.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Would we therefore perhaps invite Aaron Kirui to also make his remarks? But on the same note, just like Tom has spoken, there is this recurrent statement of the deep state. Is it possible, in our own wisdom, therefore, that the deep state is more powerful than the masses? Who engineers a revolution in those countries that revolutions have had to happen? Is it engineered by the deep state? Is it engineered by Wanjiku? Who is the architect of a revolution? Because we tend to think over and over that the deep state has a lot of power. Aaron Kirui.
Yes, so I will not actually have much to say, but based on your statement about the deep state, I think that is always a statement that has been sold by several people. You know, somebody who is a coward always have an excuse, a route of escape. You see, when you want to fight with somebody who has brothers who are rich and somebody, instead of admitting that this person will fight me, he will tend to say, okay, I have my brother. If you touch on me, I have several brothers. They will come in and they will fight you, so that they sell you the fear. You will think that there is something in the background, yet the person himself is weak. You can just trouble on the person and you go over. So this thing of saying the deep state, we remember about Kibaki, the revolution that Kibaki came with. Moi had a deep state, full deep state. But now, when Kibaki came, the common Mwananchi decided with full force, and you saw what happened. They decided, and what they decided, nobody could overturn. Even if you are to say we have a deep state, and everybody is to decide, you can't say anything. So currently, we are talking of the deep state, we are talking of the system and the rest. Yes, we have the system. Remember that the police and the military forces can't also work against the common Mwananchi. If the common Mwananchi decides to overpower anything, these military people will not do anything. Remember, in 2007, everything was in a mess, and we had the KDFs, we had the anti-debt, we had all the sorts of the military forces, but they could not do anything. the whole nation was in a mess. So whatever they usually say that we have a deep state, we have a system, when the common person says something and they decide, you can't say anything. The only thing, the only weakness that will come across is when the common person supports somebody who is not strong enough to stand with the truth. And I like what Raila used to do, but he has also some weaknesses. He should not have allowed in the first time. He should not have allowed these people to get fond of this issue of people vote and then they go in a swift mood, just allowing them to just win like that. And they say, I save people. After all, people died. And when these people are given a chance, they will say, after all, let some people just die, and then we will just overturn the will of the people. And that is what the weakness of Raila. Otherwise, Raila would have become the president long ago. But he was of this kind. He knows how to fight for freedom. He knows how to fight for the rights of the common person. But at some point, he's also coward. He's also a coward at some point. He should stand with the truth and say, if it is bad, he should say, no, I don't like this. And this issue of people stealing election should have been forgotten long ago. And that is actually what... yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Aaron. Do we have Ashley? Yes. Ashley, are you there? Ashley? If Ashley is there, if Ashley is not ready, we may invite Ayaga because Ayaga has not spoken. And perhaps Ayaga... Okay. Ayaga, just before you come in, Ayaga, is it possible is it possible for us to, Ayaga, just mute kidogo, Ayaga. Is it possible as panelists, imagining that you are now the cream of Kenyans who have been invited to the high table, to pick on the right leader for this country? Tom is there, Duke is there, Ashley is there, Aaron is there, Ayaga is there, Kapchanga is there, Caleb and Philip. Suppose you sat down and picked on the right leader. What would you consider to be the right leader for this country? Do we have ideologies? Do we have characteristics of the best leader that we would wish for this country? Because when you come up with the reasons like, somebody has suffered for so long, like Raila Amolo Odinga has suffered for so long, therefore he deserves to lead this country, for example. When you say that Mudavadi is a coward, are we going into war with Kenyans, for example? When you say that Kalonzo Musyoka is this and that, who is this person you consider to be an ideal leader for this country? I start with you, Ayaga.
Thank you very much. I hope you can get me. Can you hear me?
We are getting you.
Okay, thank you. Before I answer that, let me just, I was here when Tom and Kerui were talking. Yeah, Tom, your analogies and your whatever, those are, I can call them Dennis Itumbi's imaginations of how things may go. And when you said you are in school of law and telling us that parliament can be dissolved and after that is election, you are just a good listener of this propaganda man, anaitwa who is he? You know him?
Itumbi.
Yeah, I will the name. Huyu mwenye ako na TV ingine kwa panga na 50 states. Mutai Ngugi. You are just a good listener of Mutai Ngugi, giving his always analogy without even realizing that the word hustler was created by him. When he described Uhuru as a prince, Raila as a poor prince, and Ruto as a hustler. So if you go with that narrative, it's not a school of law. When the parliament is dissolved, it is the end of this parliament. We are going to another parliament. It may be called 20th or 24th, but not the same as it called today. We will move to another election. Kirui deep state is real. You know, if you have not beaten by a snake, you can't, you don't know either snakes are poisonous or not. You may go play with one. Deep states are there around the world, not only in Kenya. And the revolutions you are seeing around the world, even the one which is happening in Swaziland, is being done by the deep state of that country. They incite people against the government. How? Economically, they will kind of doing something like a sanction, yeah, and people goes against the government, but not politicians, yeah, not politicians. Always deep state, and the deep state is not only in Kenya. They also include the foreign powers. You will see UK and maybe US. They have interest in Kenya. They influence who becomes the president. And when you mention 202, go and read the book of Major Upande, General Upande, Major General Upande. Kibaki was supported fully in secrets, in a very big secret by Moi. Yeah, Moi knew that Uhuru will not win. Are you getting me? Go and read that book. Even he went to London when Kibaki got accident. Some people will say it is a joke. You can even ask Google. That one you can even get in a Google. He sojourned in London and visited Kibaki in an hospital when Malwa Kijana also got sick, and now they were there too, a running mate and a presidential candidate at that time. It was done in a very deep secret, and that's how these people work. After that, Moi was protected. He was not charged. He was not arrested. Mark that. I was asked a question. Will I go for a right candidate if I have to vote today? Yes, I will. I know a candidate. In Kenya, what we need, a young democracy. Even if you read the history of America, of the UK, of whatever, a young democracy need reformers. You don't need economists around. You can build economy, and I'm telling you this, you can build the economy like that one of Libya on our own hands. And a political side, a political part of that country is in turmoil. It will turn one day, and that economy of Libya, today Libya we are even better than Libya. But when Gaddafi was there, he built the country in a few years, and Libya was a superpower in Africa. Where is Libya today? It is gone. Syria was far better than Singapore, Malaysia, North Korea, South Korea. But where is Syria today? Because those economic were built on a political, in a sandy political base. And when the political erupt, the economy goes down. What we need in Kenya is a reformist. Somebody who will reform all sectors, will strengthen our intelligence, the corruption. We will not fight. You know what we are doing today in Kenya? We are only weaponize the corruption. If you disagree with those in authority, we will send you DCI. It should not be like that. We need a reformed DCI, which if they say you are corrupt, you are corrupt. If they arrest you, if you got arrested, you are taken to court, you get charged. And also we need a constitution, a reform where if you are charged, you are not allowed to run. But the problem in Kenya, I will be appointed tomorrow, maybe a CEO of a Kenya Power. I steal a lot of money. And when I'm caught, I go back to my people in the lower land, or maybe in Kalenjin, or in lowland. I start preaching, I'm being targeted because I'm a Luo. I'm being targeted, because I'm a Kalenjin. It is our community that they are fighting. And those people vote me again, like what they did to Anne Waiguru. I told my friend the other day that when they were voting Anne Waiguru, when we told them Anne Waiguru is a thief, that she's a thief, she's not fit to be even an MCA. They vote thinking that they are punishing Raila Odinga. What happened after 3 years? They came at ODM people, help us impeach. We cannot. We give you your thief and you eat your thief. I don't know where Henry Rotich is going to run. We are warning the county where Henry Rotich is going to run. The guy is not good in management. we are pleading with you. We don't want you guys to vote in 2022, and even in 2 years you are coming to us at now you are the sanitizers, you are the dry cleaners of this. We will help you stay with your thief alone. So what we need in Kenya is a reformer. A reformer we have now is Raila Odinga. Number 2, Kivuda Kibwana. Number 3, Mukisa Kitui. Number 4, Martha Karua. Number 5, Charity Kaluki Ngilu. If we can have those one as presidents of this nation, my friend, we are perfect. But the rest are niggas around. They know nothing about economy, what they are being telling. Because bottom-up economy, we were told in 2013, maybe it was not called bottom-up. So some people think bottom-up is a new thing in this country. When they were talking about trickle-down effect in 2013, by giving laptop to kids, by granting loans to people, by giving groups money, those are the bottom-up. Or you think there is a bottom-up that will come from heaven to drop in 2022, and now this is called a bottom-up. The trickle-down they are talking about in 2013, the same thing they are telling us today. Nothing has happened.
Ayaga.
Yes. Yeah.
Ayaga, can you unmute kidogo nikuulize swali? Ayaga, let me ask a very simple question. You are talking of Raila as a reformist. With whom is he dining now? Is he dining with his a reformist colleague? Or what could be happening at this point in time? Because when you have an ideology, as a matter of principle, do you think Raila was right to join Jubilee? Because he looks like he has joined Jubilee. He only looks like he has joined Jubilee. Or is it that Jubilee has joined ODM?
Okay. Thank you. I've not talked about Raila Odinga as a reformist. I was just giving the examples of reformists. But because you have asked me that, thank you very much. Raila Odinga is not joining Jubilee. I don't think. Raila Odinga is maintaining ODM, and he has a ODM party. He's not joining Jubilee. I think even if there is something like Raila working with Jubilee, it is a coalition. Coalition is not joining. And if you ask me, a person Raila joining, if the guy is a reformist, Uhuru Kenyatta is going home. The guy is heading home. You can only work with somebody you are not going to compete with. Now Raila cannot work with Ruto, not because Ruto is bad, but they are competitors. So they can't work together. So people who are praying for Raila Odinga to work with Ruto together, those are people who are daydreaming. The reason why Raila and Ruto are opposing each other, they are competitors. It is like football. It is like football. Tell me, Gor Mahia cannot join the AFC Leopard. They will not. But when they are relegated, like some days back when Gor was relegated, we supporters of Gor, we used to go and cheer the people of AFC Leopard. It was not wrong. If Raila Odinga stepped down today, maybe as Ayaga can go and support William. And if William stepped down today, some of his supporters will work with Raila. So that's how it works. It is not somebody's bad, more bad, or worse. But when you guys are competitors, maybe Raila choose to work with Uhuru because Uhuru is not competing him in 2022. Which war should Raila again fight with Uhuru? They are not competitors.
I expected Ayaga to mention somebody like Miguna as a reformist, but unfortunately, in some, that is the only right person actually. If we want to talk about a reformist,
Kipchanga.
Ayaga kindly.
Meguna is not a reformist. There is a very big difference. If Tom is a student of law, he will tell you there is a difference between a revolutionarist, and a reformist. A reformist is somebody who use constitution to change things or put things right. Right? A revolutionist is somebody who believe in war, like what Kerui was saying, that if you are stolen today, you just let people die, you just let blood take place. If you don't, you are a coward. So Ruto and Miguna, they might fall under the revolutionaries, but they are not reformists. Though the difference is between like day and night, between a revolutionaries. I can give you examples of revolutionaries. We have white revolutionaries and bloody revolutionaries. Gaddafi overthrew a government, bloodless coup. That is a white revolutionary. Thomas Sankara overthrew the government without spilling blood. That is a white revolutionary. We have bloody revolutionaries, people who overthrew people with a lot of blood, killing a lot of people. Yeah, those are bloody revolutionaries. So, reformists are reformists. So you cannot compare the two.
Arnold, nimeona uko pembeni. Ninataka tu kuuliza Arnold kama kuna na kwamba iwapo kesi hii itaonekana kwamba wale watu ambao hawapendelei BBI watashindwa na BBI ishinde, itakuwa na nafasi gani katika kura ya 2022? Arnold.
Nafasi ziko mingi, si kuna president, kuna prime minister, deputy prime minister. Nimesha kukwambia, unaona hii mchakato wa BBI ule wanaitengeneza is to create some people to benefit on one way or the other. Hata ikianguka bado ita benefit some people in one way or the other. They'll be building their political stance, na pia ikipita hao wengine watakuwa na make political stance yake.
Wewe Njue unasemaje? Alpha Njue, karibu. Njue ameingiza baridi kidogo. Wacha nimuite Aaron Kirui. Aaron Kirui, umekuwa accused ya kwamba umezungumza juu ya umwagaji wa damu kama ishara ya ushujaa, na yule ambaye hayuko tayari kumwaga damu kama mtu muoga, na wamekutajia watu fulani ambao umewataja kwamba ni waoga. Sasa wewe Aaron Kirui, hebu jitetee, kwa sababu Ayaga yuko hapa, kina Tom wako na Duke pamoja na Philip. Ashley yuko pale pembeni na Caleb wanakusikiliza.
Okay, kuna kitu siku make ikue clear. There is something I didn't make it clear. So I'm sorry, because the way I communicated, I just communicated randomly. So the revolution I was talking about is not to tell people to die or to kill each other. There is a way like what they are doing now. After saying that the BPI is not right, they go to court. There is different ways of handling that issue. Not only telling people to kill each other or to cause wars. Many nations in the world have caused revolutions not by blood. Some of them have just caused the revolution by just going to court and they decide. That is why we have the judiciary systems. So that is what I actually meant when I said you should not just go to the background and then sit down and say, let everything work the way it is. So you should not actually tell people to kill each other, but you should go through the right procedure. While you are saving the people, you should also save the constitution, so that those people who are fond of mishandling the constitution knows that there are some people who can defend the constitution. Because if somebody can just say today, no, I am the one to be the president, and the people have said, no, you cannot be our president, and somebody will just sit and say, okay, because he has decided and he has more force, let me allow him. So you see, so another thing about the deep state, you talked about, Duke talked about the deep state or those who are causing the nation to move the way they want, it's like you are telling us that these people are the one who are deciding whether the courts will be arresting somebody or not to arrest. You see, if these people will decide that okay, in Kenya, the constitution limits the amount of land that somebody can buy within the country. You can't just buy to this extent, or there's a procedure to follow while buying a land. So does it mean that if somebody is with a deep state, he can just do things the way he wants? Of course, that is not the way it should work. Though we have the deep state, there is a limit for them. There is somewhere where they cannot reach. So for Kibaki to come to power, he was not with the deep state, unless I am wrong. Unless I am wrong on that, then you will prove me wrong. But I know Kibaki was not with the deep state before he came to power. He was against them. And because the people had decided, and the deep state was too much of a power, until they just surrendered, they gave power to Kibaki. And Kibaki took over and did what he did in his time. What I said about Raila is not because he said, okay, because after all, people had died, but we were sorry. We are sorry for that happened. But what he should have done, he should go first to convince the people not to kill each other. That is one first thing we should do. People should relax. And then now you go to court, like Tom knows much. I am actually somebody of ICT. I am not good in law and the others, but in ICT, I am working on that. So when you talk about handling issues, there's different ways. There's you handle by just fighting, of which in my background, actually, we were taught you can fight when somebody doesn't follow the law, you just fight. But that is not the right way. That is just the last option when the law has failed. That is even in the nation. When the law has failed, the military will take over, and the military will not come and massage you. They will do things you cannot believe. So that is why we have war as the last option. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirui. Thank you, Kirui. I know what Kirui is saying is that naturally, as a Kalenjin, perhaps he's been brought up in a circumstance or in some environment where, harsh environment, so to speak. You remember that young boy who was being questioned by Natembea, and he was very strong, and he answered him in a very arrogant way. So perhaps Kirui is trying to struggle with that kind of statement. But let me ask you, gentlemen, Philip, Duke, Tom, sijui Ashley yuko hapa, na Aaron, na Ayaga, without revealing your tribal emotions on this issue of politics, is it possible for us to say this is a good leader without necessarily pegging on your tribe? For example, if we would get Kirui, for example, saying Raila is a good leader, and we would want to have him there, other than him telling us that the Deputy President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, is the one who is fit to take over. Is it possible at some point as young men and women to move away from your tribal cocoon and speak of a leader without basing on tribe? Duke, is it possible? Duke, I'm talking to Duke now. Duke?
Yes, first of all, it's not all of us who are tribal. Because if usually in each 5 years, it's like two people compete. And those two people come from two tribes. And we are like two tribes. For instance, maybe my tribe, I have never even had a presidential.
There's a lot of echo, Duke. Duke, there's a lot of echo. Kindly mute, then we can have Ayaga maybe speak, then you'll come later. Kindly. Ayaga?
Okay, alikuwa na iko mingi. So Kerui has answered me well, but you have made me to understand him. You know, he believes in a war, a war like this. But the answer is yes, we can. Yeah, that's why even in my answers, I gave you example of reformists, I start with the likes of Martha Karua is not from my tribe. Lisa Kitui is not from my tribe. Raila Odinga. I also gave who I forgot the rest. So we have people we can vote for as we speak. These guys are reformists. I also mentioned Charity Day. They are reformists. When you have a good reform in your country, where DCI will do his work without being used by politicians against other politicians, when we will have a police which if they say this is good and this is bad, they mean it. When we will have a judiciary which is not being used by the activists around to manipulate the politicians, when we will have a parliament that is issue based, a parliament with reasonable debaters, a parliament that will do the oversighting role rather than having a parliament of 63, almost a half of them keeps quiet in parliament and abuse other people's in funeral. When we have an executive that is in charge, an executive that actually will do their work, if we can have such reforms, we will be far better.
Thank you,
After
Ayaga.
that, we will build. Yeah.
Thank you, Ayaga. Tom, is it possible, Tom, for you to tell us, looking at the country, the way the state of the nation as of now, if you were to advise the person who is coming in, what would you advise them to come and fix? Because as a country, you know exactly where it hurts. What are some of the areas you would want addressed in the leadership that we are looking to fix?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, before I answer the question, I'll very briefly respond to Ayaga. Ayaga accused me of peddling pedestrian arguments that are based on Mutai Nguji's Ayaga. Mutai Nguji's assertions and is it this guy, this Ruto's blogger. Yes, it is true. I'm a legal student. I'm still learning, and I'm happy I've learned quite a lot from Ayaga. That is part of what entails being a good legal student. And I just wanted to say that the argument that I think he was raising, which I mentioned, was on the term of parliament, and he said that when we go for a by-election, when the parliament is dissolved and we go for another election, it means that if it is the 20th parliament, we start a new parliament. And now the problem there comes where, the constitution says that, the term of parliament is supposed to be 5 years. So when we start a new parliament, do they go for 5 years or do they finish their term? Because I think those are, I know it may look obvious, but it has not been canvassed in court for us to determine what the real legal standing is. And to come back to my question, okay, finally to say on that, part of what we are told that to be a good legal student, then you have to question everything. Even the most basic and the most obvious thing could turn into a serious legal argument. Like who would know that today now we are arguing in court that it is not Uhuru and Raila who are the promoters of the BBI, and it is being canvassed in court, and there's a possibility that the court could agree with that opinion, So even the most obvious thing could bring a legal contention. So, but thank you for correcting me. The question you asked is, what would I advise an incoming leader? First of all, I was prepared for the first question, which you tilted a bit. As youths and as people who are going to elect a new leader, in my view, what do we use in determining? Like I hope that Ayaga, when you're coming, you will tell us the criteria you use to put Raila, and then you go for, is it Ngilu or Karua? You tell us the criteria you use to rank them. But
Yes.
my view is that when you're looking at a leader, first of all, it is very difficult to know who is a good leader. Like if two people show up at your doorstep and they both want to be MC of your local village, how do you know who is going to be who? Because everyone comes with the best and the sweetest words. So in my view, if we know something about them in the past, like for example, we know about Ruto, we know about Raila. These are most likely the obvious people. One of them has to be president either way. Raila has been prime minister. Is there a legacy that he left? Are there certain negatives about him? Do the positives outweigh the negative? Compared to Ruto, Ruto has been a minister of education, minister for agriculture. There are certain good things he did there. There are certain scandals that have been attached to his position. He has been a deputy president. There are certain things that he did good, launching projects, Harambes and all that, you know. He has been also implicated in certain cases. Raila also has sworn himself in office, you know, tried so many. So there, you look at those, and then you determine, in your view, who is more likely to lead. Because all of them, the good thing is that both of these two gentlemen have had a chance, and we have seen what potential they have, and we can use that to judge what they could do in future. Secondly, if there are two people who don't have a history, then we look at what are they proposing. You know, it's unfortunate that now Raila has not come up with a policy document, but at least Ruto has come up with something called bottoms-up economics and the hustlers narrative, which seems to be getting a lot of ground. So we need to interrogate that and see, is it something that can be put into a policy document? Is it something that can really work, or it is just something that is a populist idea that may not really function very well? Now, back to the question asked.
Tom, let me ask you a question. Let me just ask you a question. Do you therefore think that Raila and Ruto have spoken to the needs you think should be addressed in this country? Because the question was quite straight. What would you advise them as leaders? What are the areas that should be tackled? What are the issues that should be fixed? We start from there.
I think Ruto is bringing an idea of economics. Though I don't entirely agree with the bottoms-up economy, because it's a very difficult thing to deal with, because the bottom is the majority. So when you talk about the bottom, are you going to raise them? And you know, it means that you have to tax the rich to target the poor. And then, which criteria are you going to use to target the poor that you're going to? And that is part of the problem that MPs have with the bursaries. You know, you have to choose which poor people you're going to target, and which criteria are you going to use to select the poor people, because they are the majority. I think that is a challenge that is there. And then, what is the guarantee that if you give a poor person a wheelbarrow or a motorbike, that money will still not find a way of getting back to the person at the top who is the rich? So those are some of the questions that need to be canvassed. But for you to be a good leader, the advice I would give is that you need to speak to the social, political, and economic. Most of the time we talk about the economics and political, we forget about the social. And that is one of the things that is helping America, because they speak about the social issues, like the issues surrounding, like now they're speaking about issues around the family. You know, for them it has even gone to issues like LGBTQ, human rights, and all those, which you don't speak about. No, most of the times you don't speak about the issues with the human rights, brutality. Of course, most of them are too extreme for them. But I think for a good leader, you have to be able to address political, economic, and social aspects of our lives. The economics is always the difficult part, because most of them come up with policy documents that are populist, but do not have, are very difficult to implement. Like, I can bet on you, this bottom-up economics is going to be very difficult. I am yet to see a country that has, I've heard Joe Biden, the US president, talking about it, but I am yet to see a country that has successfully implemented it. Economics where you target the people at the bottom and they find a way. You know, there are few people who could get their way to the top, but it is not something that is very easy to implement. So unfortunately, Raila has not given us his strategy. So it's very difficult to compare the two. I'm just saying based on what I've seen for Ruto, because that is what he's simply fronting. but we have not
Thank you,
seen
Tom.
Raila. No. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Wariahe, do you have something to say on the same? Wariahe.
Can I?
Yeah, how are
Can I
you?
ask
How
a
are you guys? How are you guys? Thanks for the show, and this shows, some of these shows, at least any, we discuss so many things here and there, but I don't know if somebody's taking a note of some of this stuff, because I come to these shows sometime, and what we discuss so much is about Raila and Ruto and this kind of stuff. We made sure that we had to call Magical Kenya to bring the Safari, to push this issue of the Safari rally and so many other stuff, And these kind of things are very important for the country. At least, they bring so many things. But every day discussing about Raila and Ruto and this kind of thing. I don't think if we are doing something, we are doing anything tangible here. But from the discussion from the way I had from your discussions, I can see that Kenya is geared toward whatever the elections and it's like this referendum, this BBI, I don't think if it's going to, I don't know, Ayaga na hiyo group wana push sana hii mambo ya BBI, lakini sioni kama hiyo BBI itaenda mahali. Hiyo kitu ni from what we had from the coast today mnaenda kaona stars mingi sana, lakini muzoeage, yani hatuwezi kuwa na 2 elections in 1 year, we don't have that money, we don't have, the economy is poor. Walimu hawajalipo, unasikia pesa ya April ndo sasa ndo nalipwa April, alafu unaongea juu ya BBI na unaongea juu ya election nyingine. IBC hata wana pesa, wanaanza kutafuta pesa sasa from UNDP. Well, what is happening with this country? How is this country being managed? But sisi wakati yetu zamani sana tulikuwa tunapewa vitabu na kalamu za bure. Sasa hii shule yenyewe ndio expensive, shule yenyewe unalipia. Sisi tulikuwa tunapewa free during 80s. What is happening with this country? Hii country inaonekana inaanza kwenda vibaya, na hii issue ya kukutana Raila, Ruto, Uhuru, hii mambo ya kuzungushana hiyo area. Alfred Mutua leo nilikuwa nasikia akiongea, anaongea sifi, yani kama ametoka mbinguni, na yeye mwenyewe ni what do you call mtoto wa kuku, yani vifaranga, I don't know what you call. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. Atanasema ati Ruto angekuwa mzuri, aendelee vizuri, aendelee na Uhuru, atangepata kiti. Si Kalonzo alikuwa hapo hiyo miaka yote na Kibaki, bora hajapewa kiti. Sasa Alfred Mutua sijui ametoka upande gani. Sasa some of these things we need to talk to these things, in a very nice way, in a sober way. Si mtu anakuja kujifanya ati ametoka mbinguni ama nini. We know the problems in Kenya. The problems in Kenya, number 1 ni economy, number 2 ni economy, number 3 ni economy. Na hiyo economy haiwezi kufanya without administration. Kuna issue ya corruption. Kenya has a lot of money as compared mali kama hapa sasa, kama Dubai tuko. Ukiangalia pesa ile Kenya iko naye, I'm very much sure iko na pesa mingi hata kuruka kushinda hata Dubai, lakini mismanagement. So hii mambo ya kuongea juu ya Raila ama mambo ya kuongea juu ya Ruto, I think kama tungekuwa na mtu anaweza kuhandle hiyo economy. Mi huwa naambiaga watu at least Ruto anaiba 10%, au wengine anaiba 90%. At least mtu kama Ruto anaweza kuibia 10% na kurudishia pesa kidogo out of that 10%, na hiyo 90% atafanya naye kazi vizuri. Lakini kuna watu wanataka kuiba 100% bwana. Sasa Wariahe ile shida iko Kenya.
Wariahe. Sasa wewe Wariahe, yani umekosa option kabisa, mpaka unafadhalisha mwizi huyu other than the other thief. Unaona afadhali huyu mwizi kuliko wale wezi wengine. Hakuna mtu ambaye si mwizi.
Kila mtu ni mwizi hapa Kenya. Afadhali yule mwizi unajua anakuibia 10% na 90% itafanya kazi, kuliko yule mtu anakuibia 100% na unakufa na njaa hapo.
I think the teams should be responding to the questions rather than going to other things that are not relevant to the question.
Can I talk about this? Yes.
Wariahi is a good friend of mine, and sometimes he used
Can I
to
can I talk about this issue
and
of bottom up?
kiasi tu Arnold.
Yeah. This issue of
Wariahi
bottom up economy.
Arnold, tulia kidogo, ni Ayaga naongea kidogo tu.
Okay. Wariahi is a good friend of mine, and sometimes Wariahi he always enters here with a lot of feelings. He is not even answering the question you are discussing. He has jumped from BBI to Ruto to whatever, and he is telling us that whatever maybe he never pay attention for the contribution of yesterday, only for today because the lawyers he think will stop reggae. We are talking today. It is very hard. That thing is very hard. The decision that court is going to make is very hard. They were talking of initiators. There is even no law. Tom will tell you there is no law that you will initiate. There is no word called initiators in law. Which law? It is only enactors and promoters. But let us stop that there for now. Go and read Constitution. It is only initiator and enactor. That appellate, the High Court was talking about initiator. I don't know where they got that word. And you guys are celebrating the High Court ruling. Harvey was there with this team in High Court. I don't think Uhuru was represented in court. And I heard his lawyer saying he was not even served with court papers. Yet he was mentioned advanced. So those guys were arguing themselves against themselves. I don't know even who supported Raila or Raila Odinga at High Court. Is when the case is going on, my friend. Today you've seen Orengo there, Tiende Amolo there, Akina Martha Karua, a group of lawyers are there. But by that time, it was these activists, the Harveys, the Martha Karuas, the Kindikis. They were alone. You cannot give your case alone, win alone, and celebrate alone, and say, now we are happy. Now they are facing, tomorrow they will face the rebuttal. That rebuttal exchange is when you will know where case is going. And that's why I say I better not talk about the BI today. Because if they were nullify that because Uhuru is an initiator, there is no word called initiator in the law. It's only enactors and promoters. What these people make is one thing which is wrong. Akinawariahi. They join the handshake and the bill. The handshake and the bill is two different things. And we told them separate these things long time ago. In fact, for them, they joined the handshake, the bill, and the 2022. So they join it together. And we told them, stop. The handshake ends. The handshake ends. And the bill. Talk about the bill. And
so
separate.
Ayaga, you do you think BBI is not a political tool in any way?
My friend, referendum is a political tool. Referendum is a political organization. There is no referendum that has been organized by church leaders around the world. Tell me one if you. Referendums are political, even one for the tax. The tax referendum in the US, like
Ayaga, I beg to differ.
Please give me 1 minute. A referendum law that was done on tax. The poor were cheated that we will only tax the rich. So you vote in this to punish the rich. When the referendum on tax was passed, they realized they were being taxed. And that is the same idea, populist idea that William is using today at the bottom up. You know, these big boys have been eating from up here. Now I will come to you. That is a persuasion way. That is not even a policy. Raila Odinga has have a policy. Raila Odinga, when he joined politics in 1997, running for president, Tom, for your information, He had a tractor as a symbol. What was that tractor? Infrastructure. Raila is still preaching in infrastructure up to date. He has never changed. In politics, you only find a policy and then you stick to it until the end. But this populist idea of which tomorrow it will be kumira, tomorrow it will be laptops, tomorrow it will be bottom up, tomorrow it will be this and that. No. It can't work. It has no police. It will change in 2027. It will come with another police. Have one policy. I love Musalia Mudavadi. He has always been talking about uchumi. He has a policy. He has been talking about uchumi. Uchumi, including a bottom up. A bottom up is not even uchumi. It's not even economics. Is what? Is it that is not a policy. That is a statement. A very simple thing in economics. And then you want to promote it as if that thing is what are going to turn the tables of economics in this country. To develop a country and tell so going from
even as we invite Ashley to make some comments, I never expected you to mention Mudavadi here, because at some point, when you read,
become later.
Ayaga, I didn't expect you to mention Mudavadi because when you're rating leaders, Mudavadi never appeared on your top 10. But now, as you're making your defense, you're bringing him in as one of the most consistent persons in terms of policy. Why the change of
Changa? I was talking about reformism. So when you come with a policy, they join politics and stick by it is only Musalia Mudavadi again with Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is infrastructure, Musalia Mudavadi ni uchumi. Period. The rest, they will tell you this. After 5 years, they jump to another thing. Those are not policies. Those are populist statements. The way Tom was calling them, populist.
Nelson.
Thank you. It's quite coincidental that I've just come in when Yaga was making his statements. Reading from the topic that was there before everything, it was saying which way for BBI. Coming here, I heard Ayaga now talking about the current political leaders with policies and those with no policies, mentioning Raila that he has had a very consistent policy about the tractor, changing from time to time, mentioning Mudavadi to be having a policy about uchumi, economy, and mentioning that Ruto doesn't have a policy. Which way for BBI? Going with the legal battles that we are now seeing at the Court of Appeal, it is my feeling and opinion, which I totally will accept and even respect any other person's opinion, that chances are very high that the ruling that was made will be upheld. Reason being, for the very first time, the only person that I saw his eloquency and mastery of law and even factual presentations not shivering was James Orengo. But for Otiende Molo, Otiende based his arguments on rumors and fictitious points that he just made up for him to make sense. Least of all the people that I expected to even stand before the people and say that initiators and promoters of BBI is Junet Mohammed and Waweru. was Otiende Amolo. This is a guy who was almost branded a name when Ayaga is almost escaping. Why can't he come back? when he said that the entire process is unconstitutional, and he was even threatened by Mbadi through removal from the jailer committee of the House. So in the first place, Otiende Amolo rubbished the bill. He said that it was unconstitutional and it was not protected under the thresholds of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, and that it did not meet the thresholds and requirements of a referendum since it was not considered and it was not mirrored as a popular initiative, simply because he understood pretty well what a popular initiative is, how a popular initiative should be initiated, the promoters of a purported popular initiative bill, who they should be. It's all about Wanjiku. And Otiende Amolo, in his submission, I remember that day specifically well when he told John Mbadi that he is not a lawyer and he has never stepped in any school of law, so he wanted to teach him some law. He told the parliament that, however, there is a lacuna that what is unconstitutional can still be amended to become constitutional. I don't understand how BBI was going to be amended, yet it was still a bill. I was so shocked to see his presentation because, to be honest, he could not even answer a simple question as to how the IEBC was supposed or is supposed to verify the validity and the authenticity of a voter being, of the signatures of a voter being, giving his go ahead and know-how and all that, like giving his okay of the signatures. And he brought in something that really gagged him a lot, talking about the unique what? Identifiers, unique identifiers, which still Otiende Amolo could not substantiate these unique identifiers. And I love the lady who presented today. She now elongated a little bit further and said some of these unique identifiers are things like biometrics, fingerprints, DNAs, voices, and many others, because we purportedly said that our country was already talking about electronic voting process, meaning all these unique identifiers talking about thumbprints, DNA, vocals, and the rest, they are also captured by IBC, which we all agree was not in any place when the IBC and the BBI team committee were collecting signatures and the verifications. That in itself indicates a lot. And the lie, one thing is that, first of all, this thing has pros and cons. We all have to agree that what is happening in Kenya currently, the discussion of BBI at the Court of Appeal currently, is one unique thing that rarely happens in a third world country, which is a developing country. Only happens in some developed countries. Like, we are now having a game of minds, a game of intellectuals. People are now reasoning out. Even the president himself has a team representing him. This is something we rarely see in Africa and even in the entire world. But again, we have to agree, and we also have to appreciate the fact that BBI process was not, mirrored within the confines of our constitution. The only reason as to why I said Orengo is the only one who at least made his presentation with some sense is because he only challenged the judges that even the 2010 constitution did not follow the same procedures or legal framework and structures that they are talking about today, since it was a political tool. And I've always said in this platform time and again that BBI was a political tool that is anchored upon getting a political solution to political problems that we have in this country. And therefore, political tools do not have to be mirrored, or rather do not have to be sheltered under prisms of the Constitution. That is the only argument that we can have. However, the promulgation of 2010 Constitution, of our 2010 Constitution, really gagged a lot of these amendments and bill introductions and referendum. And that is the key thing here is the BBI is supposed to be subjected to a referendum, and that is the key thing. That is even the reason as to why a lot of things are being questioned in the court and all that. The validity, the popular initiative, who is the promoter, what is the role of a president, when does he ceases to be just a common president, and Nelson Harvey called him today a superior mortal and a minor mortal, if I'm not wrong, if I'm not far off from what he said. So in my humble opinion and feeling, I feel that the Court of Appeal, chances are high that the Court of Appeal will uphold the ruling that was given prior, that was nullifying the BBI bill. Simply because even the judges themselves are also Kenyans. They live in this country. They know what happens. They know the role of Junet and Waweru. They know that these are just but secretariats. They know that the president himself during Madaraka Day gave a speech and said, we initiated BBI. We, the president even included himself. If at all Junet and Waweru do not control the executive, the BBI procedures and everything needed not to be published through a gazette notice, which is not a Nairobian magazine, by the way. Neither is it a Daily Nation or a Standard magazine. A gazette notice simply means the full powers of the state and the executive are seen into a process. Now, onto policies. You know, I kind of smiled a little bit. Sorry, allow me to finish kidogo.
Okay.
My friend and my brother Ayaga talked about people with policies, people with statements, people with. What Ayaga doesn't know is that actually this is the same problem that Ayaga is having is the same problem that Raila is having, and the same problem that the likes of Kalonzo are also having. You dismiss Ruto a lot. You think that Ruto doesn't know anything or doesn't understand anything that you understand. My friend, let me tell you, if at all there is anybody mwenye amejipanga with policies than even what you think where you're seated, is that person, William Samoei Ruto. I've always said, I'm neither here nor there. I'm not pro Ruto, I'm not pro Raila, I'm not pro Kalonzo. But I'm just saying facts as they are. If you think that talking about a bottom-up approach is not a policy enough, then Ayaga, you are in a very big problem. If you think that somebody being consistent with infrastructure, 20 years in politics, infrastructure, then that is the only person who is consistent and he is the only person who has a policy, you have a very big problem. If you think that being consistent with talking about issues economy, and when you are put to be the minister of that finance, you can't even rescue that the same economy you've been preaching as your policy, Ayaga, you have a very big problem. And the only thing that I can tell you, my friend, is that please start to analyze these people and look at the leader who has the best interest of you as a young person in this country, who thinks about you, someone who talks about something that resonates well with you. Other than that, you will, you and me and any other person will have a big problem so far as thinking what is presumed to be a policy and what is presumed not to be a policy is concerned.
Thank you, Nelson. Thank you, Nelson.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson. Thank you, Nelson.
Hello.
Just a minute.
I've been waiting. I'm the only one who
Is this
hasn't
one Joy?
spoken. I've been here.
Is that one Joy or Ashley?
Speaking.
No, I some lady speak from the background. Is that one Ashley or Joy?
Ashley.
Oh, Ashley, please.
Instead of
Yeah, but there's some very bad somebody's okay. So can I talk or someone else? Because I haven't talked and I've been here longest.
It is you now. It is you now.
Okay, it wouldn't actually be long. I was going to comment on something I had repeatedly about Uhuru being a citizen, even though he's a president, and them asking why can he not be allowed to participate in the popular initiative. And my research on the popular initiative told me that the popular initiative is for citizens, the electorate. When they want to change or amend the constitution, something in the constitution, that is the route they take. They go through the popular initiative. The reason any elected official cannot also participate is because they also have their own way. They can go through the parliamentary initiative. And as Otienda said in court, the parliamentary initiative has a higher bar than the popular, because the popular, people like me or people who do not know law are allowed to make some, like the way he can say, they can propose an unconstitutional, something unconstitutional to be considered to become constitutional. They are allowed to do that because they are the people, they are the electorate. But so the reason I think our elected leaders were choosing to go that way is because they wanted to put those unconstitutional issues in the BBI. And the reason they are not allowed to, and I didn't hear, I read it somewhere, I don't have the notes in front of me. I was trying to look for them. Unfortunately, I don't have them with me, but it explained that when elected officials use the popular initiative, it is easy for them to manipulate it. So that provision is given there for the regular people, the electorate. But the elected ones have the parliamentary system to use if they want to change anything in the constitution, because I know that came up so often that isn't he a citizen? Isn't he us denying him his right, discriminating against Uhuru by claiming that he cannot bring about a popular initiative? The reason no elected official should use, according to what I read, and I think they were basing it, I think, on a law that was from, I'm still looking for it, from France or Switzerland. One of those they were explaining about, and I know Ayaga had said that no country has used the popular initiative. Actually, in the US, they use it a lot in California, because like in the US, each state, like each county, can make laws for their county and propose them to become law. And once you're able to get enough signatures, it can actually be added on the ballot, mostly during elections. So they don't just go barely to do an election, like a referendum. They add it, like if there's an election coming up. Like if the elected officials make a law that you don't like, the VAT, when they increase the VAT, this is, I'm going to research more so we can know what our rights are. When they increased and said that the VAT is going to 15%, these activists or even people like you and me can propose a popular initiative where we do not like what our elected leaders are doing, and then we go around and come up with it doesn't just have to be about the election. It can be about an issue, about education. It can be about university education, and you say we don't want to pay. If you can collect enough signatures, you can put it on the ballot so that people can choose if they want for college to be paid or public universities to be paid or not. So that's why one of the lawyers or one of the judges or the judges say that they have to be individual, yes or no. And that is correct. You can't pile them up together. They are put separate because each of them addresses a separate issue. And that is where the dishonesty comes in BBI. When you lump them up together, so someone says, I am going to vote for BBI because it has the 35%. And someone else says, I want the BBI because it's giving me constituencies. And then the people who are proposing this are leaders. And what they've tucked in there is those expanded executive. What they've tucked in there is constituencies that they cannot tell you how they decided where they are going to be, and that is the dishonesty in the BBI. And as long as you and me continue to support the leaders that are being dishonest, today your leader might be the powerful one who will be able to be dishonest. Tomorrow it is going to be someone else. So until we, the majority of Kenyans, say no, someone was talking about a revolution. A revolution does not have to be on blood. They say pen and paper, which is mightier? Is the paper, if the pen mightier than the sword? The pen is mightier than the sword. What do we mean by the pen? It is understanding, information. If we come, like, let me tell you what we need to do. We need to sponsor money. We need to give people civil education so they can make decisions from knowledge. Like someone, Nelson talked about looking at the person who is speaking to you, looking at the person who is fighting for you, for what you need. If you fight for the person who is fighting for you, that tribal leader will have to style up and start addressing your needs so that you can choose them. And then when we do that, we benefit. But as long as we keep supporting people to go and eat, while your children cannot go to school, while your child cannot go to college after high school, and they are being able to take their children to Switzerland, well, when they get sick, they can take their children or themselves to Nairobi hospital, while you cannot, you have to come on social media to ask us for money. Next time, think, if I get sick, if my child gets sick, can I call Ruto? Can I call Raila? Can I call Uhuru? Can I call Kalonzo? Then, if I'm told expanded government will make me feel like I'm in the government, I am paying taxes. Do I want to feel like I'm in the government, or do I want to be in the government? Do I want my tax to work for me? Do I want my tax to work for me? How does your tax work for you? When they take that tax money, they need to put it in education. They need to put it in healthcare. So it doesn't matter whether it is Ruto. Is he putting that money in the healthcare? Is he putting money in education? Is it now roads? Yes, we can have roads, and people, like, if you have road and it's good, but you're sick, you cannot afford hospital. What are you going to do about the road? Should the road come before the hospital or the hospital before the road? Should we be expanding government, or should you be using our scarce resources to take care, to address the gaping economic problems we have? We have so little money. In fact, what a good leader who cares about me, who cares about you, the small person. We are not talking about dynasties. We are talking about the many poor people, because I may be doing well, but if I'm doing well and my family is poor, guess what? All my money will go to them, so I won't do as good as I would if they were able to support themselves. So some people say, where are you involved? You're abroad, you're wherever, you're doing, I might, like Duke. Is it Duke or Duke? He is an engineer, but if he's the only engineer in the family and everybody else is jobless, see how it affects you? Because when you give them, then you can't be at that standard that you would be if you weren't supporting anyone. If you only gave gifts and not sustain people, how can you have your own family and then you have another family that is not yours to take care of? So this is what affects us. So we say, I want to see Davadi there so that even we Luyas can eat. I am a Kikuyu. I have never had $1 or even 1 shilling from Uhuru. I have never benefited from him. Do I know people? My uncle sings for him, had 2 songs. So he eats. Do I see him? No.
Thank you, Ashley.
So I haven't finished. I waited too long. So I'm just going to say this. When we say we want, Kikuyus have been there too long. Which Kikuyus? It is Kenyatta. It is Kibaki. I have nothing to do with them. Have you ever seen how many Kikuyus are on social media borrowing money because their children cannot go to school? Do you know how many prostitutes are Kikuyu? Do you know how many people in Qatar are Kikuyu? And their president is Kikuyu. So let us not use tribe that we cannot allow another Kikuyu. What do you mean? We need to stop being stupid. If you went to school up to Form 4, you have the intelligence to know better. Let us argue intelligently. Thank you.
Mr. Kapchanga. Mr. Kapchanga.
Okay. Hi. I'm here. Hello.
Hello, Joy. Carry on.
Joy. Joy seems not to be ready. Ambrose?
Okay, thank you. Hope I am audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. So, the first thing I would like to say on this is, as I speak, I am a Raila supporter, by the way, but it comes a time when even your supporter might mess up, and I will not have to follow because my supporter is doing that, so I have to follow it. You realize that when we are approaching election, there are formations. I will not have to. There are formations to hand that post, and various political leaders use various strategies to hand those posts. So when there was that issue of election, rigging of election, and Raila and Uhuru came into a handshake. They came in a handshake we thought it was for the sake of peace, but the handshake was for the sake of self-satisfaction. And that's why after the handshake, they gave birth to a tool that is currently hitting our senior counsels at court, defending it, and some are opposing it. But from my end, I am constitutionally illiterate, but theoretically, I say BBI is not suitable for us. And I've been following the court proceedings since day one, and I just saw Orengo is very smart constitution-wise, but for the first time I saw him struggling at the Court of Appeal. It's not easy. It's not easy for you to formulate a lie and try to collect necessary proofs for your lie. It's not easy. But Orengo and Otienda Amolo, they tried. They tried to formulate the lies. They tried to use history, and they used history as the lies and the proof for the lies. But the thing is, BBI is not healthy for this nation, especially for the current state the country is enduring. You realize? Sorry.
Thank you, Ambrose. Thank you for your comments. would we as a team, would we avoid generalities and say and speak exactly what is so bad about this BBI and what is so good about it? By so doing, we shall present.
I was just
Sorry?
coming there. I was just coming there.
Continue.
Okay. So I was saying it's not healthy for Kenyans because you realize that if I told the bill was formed to solve the issue of that is violence, post-election violences, then you realize that it is not solving at all. When, let me say, for example, now Raila has won the presidential election, and now that Raila's team was maybe Raila, Joho, Oparanya, Mudavadi, Kalonzo, then they distribute the seats, those posts that have been provided by the BBI bill. They give Mudavadi maybe prime minister, Joho deputy prime minister, Kalonzo is given so and so. And then you realize, for example, we take somebody like Ruto. When he loses it, I'm just using an example. Then they tell Ruto, you have been given opposition office. Don't you think there will be no election violence? There must be violence because those who went to vote for Ruto will not be comfortable. There's no provision that those who supported Ruto have been considered and given a certain seat, because I'm 100% sure that the moment one of them take it, he will distribute those seats among themselves. They won't distribute to the opposition party. So this is 100% sure that after election, there must be violence. But if they could have said, one party will be given the president and the deputy president, and the other party, the losing party, will be given the prime minister and the deputy prime minister, that could have made some sense. But what this bill proposed, totally at that point, it doesn't make sense. Two, you realize that when you want to know that this purely a political tool, they could have given it time. But that's the speed at which they are undertaking this BBI thing. It's very fast. There is no even that intense public creation of public awareness. They are rushing it. They are trying to chase time basing on the date of 2022 election, which will end up because you will go to vote, but for that referendum, but you are not sure what are the contents. I remember, for me, that's 2010. We had those copies. Even my dad had a copy, my mom had a copy, everybody at home had a copy. But for this BBI, the only copy that I have access, that soft copy. That's through my phone or a computer. But not everybody has a computer or a phone. Some just have these small phones that won't even open that PDF. So you realize that some people will go to vote, but they are not sure what are the content of that bill.
Ambrose.
So for that, yes.
Ambrose.
Yes.
Would you be kind enough to tell us anything about that BBI document? Would you be kind enough
Sorry?
to mention an item or two? Would you be kind enough?
Yes.
To mention an item or BBI document that you think is good for this country?
Okay, thank you. I can say it has items that are good for this country. For instance, increasing the allocation of funds, but it is theoretically good. It's theoretically good because we don't know what will happen after election when that at 5% will reach the county. But theoretically, before it has passed, it's good. That at 5% to the counties, it's good because it will improve the developments at county level. That's fine. Increasing of constituencies, it's fine because when somebody's managing a small constituency, it will be easier for him or her to manage. But then distribution of allocation of these constituencies is also an issue. You realize that some areas have been allocated more constituencies than others. So you realize that will also be a problem. But if it could have been done equally, that's fine. I think I'll give somebody else a chance.
Maybe I can come in. I don't know whether the host has disappeared. Just have maybe one thing to mention. I think there are
Okay,
certain
Tom. Okay, Tom.
Thank you. I think in our submission, it's also important for us to distinguish between the legal issues that are arising that will make it difficult for the BBI to pass. For example, the issues that have been raised in court. So that is why it is difficult for the BBI to go through. And then there are also certain issues which are not necessarily legal, but are things that we as individuals do not like. Like, for example, increasing the funding to counties. It is not unnecessarily, it is something that people do not, there are people who don't like it because it means that we may have to go through more borrowing to fund the counties. We may need to increase the taxes to increase the allocation to counties because there is no money at the national government. So we don't necessarily like it, but it may not be a legal issue that would be used to stop the BBI. So there are some of the issues. So when we are looking at it, we also distinguish whether it's the legal or just the issues we deal with. Now, on one of the things that has been, I think Nelson mentioned, which is also important to note. It's also important for us to note that in our submissions is that when we are giving our submissions, it is also important for us to know that just because the lower court said something about BBI, gave a verdict on BBI, may not necessarily mean that is final.
It's a superior court, Tom. A superior court, not a lower court.
No, in this case, it is lower. The High Court is lower than the Court of Appeal.
It will still be superior. The Court of Appeal remains a Court of Appeal. A superior court is a superior court. Even the learned lawyers are addressing it as a superior court ruling, Tom.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just saying in the context. I was speaking in English and not necessarily in legal terms, but it's okay. Yeah, I agree with you. What I was saying is that we may not necessarily use it as a true verdict. Like I'm seeing people are saying, Harvey was saying this and Orengo was saying this, and then you decide to pick Harvey's word as the right one and Orengo's as the wrong one, or Orengo as being right and Harvey is wrong. I think when we are giving our submission, it's so important for us to mention that it may not necessarily mean that the person who is supporting what the High Court gave as a verdict is necessarily giving what will eventually be the verdict of the court. And then lastly on this, I would also say that it is very difficult for the BBI, in my view also, for the BBI to go through the court process, because there are almost about 18 issues that have been raised that the High Court actually raised. 18 issues of concern thereabout. Most of them are related. And it will be very difficult for the BBI to go through. You will need to at least convince the court to reverse almost all these issues, which is not very easy. And that means that even if there are two substantial issues that, even if you manage to reverse most of them and you're left with one or two, it is still difficult for you to get a positive verdict, because even one issue could be used to overturn, to maintain the status quo. And this is an issue that I think is related, because you see, we have had previous speakers have said that I think the petitioners were struggling, and they were struggling based on the idea that, you know, they were saying the president is not the promoter of the BBI, which in the eyes of many Kenyans is very true, because we saw who was pushing for the BBI, and it is obvious that it was being pushed by the president and the former prime minister. But there is also a submission from the president's lawyers that the president also should enjoy his rights as a citizen, because that is something for me which was very difficult. And in my view, also saw Nelson Harvey's team also struggled a little bit with that, because I had one of the judges asked him, because, you know, chapter 1 of the constitution, I think article 2, it says something to the effect that the power rests on the people, and the people can exercise that power through either directly or through their elected representatives. And I think the question that Harvey was asked was whether, if the president felt that maybe the parliament was going rogue, can't
Tom, can I comment? Because you need to be very careful not to be sub judice, because remember, when a matter is before a court, you're prohibited from discussing it in any public forum. So you can just make observation, but you cannot. I think it's wrong to go into details. You're going too far towards being sub judice.
Okay, I stand guided. Okay. Okay. To finalize it in a more general manner, so that I don't become sub judice, is if the court allows the president to exercise his powers, to exercise his rights as a citizen, then it automatically nullifies the idea that the president can initiate, because, you know, if the court agrees that, you know, as a president you can exercise your power, your rights as a citizen, to initiate a referendum or an amendment of the constitution, then it becomes relevant whether it was started by the president or whether it was started by Junet Mohammed. So I think that is one thing I needed to put clear. Thank you. I stand corrected.
Who is the moderator? Can I contribute? I am the last person to come in, if that's okay.
How are you, everybody? Nancy, how are you?
I'm good, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you very much for coming in.
Good to see you, Pastor.
Please go ahead with your contribution. I've been asked to moderate, and I'm still finding my way. So go ahead, please, Nancy.
Okay, thank you. Right, I have a few points to make. I don't want to discuss the points, but I'll just make observation, because as I said, when a matter is in court, we are prohibited from discussing them on public forums, because not to influence the outcome of but to me, whoever doesn't know me, I'm Nancy. I do not support BBI 1 inch. I object it with all my vein in my body, with all my arteries, everything. I object it. It's the wrong time. We need to be discussing about COVID-19, the economic situation of Kenyans who do not have jobs. The president should be concentrating on how he's going to vaccinate Kenyans so that everybody can go back to business. Looking at other countries, even where I am now, from 19th of June, we are not going to be wearing masks. We will observe social distances, but no mask, no sanitizers. Our life is going back to normal. This is the reason why the timing is wrong. The BBI can come later when we are a more stable community without a pandemic on our doorstep. So I have a few observations to make, which to me, for one, I must say that I felt let down by my senior counsel, Otiende Amolo. He's one of those guys that I've always thought, if he stood for presidency, I'm giving him my vote. But since he stood there and told us that the president was not the promoter of the BBI, it was Dennis Wawero and Junet Mohammed. It broke my heart. As usual, politicians in Kenya are taking Kenyans for a ride and for the fools. The next person who I'm disappointed with is the AG. The AG said that the reason why we could not have a multiple referendum question is because we have 7.8 million Kenyans who are illiterate. And yet, he took that bill to the same Kenyans to append their signatures saying they understand what they're changing in the constitution. What a contradictory of submission. So I listened to Harvey and I listened to Esther Angwa and I listened to my learned senior counsel Orengo. Some of the arguments from the appellants were so pedestrian when it came to basic structure. For me, the person who did it today was Kithule Kindiki. He destroyed the basic structure doctrine. You cannot be changing 74, making 74 amendments and yet remain with a constitution that is not completely altered. I do not know what the judges will say, but I think this idea of basic structure doctrine is somewhere the appellant struggled to argue their point. And again, the other issue is the president as a citizen. Come on, guys, you cannot have the executive power and then you want the constituent power. I'm keen on what the judges will say, because it's either you're an executive. An example was given when he went to Hague for 60 hours. He gave his took all the powers and gave it bestowed on Ruto. If he wanted to be Awanjiku, for me, it was obvious he knows what to do. That is somewhere that I'm looking forward to the judges telling us where to go, because it was an interesting argument from both sides. Again, the other issue that I have with this is the Gazette notice, use of public funds. Surely, you cannot be a Wanjiku and have all this money using taxpayers' money and then use the official government communication line to communicate about the steering committee in regards to the BBI, and then you say somebody else called Jeanette. And again, please guys, let's wake up. Let's stop. These politicians need to stop treating us like fools. What they're telling us is a lie. At least I expected them to own up to the fact and actually say we were doing this in good faith, trying to perpetuate peace in our country. The next one was Wanjiku's participation. Look at the judgment with the Tana River, where the judge actually stopped the whole process, saying there was no participation. An example was given about Siaya County. They passed a bill within 24 hours. How many people in Siaya County did they make the decision at night? Was the public participation took place at night or during the day or before the bill landed at the county assembly? So our politicians are taking us for a ride, and I think that we need to wake up. I'm not saying that if you support BBI, you're not right, and I'm not saying I'm right, but even there, the issue was voter registration. We had that the last time the voter registration was done was 2019. So all the people who are dead and those who have gone, who become over 18 for the last 2 years, their details do not appear. They were asked to explain. IBC Moigai, Gazi Moigai, who is a senior lawyer, struggled to explain how he verified the signatures. So guys, let's wake up.
Differentiate between mass voter registration and voter registration.
Let me tell you.
I think there is continuous voter registration, but mass voter registration is what was done last.
No, they were asked to prove continuous voter registration. The register that they had as their evidence was last updated 2019. All I'm saying to you guys, our politicians have been taking us for a ride. They've lied under the oath. And I will be so surprised. I'm not saying that some points were not valid.
Let others mute their mics. There are social mute them. Tom, Bernard, and Nelson, mute your mics.
I would want to think that some of the issues are open and blatant for our judges to see. So for me, I still stand where I stand. BBI is not right for Kenya. Wanjiku, me and you can start an initiative. Our executive cannot have the power and practice that power. So guys, let's wake up. Let's protect our constitution. Let's stand for the right thing. Let's stand for democracy.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Ashley requested to give a quote before Ayaga, please. Where are you, Ashley?
I'm right here. So I've seen many people comment about the two tribes leading. I want to say this. Martin Luther King Jr. said, I look to a day when people will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. And I say the same about our country. We are not talking about skin. I look for the day when people will not be judged by the tribe they come from, but the content of their character and their policies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Ayaga is your turn. Nelson,
No. Can you Bernard, one second, just 1 second.
Okay, take it.
There is a guy who's told me to go to bed that I've drunk konyagi. I would want to answer you and tell you, come on the debate. Let us debate one another. Let's not abuse one another. Come on. I'm happy to debate you, my darling.
Okay.
Thank you, Nancy. Ayaga, please.
Hi, Nancy. How are you? Long time.
Hello, my husband. How are you? Oh, you're good?
Umenitupa.
Tutaongea offline.
Sawa, asante. Ashley angeambia hao wengine wenye hawakusoma history ati that is the last public address by Luther Jr. Martin Luther King Luther Jr. That is the last speech he made, alafu he was killed in a few days.
It was not. It was not.
It was.
That was not the last one. The last one he spoke about having seen the mountaintop, and he said that
I have a dream.
I have our fathers, Ayaga.
It wasn't the last one.
Then the one he appeared, the following day was killed. Get me right. So that's aside. Today, even I didn't want to interrupt Nelson because I didn't want to go to issues that are before court. But because I realized Nelson wanted me to drag me in that direction, but I dodged it. But what Nelson did not also notice that the question he was saying Otiende Amolo refused to answer, it was asked. The question belongs to IBC, and Eric Gumbo was the one to answer that. And I think Eric Gumbo answered that perfectly. You know, when lawyers, how they are preparing, when you are preparing for a case, you are preparing for something you are going to talk about. At that moment, even if you are asked, what is your wife's name, you might fathom by mentioning his or her name. So when a judge, what you didn't realize that a judge asked someone, a lawyer, a wrong question. Amukuona hiyo, lakini ni sawa. Ni sawa.
Tuambie swali gani, tuambie swali gani ilikuwa mbaya. Don't tell us that. Give us exact details, please.
How is IBC were using the unique identifiers? That question was for IBC lawyers, not for Otiende Amolo. And I think
Otiende Amolo, who brought the question? Who brought about
how participation was done and how signatures were verified? That's why he was asked that question. If he had not submitted on it,
It's
the judge,
Otiende Amolo who brought up the issue of unique identifiers, not even the
Yes,
judges, not even
not
that
even the
Gumbo. It is
judges, it's
Otiende Amolo
him.
who brought that by himself. So you can't bring an issue that you can't really substantiate and answer into perfection before a court of law. You only talk about something you can easily answer and you're comfortable with.
Okay,
And
senior,
Ayaga, did you
senior.
tell us that Otiende Amolo is your MP?
Now,
I will not go.
are you people not discussing what is before the court?
I will not.
I thought we are avoiding that kind of discourse.
Council Nelson, I will not.
Guided by our senior counsel, Nancy.
Yeah, I will not go. I will not. Wacheni tu niendelee na
Our
my
discussion is very tricky. It's
Yeah,
like saying we don't have to to vote based on tribal, and then again we are also going back there.
Okay. I think let's make progress. Ayaga utamaliza submission.
Bado. Yeah.
Okay,
Lakini Ayaga nikuulize,
summarize so that we move.
Ayaga, is Otiende Amolo your MP?
Yes, from Rareda constituency.
I need to give you a memo, my brother, to take to him.
No, don't give me. Don't give me. Let us wait for verdict. You know, what you guys are preparing us, and I always know how Tanga guys are behaving. I'm sorry for calling you that. You know, when my brothers from Tanga, whenever they are coming here, they will tell you, no, number one, I used to support Tribal, like the one Ambrose who was here. And he was asked a simple question. Tell me one thing that is good in BBI and even a thing that is bad in BBI. The guy was just fumbling. He has not even read the document. So they will come here telling you, you know, I'm a supporter of Raila to seek a sympathy for us not to interfere with their contribution. And again, people like Nelson, they will come here telling us now, I'm here, not there. You can't be a polyandry. There is no polyandering in politics. Politics, you have to have a stand. Your conscience should lead you. You can't say I'm near here nor there. If you are near or there, what are you doing in politics? This is a political forum. Then where are you? We are not in church. We are doing biblical things. Then stop talking about politics. You have to have a stand in politics, my brother. Don't behave in a polyandry way in politics. The people will blame you as a person who is valueless in politics. You have to have a stand. You are in Tanga. You are advancing all what we are saying is good for you. I'm happy that a Luo from Migori is supporting William. I'm very, very happy for you. Why can't you just be open and say, yeah, I'm in UDA and I'm happy for you? I will be happy. Nothing, I will not gag you. We have also some people from Central are supporting Raila Odinga.
Ayaga, you have to stop boxing people.
Yeah.
Stop boxing people in your boxes. Talk on your behalf, please.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Please let Ayaga finish his submission. We move forward. I beg.
Nelson addressed me directly, not the forum here. He addressed me directly. So I'm also addressing him directly. Yes. In the issue of passing, in the issues of Siaya County, passed BBI in one day. It is only in Siaya County where we have 42 MCAs, members of county assembly. They all have degree. Some people are still struggling like Baringo. That's why they took a lot of time, because I realized that like half of our class 8. So a class 8 will take like 100 days to sum a simple document. In Sia, they all have degree. They are 42. They have all degree. You can go to whatever you check. And that's, as a degree person, did this thing with kidogo, hii nitasoma dakika kama mbili na hiyo kitu itaisha. Don't blame us in Siaya bwana. Don't blame us.
Those are members of parliament, not a common person.
The question was,
the common person is not members of parliament. So those who have degrees are the leaders.
I have not had any member or any resident in any part of Siaya County, either Rareda constituency where I'm coming from, Bondo constituency, Game constituency, Alego Usonga constituency, Ugenya Ugunja constituencies, a resident complaining that he has not read the BBI. I've not. We have been told, you know, when you are throwing a teacher with a stone at your school, don't blame your poor performance on others. When we received these guys well, they explained to us what a BBI bill is. Do you want us to take again 40 days reading it? When you guys were chasing the people who are collecting signatures, the people who have been explaining this, you have been disguising, disputing, rubbishing, you never listen to them. It will take you 100 days to read the document and understand. Sisi tulianza kusikia hii kitu maneno mapema like 2017 immediately after handshake, tukaenda na hii process pole, na hii process bado ikikuja, si mnataka imalize siku mbili. Hata hiyo siku mbili ilikuwa mingi. Hiyo kitu ingepelekwa Siaya and within half an hour ingekuwa ishapita. I'm very disappointed on my constituency, my MCAs, because they took 2 days on that bill. We have been reading it all along without any resistance. And that's why everybody in that part of country is very well conversant. Immediately, we didn't go to elections, we didn't vote, maybe we were looking for alternatives. Na hapo ndio sasa, you guys are complaining about us. The problem we have, some of us here, Sango Ururuto, tano tena. When they are now disappointed among the choices they made, they blame it on us. We are happy. We knew there will be problem. We knew there will be chaos. You know, if you stole somebody's cow and you sell it, you will start arguing over the money. let me rest my case.
Okay, Ayaga, thank you. Please, since you're my neighbor, let's continue the discussion. Just be there. We are coming back to you.
Can you allow me to respond 2 things to Ayaga? Just 2. Because I think we can't allow him to get away with it.
In half a minute, please, Nancy.
Let Nelson go first, because he was attacked by Ayaga, and then me.
No. It wasn't an attack. Let me put Ayaga in his place. You know, when you tell Ayaga the truth, I don't know what normally jitters him. Ayaga, when somebody tells you that you should not underrate Ruto, does not mean that that person is pro-Ruto. When somebody tells you that you should not use your chest on pushing for agendas and policies, does not mean that that person is supporting Ruto. For your information, let me put it plain and clean. You are not me, I am me. And I know that pretty well that this platform is not a church. This is a political platform. But again, in as much as it is a political platform, we also need people who would put some sense into you people who have been polarized by politics. And that is why you need me, Brother Nelson. Personally, even if people were to vote tomorrow and Ruto is on a ballot box with Raila Odinga and Kalonzo Musyoka and other people, if there will be no pure blood who will be preaching something different, someone who has not been in the government before, someone who has not been mentioned in the corruption cases and the rest, I will not vote. Maybe you cannot trust that, but it is me telling you, point blank, I will not vote. Now, going forward, you've mentioned, I normally get your points to be points that are based on magazines and news being read on TV and maybe hearsays, rumors being heard from people like Gaucho, people like Robert Alai's Post, and these are the political bloggers. Just tonight, I was watching on the News Gang, and these guys were saying that we have 300 and something MPs. As we're speaking, even these MPs don't know even themselves. They don't know each other. They meet along the corridor and ask each other, who are you? Some of them even disclose. My very close friend to me, our MP, even told me it was yesterday when we were having a fundraising for his stepmom's death, burial, I mean. He told me, Nelson, kuna watu wengine tunakutananga ananiita mheshimiwa, unajua mimi pia ni mheshimiwa kama wewe, siwajui. And then the BBI is talking about extension of more other MPs and constituencies, and you are here busy yapping as a young Kenyan, saying that this document is the best document that you've ever seen. My brother, Today, it was
Nelson,
just on the news. Waivono Kora,
Nelson,
just
I
a
have a
minute.
question
Okay,
for
the
you.
word yapping.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Answer my
Yes.
question. The school you attended, from your articulation, you attended a very good school. How many students were there?
Bernard, you are host. You are the host, and that
Parliament's
question is
not
one
a
of the most
school.
The
stupid
number,
There's a
the
questions you
number
can
distinction
of
ask
between a school
anyone.
and
parliamentarians
parliament.
and the
You
failure
can't
to
compare the
know
number
each
of
other
parliamentarians with the number of
does
students in
not.
the school I went to. You can't,
No.
my brother. Remember,
Look
students are
here,
not paid
God
any money to be
Kwanzaa.
in school.
On this platform, let us give what we can share and everybody can join in it. Failure to know each other has nothing to do with numbers. It has everything to do with ignoring one another or choosing not to. Because you can't be in one place for a whole year and you're not able to know each other. That is not possible.
Bernard, is that you?
Yes,
Bernard, is that
it's
you?
me.
Okay, fine. Let me now finish. Now, Ayaga, let me just finish. Now, let me just finish, bro. You will get your time. Now, we're talking of adding more MPs. Now, to answer what Bernard has just said, Waivono Kwara has just mentioned that the president has appended his signature on some vital bills that are seeking even harden our lives as common Kenyans. Like, as from effective of tonight, the number of taxes we will be paying shall have been more. Meaning, life shall have been a little bit much more harder. Remember that these people, you are saying that it doesn't matter whether they know each other or not. We pay them from our pockets. I don't know whether you feel the pinch or you don't feel the pinch. I don't know whether you get tenders from the government or you don't get tenders from the government. But me, as a person, as a young person in this country, I feel the pinch because we can't operate business as usual. We can't sell our products as usual. We don't have money in our pockets. We don't have jobs. We can't even ask. We can't even, account. They can't even account to the people that the money that are allocated to them. And then you come here and tell me that it doesn't bother you when the numbers are added, that it is just out of ignorance that they do not know each other. Really, Bernard?
Nelson, I'm asking you another question. These people being added, are they coming from Uganda, Tanzania, or they are Kenyans here?
It doesn't matter even if they are not Kenyans
if
or
they are
coming
already
from
in
Uganda,
Kenya,
they are Kenyans.
If they are already in Kenya, they are still our responsibility as Kenyans. Whether they are in parliament or out of parliament, they are part and parcel of the Kenyan economy. So there is no way we can say that by them not going to parliament, we are reducing the tax and the expenses.
Are you trying to say that you're so much okay with even being given 1,000 MPs to represent you and you pay them billions of money?
It is not the MPs that is a problem. It's poor governance, which we need to improve on it.
Nelson,
one of it, we need to accept responsibility.
Give me a second. Let me answer this man who is trying to be ignorant to the fact. How do you honestly look on the mirror and tell us that a government that is running at a deficit of 692 billion on a 3.2 trillion budget and wants to add 20 billion on top for staff cost? Are you crazy? Are you being honest? Come on, Bernard. Are you in utopia?
Bernard,
I want to give you homework. Ashley, 1 minute. You're competing.
Okay. I get you, ladies. Thank you.
No, you can't. No, don't take us for granted, please.
I am not taking you for granted, Nancy.
No, you
What
are.
I'm saying is, listen to my point. My point is, as the country develops, the expenses are going to increase.
The country is not developing.
Without the number of parliamentarians.
We
So
have to
the
have
earlier we
revenue.
begin to accept that the future is going to cost us more, the better. Because
but
even
we have
if
to have money
nothing is
coming
changed,
in.
things will
Bernard,
still go
it's like
high.
you marrying more wives
The
and you
cost
have
of
no
living
job.
is still going to increase,
Bernard,
whether we have more parliamentarians
no.
or not.
No.
And as
We don't
Kenyans,
need more leaders.
we better
We need
prepare
more
for the
opportunities.
future that will cost us more.
Bernard, you're very wrong. Bernard,
No,
stop
I am
that.
Can I also respond?
Where am I wrong?
Where
am I wrong?
1 minute. Can I respond and then I'll give way? Bernard, you cannot increase a budget when you cannot fund the budget that you have a big hole in your budget. We were told today in court there is a cost of 20 billion for the extra MPs and the seats that you're trying to create. You're not thinking about it. You're thinking is a propaganda propagated by Tanga. If you had a budget and you are running at a huge deficit, auctioneers will be coming to your country. The Chinese people are coming for Kenya very soon. Bernard, you need to wake up. When I come to Kenya, me and you, I have to look for you. We need to sit down and discuss this in layman terms because you're lost.
You're welcome.
Now back to my time that you guys were jumping.
Ashley had something to say before we.
No, you guys were talking on my
just a
time.
statement. It was just one sentence. I was going to ask Bernard to look when you go home, just or whatever, just Google about big government, because government, a good economy or a good governance is where the government is not more but less, because the less it becomes, the more they have to give to people in education, in resources. So the bigger the government, the less the resources for the common wananchi. So go and do that research, so that go and look into it, and maybe tomorrow we can have on another day we can have that as a topic.
Okay. Thank you.
So Bernard, finishing.
Yes.
My good brother, who is a very good debater, almost compared to Jakoyo Midiwo Ayaga, also mentioned something about Siaya County, that all MCAs from Siaya County are degree holders. I have 3 clients from Siaya County who are MCAs and are my personal friends.
Usimwage mtama penye kuku wengi tafadhali. Let's move from Siaya.
Okay.
Let us be in Kenya, please.
No. Okay, Bernard.
No. We need to hear. No, we need to hear that statement.
Let's do this.
Go on,
Nelson. Ngojeni. Let us do this, okay?
I want to prove him
let's
wrong.
move forward. Let's move forward.
No,
the 2 clients are your personal clients. They are not this platform's clients. Okay?
Okay,
and
fine.
So to discuss people who are not here to defend themselves.
Okay, fine.
Your word
let me restructure my statement.
You have no way of confirming it.
Let me restructure my statement. Thank you. Let me restructure my statement. I know of 3 MCAs of Siaya County who are my classmates and are holders of diploma from KIM. They do not have degrees, Ayaga. For your information, look for me privately, I will confirm. Let us talk of facts. Let us not talk of rumors. Now put that aside.
Big lie.
Please.
Big lie, my friend.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. No problem. Let me finish. Just to finish, I have 2 sensitive comments to make. One is for Ashley, being derived from the comments that some people were trying to put across. This is I have come to realize that some of our audience are very sensitive, and where the tribalism issue came from were from they derived it from the last comments that she made were a little bit tribalistic, and yeah. And we just, if at all that couldn't have come across, I don't think that somebody could have maybe sensed something of the sort. So I just beseech all of us to retrieve far from making any point that is derived or rather that is targeting any grouping or political or tribal alienation or anything of the sort. Now, just to remind Ayaga, please, when and any other person, and Bernard, and Jake, and Tom, and Ashley, and Nancy. For me, to the best of my knowledge, I know that Nancy is a strong supporter of Ruto. To the best of my knowledge, I know that Ashley has never said that she supports Ruto or not. To the best of my knowledge, I know Ayaga doubts when I say I'm neither here or there. But this is what I have for anyone who has a strong supporter with whom he's supporting. Ayaga says to be a supporter of Gideon Moi. Please tell your master, if at all you can reach him, not to underrate one Samoei Ruto. He is doing his part. they should do their part. They should never underrate him. And when he's talking of something, and then you, Ayaga, you come in this platform and tell us that is not a policy. So it's like you're the one who knows policies better than him. My friend, you are lost, and your master is lost as you are.
A point of order.
Nelson, thank you for taking upon yourself to come and warn us. And
a point of order. A point of order.
Yes. Ngoja kwanza Ayaga.
Now, pali amekosea hata yeye hapo pa mwisho angesema Ayaga should bring his policy hapo mwisho.
Yeah.
Because Ruto is not giving good policy.
Okay, thank you,
When he
Ashley.
says that policy is bad, he should tell us the good one.
I think you are going to turn this place into a grammar class. When we begin to analyze what is a policy, how does the dictionary define policy? Can we move forward?
Acha kuwa headmaster mkali. You have to go with the flow to make the debate interesting. This is why we come here and spend 1 or 2 hours with each other. Make everybody's day and night. So come on, don't be a headmaster.
Sawa. I agree, Nancy. I'm well guided, but I want us to move forward. We have Ellie on the wait. We have Jax on the wait. And if we only revolve among Ayaga, Ashley, Nancy, we mess up these other guys.
But we are the veterans of the debate. So come on. Give us a chance.
My deep state. Karibuni lakini. A minute, Ayaga.
Bernard. Yes, thank you very much. You know, Nelson has this tendency of coming here to address me. You know, if you come here to address me and we start arguing, we will also not like it. Because if I ask you, Nelson, today, in a simple term, explain to me as a class 2 how a bottom-up policy UDA is gonna change the whatever of this country, economic side of this country. Just explain to me.
Can I explain? Can I explain?
How this shambles of bottom-up works. Where will money come from? Channel.
Can I?
No, Ayaga is out of order. No. You're out of order, Ayaga. That is not point of discussion today. Stop attacking Nelson. Let's go to Jake or Ellie. You're out of order. You're out of order.
I'm underrating something. If you are given opportunity, you cannot explain. My conscience.
I will explain because I live.
Enough, you guys.
I can explain because I live in a bottom-up approach country to some extent, so I can explain it.
Down the stream at the bottom up, being pushed without asking questions. I'm not a wheelbarrow. Please, Bernard, help this guy. Give him like 5 minutes of mine. I will not talk up to the end.
Okay.
Give him
tomorrow
10 minutes of mine.
Wacha watafanya kesho. Today is CPI.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Ayaga tomorrow.
Thank you. They have asked for tomorrow. Let's have all those responses tomorrow. We'll be here.
Yes.
Can we move to Ellie and then Jax, the new people on the block? Ellie, are you still there? Eli, which is which? Okay, Ellie seems to be not around. Jax, karibu sana. Hali vipi huko?
Hey, how are you guys? Mko
Hi,
vipi?
Jake.
Good to see you.
How are
people.
you? Welcome, my
Nancy.
Tanga friend.
Poa sana.
Hi.
Poa sana, Nancy. Ashley, how are you? Nelson, bro, vipi? Brother Bernard, nimesikia unaitwa headmaster. Yes, teacher.
Title nimepewa
Ayaga
mingi
is there, I
lakini
can see
nakubali.
him. And the people in the comment section, I see you. Angie, I see you. How are you? Randall, Evo. I'm good, everybody. I'm fine. And I've been following behind the scenes. Leo imekuwa tricky kuingia, but finally we are in. So I go to what is the topic or I join where
Bernard.
Just start with your submission. If you have any response, go ahead. Your 5 minutes is already being cut.
No, dakika kwanza mbili ni za kusalamiana, so that will be counted. But anyway, I have heard some people saying they cannot join a wheelbarrow, but that doesn't mean that we should also, all of us, eat a chungwa. It has been with us all along. Imekuwa ni moja tu, it needs to be increased from chungwa moja. Maybe sasa watupe bunch shopping of chungwa kadhaa. Hii chungwa moja imekataa kuwa maisha bora. Oh my. So many more miss, but anyway, I'm good. I begin from what I saw in the courts. Not that I'm discussing a case still pending in court, but I think either side they're really putting their best foot forward. Then the funny thing is, eventually the law has to take its course. I look forward to a judgment that does not seems to favor, but a judgment that is tailored from the Constitution, because it is the guiding stick. And in any case, whatever is said today, tomorrow, and the time they'll be saying it during their judgment and ruling, I think it should resonate with everybody, those the appellant and those who are responding, so that at the end of the day, even if tukienda court, the Supreme Court, you know, there's something we can cite. You see, like how they were doing it today. Those who are responding, they would cite. Someone's mic is on. They would cite the judgment and how it relates to the Constitution. That was good. So I would wish to see, even when we go to the Supreme Court, because I'm sure almost one or another will head there. We would want to see that even those who are coming to argue, let them not just give us stories, because there are lawyers who gave us sweet stories, but they cited little on what the Constitution says. The other thing I need us to agree that an election is a competition. Give or take, there are winners and there are losers. So if I may be asked here, I heard someone asking if there is anything good in the BBI or there is anything bad. My submissions will be totally different. I would ask this: what happens to those who lose in other lower cadres? Like, what happens to the governors who won't make it back? What will happen to the MPs who lose their seat? What will happen to the MCAs and any other person who will lose an elective post? So why just take care of the upper seats? The other thing is, if we always reward the loser at the expense at times even of the winner, what are we doing? Because even in school, the first two people or three were given presents. Ule wa mwisho wako anapigiwa makofi alafu anapewa kiti akae hapo mbele karibu na mwalimu mkuu. So anyway, not that I mean it in a bad way. All I'm just saying is we are all entitled to practice free, fair, and competitive elections. Hence, one thing I think I need to say here now is, very soon, if this goes, I think itakuwa almost the norm that we need BBI to settle our issues. We need BBI to bring some people or some communities who feel aggrieved, for them to feel okay. What will happen to the small communities? What happens to the Rendile guy who has no leader to fight for that person? So I think, as much as whether BBI will go through or not, I think we need to have a decent conversation. We really need to find what really separates us, because we don't fight for the other lower seats, we fight for this top seat. So we need to come on board, everybody, aside from our political affiliations, sit down and really say, apart from everything that happens during elections, what else can we do? You know, let's not rush it as if BBI solves it all. Well, from where I sit, I'm yet to be convinced it solves anything. We need to take a step back. I've even loved it if the appellants
didn't go fast to the Court of Appeal. They should have maybe taken a step back, sit down with everyone, both those who support it or not, and then let's have a discussion, because that's what happened in 2005 after we lost, or after the North side won. We sat down, discussed what are the things that we really need to change. What are the things we really need to look at? Because by the end of the day, whether BBI goes through or not, we really need to cure what separates us. Because by the end of the day, elections are here next year, and if we have not taken or solved what happened in 2017, 2022 will still happen, and it will continue happening until we solve it. So this is what I would, my clarion call to all, whether you support or not, we need to sit down as a nation, because by the end of the day, that sitting will happen. Whether BBI passes or not, that sitting needs to happen, because we need to look at ourselves and ask these questions at our faces. Why do we fight? Why do I now enjoy the company of Bernard, but during election, Bernard becomes my enemy? What happens? We need to really sit down and deduce, these are the things, these are the reasons why we separate, and then find what ties us together, the unity that needs to be appreciated. I love what I heard someone say today, that whatever is happening now is something commendable, that we can now rush to our courts. We can now have a place we can go and seek justice. This should be upheld. This should continue. And this should be the way forward. Even when you are aggrieved, even by the results of an election, let's not take it to the streets. I would wish to see our courts standing firm, just like Maraga did, and how these courts are even coming out to do, that we should seek justice to be done, and eventually we'll have a way of curing some of these elements that divides us. So I want to commend everybody, those who are appearing in the courts, all the lawyers, both sides. They are doing a great job. Today someone made a joke. If Junet was in court, would he make such very powerful submissions? So then the other person answered him and said, ni kwa sababu kila mtu ana kazi yake, na those who are doing that job, they are doing it so well. I loved what Orengo did today. Loved what the lawyers are doing. They are doing a good job. I also love the judges. At times you almost tend to think they are biased. Wait until the other team comes, even here. So they're not showing any degree of favorism. I hope that will not be the case eventually. And I hope it will cut down the middle, that it will be based on the Constitution and what it says and the rule of law. And above all, justice will be served. Either side, justice needs to be served. And finally, let's not look at us as Tanga, ODM, blah, blah, blah. Eventually, these people don't think about us. Right now, they are busy formulating on how they'll come to a coalition and all. But let me ask. Okay, let me read this. There was a time to discuss DP and Tanga refused. Oh, that time I was a moderator. This person, Freddy. If you can now ask me what you wanted me, I can answer. But let me continue with my trail of thoughts. I was saying we need to come out, everybody, whether Tanga, you, Bernard, as much as you support ODM, everybody, let's sit down, let's discuss exactly what do we need to see going forward, because eventually we have to have a nation that obeys the law, a nation that is united, a nation that investors can come. We should not scare away investors. When an investor sees Bernard talking here, he should be encouraged to come to Kenya, not run away. When I hear Nelson speak, I should be encouraged to put my money in such a nation. We should, just like we celebrate our sports athletes when they do us proud in other nations, even back here at home, our politics should be encouraging, should allow us to unite, bring us together in a way that we build a more stronger nation. And if you even go to history, those nations that are doing well, they have a good political cycle. If we get that part right, we are home and dry. Over to you, Bernard.
Thank you, Jex. That is a strong point. I think we have said it here before. If we can fix our politics, we can always take care of the economy. As much as we are quick as Kenyans to brush off our political realities, one of the major setbacks of this country is bad politics. And as long as we continue having bad politics, we will not develop and become first world like the rest of the world. But like the tradition of our politics are divisive, and in the process of them being divisive, they are very brutal, in the sense that it becomes very difficult even to reconcile the country after an election. So it is important that we begin to chart a better way. What is the best cure? And if we shy away from this discussion as leaders in the country, we contribute to the perpetuation of the problem even further. So I am glad that we are talking. Let us keep talking. Duke and Tom, you've been silent. Angela, karibu sana. Dada yangu.
Bernard, one of the cures is to stop worshipping our tribal kingpins. That is one of the cures, and look for ideology.
The Kenyan society is made of over 44 tribes.
The other thing, Bernard,
and these tribes have
Bernard,
rights
can I answer
as
something?
Kenyans. What divides
Just
us
a moment,
is when
Bernard.
we deny other
There's some
people their rights as Kenyans and making others more
Bernard
Kenyans
from the comment
than
section.
others.
From the comment section, someone is saying that our courts don't work, or rather, this is what let me read what he's saying. Fred says, not Fred, this guy, street
Even Eli
historian,
said the same
says like
thing. Even Eli
courts in
said
Kenya
the same
don't
thing.
mean anything. Then I ask them this question: what happens that when the courts nullify an election, we are here celebrating. When it sends when it does not uphold BBI, we are here mocking it. So we need to trust our institution. Either way, in any decision, there is someone who will lose. There's someone who will win a case. So even in this BBI appeal, there is someone who will be on the other side of the chopping board. So let's not bash our institution. In any case, we should even encourage them more, because that is the last place we go for justice. So if we cannot trust it, so does it mean itakuwa ni amani kupitia ncha ya upanga? We need to find a way of trusting these institutions. These are places that are held with a lot of sacredness, with honor, and are kind of hallowed, because even in any issue, given that, for example, when the governor may be impeached, you run to the courts. So these courts need to be trusted.
The
only thing we need to do is to remove those guys that maybe stain our courts. I'm not praising everybody, but kama kukona rotten apples, let's find a way. And I'm sure Bernard is about to tell me then we need to pass BBI
No,
so that we have an
please, Jakes, don't bring up the pastor issue. But I just have a question for you. That the courts as an institution have done a great job in terms of comparing from the past to the present. No doubt, they have done a lot of good in terms of settling scores, even including political conflict. But also, on the other hand, the courts have not been able to stop a lot of things. For example, the doctors' strike, the teachers' strike, all the workers, when they go on strike, there is always a court order. The strike has been called off. How many strikes have we been able to stop through the court? And that simply means that there is a striking of balance between the rule of law, what Nelson talked about some time back, the spirit of the law and the rule, and the letter of the law. If we don't balance the two,
Bernard, I have this to say. I will try my Bernard, hang on. I will try my best and make sure as a pastor, I'll bring you to I'll invite you to a first world to see how things are done, and that might help change the way you see things. Because I really struggle with your argument. I'm sorry.
And Bernard, I think
in short, Bernard, what you're being told,
Bernard, you are asking that the strike of doctors and teachers are on. I think Atwal is just seeing how he should have to support BBI pass. He has not seen teachers and doctors striking.
Teachers have already given an ultimatum. the TSC will run to court.
But I think Bernard,
the order,
Bernard,
the strike may continue. So.
Okay, Bernard, instead, let me ask Jake a very good question. I feel like he has a good profile and mastery of law. So, Jake, I have a question for you. Maybe this one will help my friend to know that I'm not sure. So, the BBI as a bill and the 2010 Constitution, before its promulgation, it wasn't a well-framed bill, so to speak. Like, it was a political solution. It was a political remedy that came as a result of the 2007 PV. Was it 205? 205. After the Nusumkati government between Raila and Kibaki. What do you make of, so far as similarities between the BBI as a bill and the 2010 Constitution in its making process and procedure? What do you find of?
One, I think if the courts have made any precedents, they have done this. They have said that a process is as good as the outcome. I'm new based on what the courts have done. Number two, the process depicts the outcome in this sense that, in actual sense, in 2020 or 2010 Constitution, as much as you say it was as a result of what Kibaki and Raila agreed upon, and through Kliegler and all, they still borrowed and involved many people who over the years, even before 2005, who over the years had, you remember the PPG thing, you remember the, what was this Mzungu guy? I'm forgetting his name.
Okay, let me help you gather your thoughts.
Guys,
now,
something Ashpal.
Let me help you gather your thoughts.
So those guys, whatever they did, they consolidated all that. They formulated. They made so many. The process was owned by Kenyans. In fact, even the preamble says that we, the people, give to ourselves, given that it is as a result of hard work over the years. We had learned from the past. There is a lot. Even when you read the Constitution, it really is like it's based on lessons learned. For example, one of the lessons we learned that the president can decide one morning, one afternoon to fire the vice president. So what did the framers do? They decided to put that we will have a running mate in the name of a DP who will not be easily fired. In any case, even impeaching him is a process. So what am I trying to bring home? It was from learned experiences, from learned lessons. There's a reason why we removed even the ministers from parliament and allowed that we have professional. Of course, I'm not really sure why we want to go back to having them in parliament, but there was a reason. We wanted to have skill, we wanted to have prowess, we wanted to have professional dealing with our. That's why they were told they need not to participate in electoral or rather political issues. Basically, that was the norm, but we see them of late going back to what really was the intention. So it is not the Constitution. The Constitution is not the one that is failing. It is we who are, one, not upholding what it says. Two, it is we who maybe are taking it as an inconvenience, and we only got back to it when it favors us. So basically, if I compare the two BBI constitution thing, I think BBI comes to answer a question on the leader portfolio on in terms of what they
please.
get, how they get it,
You've been
through how
asked,
they get it.
Hold on. You've been asked a question.
No, Bernard, I've been told to give my
comparison
opinion.
between
That's
the
my
2010,
opinion.
the process of coming up with 2010 constitution, and the BPI. How do they
That is what
compare? What is the
yes.
difference? You are
What do
taking
you
us
make of
to
I think I have.
2000.
Bernard, can I
What
come?
is it?
Bernard.
Hold on.
I think my name is Jakes, not Ayaga. So let me answer. So what was I saying before I was rudely interrupted?
No, when you ask that,
So
I was simply hearing so that you give me a correct. Just a simple thing, Mr. Yates. What we had in 2010 was promulgation of constitution. We were changing everything. Or you can call it changing or bringing a new constitution. What we are doing today is just amending constitution. We are not changing. I don't know why where you guys are coming with the word changing. We are just amending. Yeah. Amendment and
Okay,
promulgation is different.
Ayaga, on the same thought, please help me with Jake. Eh? On the same thought, my question is this.
There is
What do you
promulgation
guys make of the
amendment.
process of coming up with BBI, that the president and Raila Odinga came up with the BBI as a political solution to the political problems that we're having in this nation, compared to the 2010 constitution, which also came as a result of a political solution to a political problem that we had and faced during the post-violence election? What do you make of that? How did the 2010 constitution qualify to be a popular initiative, or rather, how did it fail to be a popular initiative, but it still carried the day? And why is BBI failing to be a popular initiative, yet the president is involved the same way Kibaki was involved in the 2010 constitution? And why is it going to fail to carry the day, or why do you think it's going to succeed carrying the day? That is my question.
Okay, thank you very much. The answer is very simple. People are in hangover of a new constitution. You know, there is this thing called hangover. So everybody, when they heard of a new constitution, everybody jumped in, except one person who is who you are trying to evaluate him when he's opposing the same today. You know, he's the same guy who opposed this, and it was a popular initiative. Today, it is the same guy who is opposing the amendment.
I choose to make my submissions. One of the things that you are getting it wrong.
Yes.
This guy, according to the Constitution at 7 says that you have a right to be a registered voter, have a right to participate in an election, and you're not forced to support something just because mass support it. So basically, listen to me, Mister. You know, when he said no,
now because the
I
two of
was
you
making
cannot
my
control each
submission,
other,
Mr.
I mean, you
Bernard.
cannot control yourself. All of you should be mute. We are now moving forward. Thank you. Ayaga ngoja kwanza. Now let's move forward. Let's move forward. We've had Angela sasa.
Niko poa. How is you, Pastor?
Salama kabisa. Hebu toa mchango wako alafu tukue na historian then Tom amekaa sana.
Acha historian aongee, nimeona Anateta alikuwa hapa before. Acha aongee, nitaongea after yeye. Nimeona Anateta sana.
Street historian umepewa nafasi. Karibu.
No, I'll just let Angela go first, okay? Thank you.
Mr. Bernard, before they agree who comes first or second, there was a question I was asked and someone interjected. I didn't even answer it. Can I answer it?
Yes, you are the one who interrupted me when I was helping.
Angela,
I didn't interrupt. I only took back what was
are you willing to donate your minute to Jex?
Yeah?
No, I'm not willing. And I have more than this. I have 15 minutes.
Hey, Angela, go ahead, mwana.
So I saw the topic was the BBI, the way forward or what? Saa zingine unajua nilikuwa nimemeza dawa nimelala. So niliamuka tu nikaona kuna discussion. So my opinion is that I think BBI is not the final to Kenyans. And BBI cannot make a better living for Kenyans. You know, in Kenya right now, there was a time they were used to say that kulikuwa na kamsemo kalikuwa kanasema ati Mkikuyu anapenda tu Mkikuyu mwenzake, Mluya anapenda tu Mluya mwenzake, Mjaluo anapenda tu Mjaluo mwenzake. But right now, I think I Mluya, I need a Mkikuyu. A Mkikuyu needs a Mjaluo to make the living move. Ukweli uongo. So, let's not look for tribalism like ianze kutu control because I support Raila. Raila is a Mjaluo, so he's always right. I support Musalia. Musalia is a Mluya, so I don't see the outcomes of Musalia, lakini naona tu Musalia juu ni Mluya ako pale, ako sawa. No, we are misleading ourselves. We don't have just to support BBI because BBI ni rais amesema na iko sawa. No, we Kenyans, we have the right. Like I remember, BBI wanasema ati wali collect signatures. In my own area, I think it was Kaguya who was walking around with the papers. Kuja ni usaini hapa, usijali kasukari utapata. Such a things. Why can't it just be fairly like wananchi waseme hii kitu tumeipenda iko sawa, wacha tu propose. And hata constitution tulipitisha, hatujai amend even a quarter of it. We are amending another constitution. Why do we do so? I think the court has also seen that Kenyans, kama sisi kina Angela wale wa mama wa mboga tu, we are suffering a lot, and that is why the court is standing for us. And we are happy, you know. Because BBI is for the rich, and the rich are the MPs and the MCS and the governors and the senators. They don't struggle. You see? Ongea tu. Ni sawa, I don't comment.
Angela, go ahead. Forget about the banner.
So, let's look for a way. How can we come out with a better Kenya? Wacha tuache kuangalia Ruto, wacha tuache kuangalia Raila, wacha tuache kuangalia Uhuru. Let us come out with the minds that kesho hii our kids watamanage kuishi maisha ya Kenya. Our kids, shall we be able to educate our kids in the next coming years? Or ni maisha na uchumi itaendelea kukua magumu kila kukikuja sababu ya siasa? You know, what I've realized in Kenya is that most of our politicians, when they want to go there, they just tell us some good words as if naonanga wakati unakatia msichana lazima umwambie maneno mazuri mazuri ndio akukubali. So that's what our politicians are doing to us. Wanatuambia maneno mazuri mazuri, wakifika huko they forget about us, wanajaza tumbo zao and then wananyamaza. Right now, when you look back and forward, our politicians have failed us a lot, whether it is in economy or whatever. They could have been the people who have been defending us, but instead they are putting there their interests, so to make themselves satisfied because they don't suffer. After all, mshahara inaingia, wako na allowances. You see, when kama juzi nilikuwa naona ma MPs wana complain hawajapata allowances, and you person who don't get allowances, whom are you complaining to? Mafuta ilipanda, hata siku hizi mafuta ya mboga ya kupima hainunuliki. Kama hauna 100 hawezi nunua mafuta ya kukarangisha sukuma. You see, why can't we look for a better Kenya of a better living that can favor anybody else who has and who don't have? And you know, in Kenya you need me, I need you, because you have a business, you need somebody to come and buy for you. You have a business, you need to have to employ somebody to work for you. And if we bring tribal politics, how shall we move on? Eh? Let us not look for political whatevers. Inaitwa hiyo like ya kufuata. You know, when I was young, my grandma used to tell me that, you know, I just vote for Wamalwa Kijana because the dad was the leader. So unajua tumekuwa na hako kakitu like mimi tunapigia Eugene Wamalwa kura juu brother yake alikuwa nini, alikuwa vice sijui, hiyo tutoe kwa akili. Why can't we open up our minds and say that we come out with somebody who can make a better Kenya, who can make Kenya look like Kenya, not like just unafuatanga tu mtu kwa giza, hata ujuangi, hata hakujui na haezi kufanyia chochote, and then uko tu pale kumfata. I think the court is playing a very big role. I've been busy, hata sijakuwa nikiwatch hizo sessions, but nikiona kwa mtandao, I just see the court is doing a good job and it's protecting our constitution, and that is what we want. We now in Kenya, we can feel that we have a right as Kenyans. Kumbe ukienda kotini unaweza tetewa, lakini historia hata ukienda koti ya ufanyi nini. I arrest my case there. Pray.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Street historian, are you ready now, or we go to Tom?
I'm ready, Bernard. Thank you.
Carry on.
I was enjoying this, and I keep enjoying these discussions because a lot of young people here with a lot of energy and fire. You see, when I first logged in, I think it was Tom and then Duke. They were talking there about 4 hours ago, and they raised some very solid points, which I agree with in terms of this bill or this document. The politics aside, I still think that the elephants in the room that people are afraid to speak about, every time that someone worries about the issue of inclusivity, you know, which is attached to tribalism, if you mention that, you're in big trouble. You know, they start thinking that you're a tribalist. But this thing is there in black and white. Let's not, you see, this whole BBI, right, is about the tribal politics of Kenya, these constitutional reforms. That's the baseline, right? And we know this. Those election petitions that we've had in the last few years are exactly for that particular reason. Because someone decided somewhere that because of entitlement, only 2 communities must keep power. And when I say communities, I mean the elite parts of the community. I don't mean the everyday people that belong to those 2 communities. And so you hear every 5 years the issue of 40 against 2 or 42 against 2, whichever way you want to put it, because it's a fact that Kenyans then digress to that position every 5 years. Yeah. So
Mr. Historian, with all due respect, allow me not to interrupt you, but kindly, can you answer me this question? If you'll
No, I'll not answer you until I make this point. Because then I'll forget. You know, me, I don't have this big brains like yours. Me, I forget things very quick.
Then you can you'll respond later. Carry on, street historian.
Yeah.
No, you know, some of these things are dangerous to let them just fly.
Okay, go ahead.
Because by the end of the day,
I'll mute. Go ahead.
The thing is this: you say some people somewhere agreed that.
What is the matter? I think. Okay, what are you interjecting? Because I've not heard anything that requires that. Sorry?
I'm asking the question if you allow me.
What is the matter? I think. Okay, what are you interjecting? Because I've not heard anything that requires that. Sorry?
I'm asking the question if you allow me.
Sorry?
That's what I want to raise. Then you
Okay,
wouldn't
okay.
know until I say it.
Okay, street historian, just donate
Now,
your,
he
hold
has
your thought.
this.
Let Jex
This
bring
is what
up
he
what
has
he's
said.
saying.
This is what he has said. This is what he has said. He has said that some people somewhere agree that it is only 2 tribes who will rule the nation, and in one way or another have formulated a way to still stay in power. Now he says that BBI is the ultimate cure of this. Now I'll ask him 2 questions. Number one, how how, because the BBI does not mention any tribe, does it cure this in terms of who becomes president, who becomes prime minister, and all the 5 seats? Number 2, where in the constitution does it prohibit any tribe, any person from vying for an elective post? If the country decides that it is one tribe that will rule them, and that is what they choose to do through the ballot, that is the nation. So tell me, from the constitution that I've read, and as by your name that says you are a historian, allow me to ask you that through your knowledge in history, tell us here and now as Kenyans, we need to know, so that we remove this kasumba ya kusemanga ni kabila tu mbili. Tell us, what are the qualifications of a president, and how does tribe eliminate anyone from vying for an elective post? Why do we have MPs who have served more than 5 terms in their positions, like Aden Canaan? Why are you not talking of such people? Why are you just directing your
question is vague.
sentiments?
Thank you. Street historian, please respond.
And I second Jake's point, because I think it's such a pedestrian point to make. So I second Jake. So I'm looking forward to the answer.
Please.
No,
hold
but
on,
stop.
please. Goja, let street historian respond. We are here. We are all going to revolve. You will have your time to put to give your input.
Eli, all those are not questions. Those are statements.
Okay.
Don't
Okay.
bother yourself
Anyway.
answering those. Not questions.
My name's Eli, so you guys know. Not the street historian is just something I use on YouTube because of other things I do over here. But what I meant to say, there's nowhere I came to the conclusion that BBI is the panacea of our problems in terms of tribe. But I said that there's elephants in the room, and some of the big elephants is this issue of entitlement, of power and entitlement. And one of the simplest examples I can give you is the issue of 10 for you, Uhuru Kenyatta, 10 for me, William Ruto. And before that, Moi was there, Kibaki was there, Kenyatta was there. This is how the communities, other communities, this is how it becomes them against us. And this is how other communities perceive the dynamics of Kenyan politics. And that's what I was trying to submit there. And this is common sense in terms of the history of our country. Now, I can feel the heart that Nancy has when she articulates her point, or Jex says what he says. I can feel it, because Nancy thinks that I am taking a personal swipe at communities, as in people, everyday people. What I'm saying is that the elite groups that shape the country, they believe in this entitlement, and it's a fact, to the point where President Kenyatta himself said it, that if you guys, and I mean, he says his faction that is called Tanga Tanga, if you're going to point at the so-called the landed class, the rich, coming from the big families, the big surnames, if that's what you're going to attack us, because that was Kenyatta was answering Ruto, then we're going to ask you a question. Are there no other communities in Kenya? Why does it have to be the Mount Kenyan communities and the Rift Valley communities. And even if we just now start deducting these communities, they're not really, there's no such thing as Kalenjin, for example. These are just a creation of colonial past, right? And this new thing we call the Eastern and the Mount Kenyan thing, it's becoming, it's becoming a different animal from what it was in an innocent kind of polite way, right? But what we know is that the everyday people, and you gave examples there, Nancy. You even said that there is as many Kikuyu people who are out there. You even said that there are prostitutes. Most of them come from the Kikuyu landmass. The peasants, most of them come from that area. So I felt what you were saying, that people seem to be swiping. We seem to be swiping, attacking you guys. Yeah. But the reason why this perception is there is actually being repeated today as we talk. You can see it happening, right? And every time they keep repeating this thing that Uhuru promised something to Ruto. And you even think about the issue of electoral democracy. What democracy is it if two factions within a group can say that there's an automatic transition to the next guy? What's the point of elections? What? So the BBI is not the answer per se of this tribal thing, right? But I am made to understand by reading it that this BBI is of massive benefit from where we left at 2010, except it also has serious problems. And those serious problems, when I watched William Ruto addressing them at Bomas, I actually understood where he was coming from. The issue, for example, of when someone loses, what is going to happen? But in Kenya, losing means something else, because we have been used to people who won are being told they have lost in those general elections. You know that. Come on, Nancy, don't smile. This is a fact. Yeah? And that is why that is why we end up sounding pedestrian when we say that it's a tribal thing, because it's a fact, but we're afraid of talking about this fact. So, but anyway, I have not been watching the BBI contest in court because first, I'm not a lawyer. Second, there's already enough people who can give me information. I can read it on social media. I can come here. So I don't really have time for it. But I just wanted to say, don't feel that we from the so-called other are bitter about the two communities who feel that they have entitlement. And they have entitlement because their leaders are telling them so, right? But Uhuru has broken away from this entitlement, whichever way he has done it, if he means it or he doesn't mean it, but he's made big statements. He has said, no, time has come for things to change. And the Kikuyus themselves are shocked. But for him to even imagine that, to say
Ellie, you're committing catastrophic error. You cannot say the Kikuyus are shocked. I'm not shocked, because I am not shocked by what Uhuru has done at all. In fact, he's one of those leaders I have no 1 minute for, because for one thing, he has destroyed our economy. For me, if our institutions worked as they should, the Luo, Kikuyu, Kamba, Jaluo, whatever, it would come to an end, because though it would deal with some of the issues that you've raised. And you're saying the entitlement idea and the handing over of the baton, it's a Kalenjin and Kikuyu thing. Is it not that what Raila is trying to do now? Is he the better person? Does he hold a moral ground? He's going to Uhuru's side because he thinks that when the state is on him, they will be able to steal the election. For me, I want to fight for a country that if we are told Raila Amolo Odinga won the election tomorrow, to August 9th, 2022, we count those votes. They can be verified that he has won. I do not want Uhuru to support him. I do not want Raila to support. I just want a process that is transparent. No servers. Let's count the ballots. Let's fight for institutions that work. Let's stop this idea of tribalism. You know better, Ellie. You've lived in the United Kingdom. When you go, or you live in Ireland, when you go and vote, your paper ballot is counted. The officer at the polling station announces the election, and that is the number that is tabulated by the media. Let's fight for counting of vote. If Raila wins surely and he's voted for, he needs to be the president of Kenya. That is what we should be asking Kenya. You guys believe that all along Raila's votes have been stolen. So the rallying call for me, for all of you, is to fight for electoral justice. Stop burdening Wanjiku.
Nancy.
Hang on.
Nancy,
Stop
2 seconds. Nancy, 2 seconds, right? Nancy, I don't want to go too much into this because we'll break away from this BBI discussion, right? But you're making some points there, which it's all over the place. You're saying that we people, we believe Raila won. What do you mean we believe Raila won? What happened then?
But you've said that you've told us here.
But he won the last 2 elections.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying to you.
Even though I don't support electoral democracy, it's a fact.
No,
why did they open the servers? Why?
No, for me, I want to forget the servers because it's too much water under the bridge.
So
no, hang on, Ashley. Let me finish my point, Ashley.
Let me ask him one question. The thief who stole from him, since you say he won and Uhuru is the president, now you think that thief is going to make him president, right?
Oh, no, let's not go there. What I'm saying is the point what Uhuru made is that there's the issue of entitlement has to change. It's funny. Let me give you 2 comparisons.
No, Ashley, hold on, please. Let's have an orderly discussion.
Let me give you two very direct comparisons. Yeah, here we have 2 people, all very wealthy. You know, Mr. Kenyatta and Mr. Ruto, very wealthy.
And Raila is not wealthy.
No, I will speak about Raila, but first I'm speaking about the 2 people who formed the government, right? In the last 10 years, right? Now, these 2 people, they're very wealthy. One of them, right, is from a very rich landed family. One of them acquired property, which people question how he did it, right? But that's not the point. What I'm trying to say is this. One is saying that he is supporting the underclass, right? And that is what his mission is. That is William Ruto. The other one has reneged his loyalty and patriotism to the mountain and says, no, this time we must start allowing or supporting other communities to lead the country. These 2 people are an oxymoron of themselves. So that's why I said, when you asked me, do you think that Uhuru Kenyatta is really going to support Raila? I don't even care, right? In fact, you'll be shocked to learn that this Mr. Odinga might not even stand for the electoral posts. He might not even stand. And he said it, actually, he said, did I say I would stand? But because we like playing the old music, we like to find someone who we can just, throw barbs at. We will decide that, this is the man easiest to. That's why they always love him to come back and stand for an electoral post. Personally, I don't even, if I was supporting the electoral democracy, I would tell Mr. Odinga, please, just retire, you live a good health, observe things from a side. You don't need this, Right now, he's earning lots of money from, is it AU, as a diplomat of some sort, right? Or a senior person at the AU is a statesman, so-called. So, I don't think that the BBI debate should be only about the semantics of legalities, of how do we arrive at this point. This technical language that we've been discussing for the last couple of hours, but we know exactly what the problem is. We are lying to ourselves. Because like someone said there, that I think it was Tom or Nelson, that we will be back to the conflicts of election time, right? For sure, next year, right? And it is good that we have this energy in this group trying to find out what's the best way. But when we're doing that, we still don't want to accept the reality. We're just being too careful. We just need to say the truth. The truth is, there is two communities, elite of those communities, who are bringing perceptions to their electorate, and those perceptions are not good for the health and economy of the country. And even Uhuru Kenyatta himself, whatever happened to him to change his mind, has realized that. Now, if he's joking around with our minds, that's another problem.
So,
but
historian,
at the end of the day, I'm putting it at
condescending to the millions and millions of Kenyans, trying to say Uhuru has seen the light,
don't you?
And the millionaire and the millions of Kikuyus are wrong. Yeah. That's a condescending comment. We do not have a problem if we have the numbers to vote the candidate that we want, that the person who become the next president of Kenya. And it's not about Uhuru's comment. If Mount Kenya has 8 million voters, they Nancy, will vote whichever candidate. Stop condescending.
Look here, Nancy, ngoja kwanza.
No.
One vote, one Kenyan. There are no Kikuyu votes.
But so is that not what Ellie is arguing? No, Bernard. You have to be neutral. No. You have to be neutral because Ellie is trying to say
in the sense of facts.
No, Ellie is trying to tell us that Uhuru,
we have a country to take care of. A country made of 44 different communities.
Bernard, wait.
And each of these communities, it has no lazy Kenyan. Every Kenyan has equal rights as a Kenyan.
And that's the exact point. Ellie is trying to say, hang on, Bernard, please.
Is as important
Ellie,
as any other vote. You cannot say the Mount Kenya vote counts more than the others.
I did not say that. That's not what I said. I'm saying Ellie is trying to tell us that Uhuru has seen the light of day. He's departing for the entitlement, and we are all surprised. No, we are not. If whoever will be the best candidate for Kenya, if Mount Kenya goes for that, regardless of tribe, and I've always said to me, ideology is more important. Ellie tried to make a condescending comment saying that Uhuru has seen the day of light. This is why he's telling us there are other tribes. It's very condescending to the Mount Kenya. We all have our own mind. We can vote whoever we want. We all have our own brains.
Okay,
and
Nancy,
that is what I've said.
No, honestly,
let us
Nancy,
vote.
Okay.
Why is it that on the chat, Nancy, why is it that on the private chat, you made a statement there saying something about, you think that this idea of entitlement should be reversed. You made something, you implied that on the private chat. Did you not?
No, I know what
mean?
I've said in my private chat. I've said I completely.
Yeah.
No, I'm reading my comment. I completely disagree. BBI does not cure tribalism. Historian point is so pedestrian and unbelievable. Because to me, what ails my country is lack of electoral justice. Whoever wins, whether Kamba, Turkana, Samburu, he's elected as a president of Kenya, has to be declared as the president. That is my point. To me, the issue of two tribes does not arise if we have electoral justice.
Right. Okay.
And
I'll
let me
make my
add
final
something,
point.
historian. Let me add
Bernard.
something.
No,
Bernard,
Ellie,
Bernard, I'll make my
Bernard,
final
only
point.
one
you will
sentence.
not get anywhere digging
Bernard,
that way.
Bernard,
Please.
can we also speak?
Bernard, I'll
Bernard,
make my
can I
final point.
comment? Only one sentence.
Let that who is that?
Bernard.
Ashley.
I'll make my final point here because
Yes,
it was my time to talk. So I'll make my final point.
Hold on. We are coming back to you. There are guys here who have not
We have
said
questions for Ellie.
Ashley, what is it?
We have questions for Ellie.
Okay. Oh, his name is Ellie. So what I want to tell you, and you know, somebody earlier said, and I think it was Nelson, or I don't remember, or Tom, you have to look at the history of the people, like the candidates. You have to look at their history. What have they done? Because they've been in the national, like in public. If you look at Uhuru, let me tell you something. Uhuru is not trying to, you see, like if he's genuine in what he's saying, when they told him to become the president, being that his father had been a president, at that point is where he would have said, let other tribes have the opportunity. He cannot wait, or even after his first term, if he had dropped down, I could see integrity in that. What he's trying to do, and that is my opinion, he is trying to preserve himself. If this BBI goes through, you will be so shocked that he will be in that government. He is trying to insert himself in. You think Uhuru can go and camp at Kisumu for 3 days for just so because he wants to help other tribes, judging from his past, to help other tribes come into power? He is invested because there is something in it for him. And let me tell you something, and we will come to talk about it 5 years from now. I am telling you, there is a revolution that has started, and it has started with the Kikuyu people. The Kikuyus are not mad at Uhuru. It is not that they have seen his game. He's playing a game. He does not want to go home. Have you heard them telling him he has to go home? All this is about the fact that he does not want to go home. And if he goes home, he wants to make sure that Gideon Moi is in the equation. That's what, it's nothing about patriotism. That is what I wanted to come in. I was locked out. I just came in to make that point clear to you. You may not believe it now, but talk to me a year from now. I can see very far. I can see his game from far. And let me tell you what will eventually happen if BBI goes through, or if he manages to put who he wants to put. They will change this and start saying multipartyism makes us fight. What we need to do is change it back to, because he's bringing all the parties together. So if they put William in jail, like they say they will, and everybody else is in the party, what is that? That is called a one-party system. That's where we are going. It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with their selfish interest and elites. So when you say BBI is good, so you're talking about the two tribes, the elites. But even if you do the expanded government, it's still about the elites. In Kenya, there are two tribes. There is the rich and the poor. There is the elites and the poor. What we'll be talking about here is how, even though it is me or another Kikuyu, it doesn't matter. That's what I want. I wish one day we will come to that realization. It does not matter who becomes the next president, as long as they can do right for every Kenyan. And the reason everybody wants their president to come from their tribe is because of bad governance, where the president offers, it is taxpayers' money, but it depends with how good, on good terms you are with him, or how he feels about you, that he brings development to your area. So BBI is not tackling that. BBI is not taking care of tribalism. It is not taking care of theft during elections. So I don't see how you support BBI, because there will still be problems. That's what I wanted to say. And I thank you, Bernard.
Thank you,
Ashley. Please, can we make progress now, please?
Okay, no, Bernard, listen.
Yes.
I wanted to make my last point. I know that Jex has a question for me, right? I am going to ask this question while I'm making my point, right? So do you seriously believe, for those of you who think that this is a tribal statement, do you seriously believe that it is wonderful to have this kind of hegemony of two communities in terms of their elites staying in power for another 5 years from next year? Honestly, do you seriously believe that's a good thing? I believe that is very unstable for the economy. I believe that
tribe should
we have
never
been
be a consideration.
I believe
Tribe
that
should
we
never come into
I
it. It's like
believe
saying we
I
don't want
believe
another white person, we want a black
honestly,
person. We need
just
to
let
change
me speak.
tribe. Tribe should never be a
Ashley,
qualification.
Let me speak.
Ashley, don't push us to ask people to mute you, please.
I was listening to you.
Let him make his point, then you will respond, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I was listening to you, so please let me talk. Yeah, I was saying that we've been very unstable in a very peaceful way for a very long time. I believe so. And I think you could be told by people in the security services, whether they're senior or junior, about what they think about our stability as a nation. And I think that when these people, these so-called power elites, were doing their handshake, they factored that in their conversation. William Ruto thinks in a different way, right? He's a very conservative politician. And I can give you examples of why I think he's a very conservative. In fact, you'd measure him up with the U.S. republicanism. He's not a liberal politician. And that's why I'm shocked that William Ruto is able to actually articulate a bottom-up approach. Because I don't understand it, how this man, the same person who is very religiously conservative, is conservative in terms of economics, and I don't want to mention about wealth and other things, how he acquires them. But what I'm saying is, this person, for his own way of doing things, I do not understand how he then propagates social welfare in the country. I don't understand it. I leave it to you guys to understand it. And then if you look at even the so-called entitlement, when these guys came into power, the two communities, because that's the fact, right? Mr. Ruto, he filled his cabinet his cabinet positions with people mainly from his community, rather than people mixed around the place from other communities. This is a fact, right? So even during this time of the handshake, this was one of the issues that was being discussed, that there is no inclusivity. But I want to say that for me, inclusivity is not just about cabinet posts and all these kind of things, but inclusivity in every area of the economy, right? And I can tell you this, even right here in the Kenyan High Commission in London, out of the 12 or 18 posts, the majority are from one side of the country. And I asked the ambassador that question. I asked Manoa Esipisu that question when he gave us a Zoom meeting last year, right? And I followed up with a question that if would I be intimidated? Would you guys harass me for asking such a question? Because there was an application I was making, and he said, "No, fine, Ellie, you can talk as much as you can say what you like. We're a free country, and you give us those questions." This is the High Commissioner in London, and I looked at the pictures of the people on the Zoom with their names and all that, and as they introduced themselves, you think, are there no other communities in Kenya serving in the Kenyan High Commission in London, right? So I'm not just talking about just those top positions. We're talking about people running the economy, people in power in different sectors and so on. And you can see even in the style of Moi, the people of Baringo Central, they were suffering the most, more than any other Kenyans. Yet the entitlement thing, you're meant to believe that it's your person, even if it is Raila, you're meant to believe that, oh, this man is so omnipresent, he can do anything at the flick of a finger. right? And that is why I am saying that we need to speak about these things openly without being disgusted about talking about hegemony of the tribe. We need to be open about it and speak about it, and make it normal to speak about it without being afraid, you see. And that's what I meant. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
Eli, for your submission. Jex, your question?
I have I have like 20 questions, but I'll start with the last one.
Not
Amesema
20, please.
that when Ruto was no, I've just said I'll not ask all of them. Now he has said that when Ruto was given cabinet, he chose purely from his tribe. Question number one: is he aware the number of Kikuyus currently in the government? I can read it to him. There are 9 already. Does he know who is the National Assembly Speaker? Does he know who is the Chief Justice? Does he know who is the leader of the military? Does he know who? even key cabinet secretaries are given to one tribe. So what are you trying to bring home? That it is good to have a Kikuyu doing so, and then when he says that only 2 tribes have done that, he's now seen the light. Are you serious with life, my friend? The other question to you: you have said that some people think it will be an automatic transition to the presidency, and that's why maybe Ruto is sitting pretty. I want to remind you, I think I've posted in the private chat, the qualifications of being a president. You must be of 35 years of age. You must be a Kenyan citizen. You must have acquired, you must have no criminal records. That is on chapter 6. The other qualifications: you must garner 50 plus 1. The other qualification, 24 counties. So tell me, where does the Constitution mention tribe? Number 2, the other question that I wish to ask you, Mr. You have said that Ruto has issues with the properties that he acquired. Tell me for free, we have courts to answer such questions. What evidence would you allude to that you have in your possession that can show that this person has wealth of questionable character? And if so, why have you not presented yourself to the DCI and other criminal investigative organs to prove your case? The other final questions to you, sir, because I have many. You say, and you rightfully say that. Sorry, I have this. You say that now Uhuru has seen the light. He has now said that only 2 tribes have led this nation. I want to ask you: is it not the same mouth that says Yangu Kumi, Yaruto Kumi? What makes you think that you should trust his word now that he says it's only 2 tribes? Let me also remind you, if it is 2 tribes, the only other question I know, we have only had one Kalenjin person. The others are Kikuyu. So maybe you should tell us Kikuyus should be banned if now you want to play the tribal card. The other thing, you should also tell us, why should we have only one person running all these times and failing? Why should he not also say, I have now seen the light, I would want to try someone else? Maybe it is not my luck. Maybe my luck is in someone else. Why can't he endorse somebody and finally retire? So, Mr. I even forgot your cute name, but anyway, just stick to facts. Allow your
Jex,
sentiments to
are
be
you
factual.
answering your
Allow
question?
yourself
Are
to
you
be
asking your
guided by
question?
the.
Please,
Okay,
take
let me answer. Let me answer it very quick.
Jex. Okay, thank you.
I want to answer
Eli.
very quick, because there are people
Eli,
here who
quickly,
want
please.
to talk. There are people who want to have a conversation here. So I'll answer it very quick. Jex, don't take this personal, okay? The issue about cabinet posts.
You are the one who is doing so.
No.
That's why I'm asking
Jex,
you, why can't you
Jex,
stick
you
your
are
facts to
always
the
a
Constitution?
gentleman. I don't know, what have you been smoking today?
No.
Take it easy.
No.
Let him converse.
Bernard, this thing about this thing about tribal entitlement or tribalism, it tickles people the wrong way. It doesn't matter where you sit. Yeah. So you can find that people who are very reasonable, very articulate, one of the best debaters in this group is Jex. And I'm not saying that because I need some, charity badges here on my chest. I'm just saying it. he's one of the best debaters in this group. And when he's consistent with what he says, he really goes for it. But when it comes to this issue of tribe, people become, something else. Everyone. So let's just accept that's the truth. So that's why I started by saying elephants in the room must be appreciated. We must discuss this thing without fear, right? Because if we don't make it normal to discuss it, then every time we'll be shocked every 5 years, okay? The issue of cabinet posts, you said that there is a particular community that have at least 9 people from a certain part of the community, yeah? Well, that is not my problem. What I'm trying to say is this. When these 2 guys came into power, right? They came into power and they continued stealing elections. This is my perception, that they stole the elections because we saw all the shenanigans in court. And they even invented a thing called Tharakanithi. Yeah? It became part of an election language. Yeah? And then the other man talked about, Mutai Nguni, about tyranny of numbers. So all these things. And then the cabinet posts, so I was talking about like the issue of entitlement and cabinet posts and all that. William Ruto, it is known that when the Jubilee government came into power and proceeded the next 5 years into power, he selected people specifically from his community, mainly, right? And I did not mention Uhuru, that like I don't know that even him, he has done the same thing. And even this idea of giving token posts to some next so-called big tribes, like Tuju here, I don't know who there, all this kind of tribal arithmetic is a fact, right? And it feeds on to the argument which I say that when these people come into power, they have this issue that they must continue in this long transition since Moism. This long transition must include the 2 communities, and the other communities don't really matter. That's a fact. That's the perception that the rest of the economy feels, right? You're in Kenya, I'm not there, but you're trying to lie to me that that's not what's happening. But that's what's happening. That's what people's perceptions are. And I'm sure you've got friends from all these communities, other communities. My answer to the next question is about, you said that the Constitution talks about the age of the candidate. It gives everyone if you're above 35 or something, the right to be standing for, presidency and so on and so forth. Even when you've murdered people like Sharon and your name is Mr. Obado or something, you can just say that you're going to be a candidate, because that's what you're saying, aren't you? What I'm saying is this. These 2 communities, their elites have articulated entitlement to a point where they're so arrogant, they do it openly, right? Kuria and all those kind of people, the way they speak at other communities, right? And it has been happening for a long, long time. It must change. And that is what Uhuru Kenyatta is saying must change, right? The issue of corruption, that there are courts, I don't want to address that. I don't really need to address Ruto's corruption or no corruption. That's just I can't even go there. The last point was
no. Can we no?
The last point. No, I can't address that. Because seriously,
it is unacceptable, Ellie. You're trying to no. You're trying to hold the moral ground, but you're also grinding the same issues. I'm sorry.
Okay, Nancy, let me answer it.
Nancy, and reprobate.
Okay, Nancy, I'll answer it. I'll try my best. Okay.
And when you do say it, tell us about Kemsa too.
Okay, Nancy, I'll try my best. Okay.
Can we please avoid this balancing of wrong with
Bernard,
wrong?
stop. You've allowed Ellie. He's talking for 17 minutes. Why?
No.
Should
Why
we
not?
leave?
Hold on. Nancy, you've
If
been
we
talking
want
for ages.
justice, we
Nancy,
must
once you've
come with
taken that
clean
microphone, you
hands
can never
to ask
stop.
for it. We
When
cannot
people
bring dirty hands to balance with other dirty hands. If we want to be genuine, let's just be genuine, not to, switch goalposts and try to say that because there is KEMSA, now we should have Amored and the other one. Because we cannot balance wrong.
No, Bernard, what Ellie is saying favors your side of political divide. That's why you're so quiet.
It's not, Nancy, it's not even a matter of my political divide. It's a matter of the facts that we are putting out there needs to be based on what is valid. You are the #1 advocate for the rule of law. And
what Ellie is saying
the
about valid.
Constitution does not advocate
when Ellie talks about
wrong with wrong.
What Ellie is saying is not factually correct. That's what I have a problem with.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Nancy, let me address this very quickly. Let me finish it. Bernard, I'll answer the questions. Sorry, go ahead.
You keep saying how good he is.
And
IMF has to order Uhuru to publish the names of KEMSA thieves. He has to be ordered to do his job by an international organization. Please remove Uhuru from your mouth.
Thank you, Ashley.
That is
Nancy,
the last.
Nancy and Ashley, why don't you
soon.
just carry placards and protest
Thank
against what I'm saying? But give me the right to say what I'm saying, right? Protect me, because if you're a Democrat, you protect me, Nancy and Ashley, right? If you're a Democrat, I'll protect you, right? So what I'm saying is that the examples of Mr. Ruto's economic misdemeanors, the things that he has alleged to have acquired illegally,
I think
is a long list.
That is not the topic
I'll give
today.
one.
Today we are not talking about corruption. There
But
are other people who need to talk.
That.
Can you please?
You asked me to answer that, so I'm trying to answer that.
Actually, hold your horses, please.
We need to talk about corruption another day.
Ashley, I beg.
Please stop. Then he needs to stop talking about.
In fact, he avoided
today's BBI
corruption. He didn't want to go there.
I didn't want to go there.
Said he has to answer. Now he's responding. You say it is not the topic for today. Where are we really going with this?
It is not fair for the other people who are waiting.
Even Jex who asked me the question.
Let's leave that resting. Thank you. Thank you.
Even Jex.
Let's do this.
Even Jex.
I think we should go back to BBI.
Listen, Jex asked me that question, and Jex is even comfortable. He's not even asking me anymore. So I will skip that question. The last question was the last question was the 10 to 10.
Ellie, let's
go to another.
Let's move on. Tom.
Yes. Can I come in? Hey, we've moved.
Ayaga, you are a senior citizen here. Please hold on. Let's have Tom. Tom has been here and Samilong. Let's hear them first. Then the veterans can go on. And Duke also has been silent since I came here.
Thank you very much, Bernard. And I want to say that I'm loving the submissions, even though the tensions are a bit high. I would submit that we cool down a bit. It's not necessarily a shouting match, but let us try to listen to one another. I've realized that when certain statements are made that seem to support or oppose certain personalities or certain tribes, then we seem to get our emotions inflamed, which is I don't think is the right way to do it, because if I support Ruto or Raila, it's neither here or there. It doesn't mean that if I support Ruto, then he is flawless, or if I support Raila, he is flawless. Allow people to converse and question some of his motives and his political moves. Like for example, I can question Raila's ideologies. I can question Raila's time in politics. I can question Ruto's economic models and all that, even Uhuru. So I think we need to cool down and let people speak in a civil manner without shouting. Now, because I don't want to go necessarily the way that we have gone, because we were speaking about BBI. I want to bring it back to BBI, because once we go the other route, I think that tells us that we need to bring this as a conversation maybe in the next meeting, because it's quite a wide one and it's quite emotive. But on the BBI, I think I'll say that I think the judges are finding themselves at a very, very precarious position, because we are having a constitution of 2010 that is being questioned through an amendment. People have sat down and decided that we want to change certain clauses of the constitution. And you have to use the same old constitution that you're trying to amend as your legal background to amend the very constitution. So it's like we're using the 2010 constitution as our legal background to amend the same 2010 constitution. So it is making it very difficult. It is going to be quite difficult for the judges, because they have to find a legal footing that they will use in their judgments. And that is why you hear, even in the submission of the lawyers, most of them are coming with history, and they're using a lot of stories to try and justify their points, because most of the issues that are being canvassed are not necessarily covered exclusively within the Constitution of Kenya. And there are certain areas that the law has a lacuna, and there are gaps within the legal framework that the people are trying to question. Like, for example, we don't have necessarily a well-defined legal framework of handling an amendment of the Constitution. So we have to amend a constitution that does not provide an elaborate framework for amending it. So in the absence of the amendment, then people have to try and come up with their own framework of amending it. And if that amendment is not made through a legal process, then it can easily be questioned. So I think that is the place where the judges will find themselves. When they will be issuing their judgments, will they issue it based on the laws and precedents of other countries, based on the history of our nation, based on the existing laws? I think those are things that will be very interesting to look at. That is my submission.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Samilong, how are you? Long time no see. Karibu
Fine,
Kenya.
thank you. Thank you very much. Hello guys, I hope kila mtu ako poa. I'm very happy to be back. It's been a while. I had some issues, but I'm back. So basically, I've had so many things, and almost everything that I've had was way, way, way out of topic. Okay. But about the topic, which way for BBI? I tried to listen to what was going on today. The defendants per se were the ones arguing their points today. The appellants had done that yesterday. So on my side, I also listened to some few arguments zenye the appellants walikuwa wana raise, but you'd all agree with me. If anything, I do not think the first submissions were from the appellants was anything substantive. But it was interesting to see the way they ambushed the Court of Appeal with booklets, over 1,000 booklets, because imepangwa hapo hivyo. It's almost like it was making a wall. It was very nice to see that, but in the submissions, I don't really think BBI is going anywhere. That is according to me. Second thing, I think the president is, as we previously said, the president is trying to cover his, sorry to say, to cover it, or to at least redeem his name with this. But the truth of the matter is that his name is already damaged, because whatever he did, we could see categorically, like today, I did not get the advocate's name. She categorically explained, and also Kindiki, Honorable Kindiki, outstandingly stipulated ways in which that the BBI process went. It was no longer like a public initiative, it was more of a presidential initiative. So for BBI, the only thing that we can do currently at this time and at this moment is just to wait, because I like the way the Court of Appeal judges were engaging the lawyers for clarity. Yeah, like they'd stop an advocate in the middle of the argument and inquire more. I remember like the issue about signatures. It was very clear and it was nice. The issue about the people. I did not get the name of the judge, but there's this judge who asked, "Can I be considered as the people?" So such things tells you that really digging into those fine reading between the lines, and it will be very interesting, because it will be very interesting to hear the judge's point of view, because normally when you get a civil case, more so legal as this one that is based on constitutional amendments, what actually works is the convincing power of the party, or either the appellant or the defendant, because it depends with how you convince the bench, and in how you make the bench to view your arguments. That one goes a long way, because now it will more of state how the judges are going to look at the case. So basically that's it. The other thing about 2022 elections, I've had people talking about it. Allow me to mention this. What I've come to realize is that the president is trying to play mind games with these people. The president is trying to finish whatever he wants to finish, and the only way to do that is to bring the opposition closer. And he's playing some mind games that it's not really good, and it's really wanting, because you see, he met with the people from Nyanza, he met the people from Ukambani, and he's been saying something very common. He wants something to do with NASA to come back. He wants these people to work together. And he's using some other, I'd say some other instruments, like Kinangilu. He's trying to push them to make these people to come together, because outwardly we have heard that Madividi and Watermelon, they have uttered clearly kwamba they are not going to do anything with Baba. But you have also witnessed Watermelon going with the president everywhere, plus Baba akiwa hapo ndani. So this one is to tell you that there is a game that Uhuru is playing, because you already know that these persons stand, but you're still bringing them together. There's somebody who said something about Uhuru bringing Gideon Moi to the picture. Basically, what Uhuru is trying to do is to bring NASA back, but now with a new face, that is Gideon Moi. Okay? The other thing he wants to do is to leave, or to endorse somebody that he knows will protect his interest. His interest is what? After ametoka kwa ofisi, now that he has been threatened, anaweza akashtakiwa na kila kitu, he needs somebody he needs somebody that he knows atajaribu kucover up for him. He needs somebody who will secure the future for his kids. If any of his kids would want to go to politics, all these things is what the president is trying to consider. And what I know for a fact is that he will consider all these things, and there is a high possibility of him going back to his former friend, William Ruto, because he's the only person who can protect his interest. If not, the only other person in this Kanasa cocoon, the only safe person mwenye Uhuru can really trust is Madividi. The rest ni vigeugeu. He can never, as much as he's working with Baba, he cannot trust Baba with his own personal interest and his safety. That is the first thing. Second thing, he cannot trust Kalonzo. Kalonzo is easily persuaded with people. Gideon Moi is here, not there. So nobody can even count on this nigga. And even his supporters, Kinayaga, know very well that he is not going to do anything now. He is waiting till 2027. So basically, all these things, I will not be surprised when at the end of it all, maybe by May, excuse me, by May, once the president is saying, you know what, I've tried my best. I've tried to unite you people. So off you go in peace. Let Kenyans decide. But the truth of the matter is he might, and there is a high possibility with the way these things are going, he might unite NASA. That is the first thing. If he unites NASA, the only after uniting NASA, he's going to bring Gideon Moi in the picture. Okay, that means all these, the Jubilee is already dead. So ODM, KANU, and this Wiper, they're going to form this new party because ODM is almost dying, because Baba's fate is unknown. And if Baba says that he's not running, we all agree that ODM will die there and then. So there is a high possibility of another party. That one is for sure. And if Uhuru succeeds with this, if Uhuru succeeds to bring NASA back.
Long, I have a question
Yes.
for you. I have a question for you. Can you tell me, why do you think so many ODM leaders it's not easy for them to lose their seat, especially for members of parliament? And not that they have clean, safe pair of hands. What do you think could be the reason?
Pardon? Sijakupata, unakata.
Nauliza,
yes,
mbona wabunge wengi ODM hawajaipoteza viti vyao? I can mention many, but si ati ni wazuri sana. What do you think inatumanga wengi wabaki?
Well, because they have had a constant father figure, that is Raila, and you would bear witness that most of these people have always enjoyed the ride of the name ya Baba. That is why I'm telling you, if Baba says that he's not going to run for the president, ODM is going to die there and then. Akishamaliza that speech hivi, if he says it, and then ODM is dead. And these people will be stranded because what they've always enjoyed is the name. You see, one thing I like about Baba does not necessarily give money to these people, right? But he has a name in this country. He is a very reputable national leader in this country. So that is what these people have been going around with. And if you look very well, you will see that most of the MPs that don't lose their seats in ODM, they are people that actually are very, very vocal, right? But huko nyumbani, they do nothing. Huko nyumbani hawasikiki, lakini huku on the for the state, kila wakati, if anything happens, lazima they'll defend Baba, because that's how they're going to get their seats. That is their currency, with their campaigning currency, Baba's name.
Okay,
So,
okay. Thank you, Samilong. That is enough submission. Let's not turn this into Baba and his party. But ODM is not dying any soon, so don't expect it to die. That one I can give it for you for free.
That was only my take.
Just like Uhuru has an exit strategy, Baba must have a long exit strategy. So it is not like going to Uhuru Park and making an announcement and that's the end. That one is far-fetched. Ayaga.
Yes, yes.
Sema kitu. Kuna ndugu yangu mmoja hapa alikuwa anaitwa Kirui, sijui. Ayaga speak and then we go to Kirui. Somebody remove the banner so that I get the names.
Okay, thank you. Even Duke is next to Jakes. You remember him? Remember him, please. So today, actually, I wanted just to keep quiet somehow and listen, because I told you donate my time to Nelson, so he answer me and convince me on how he think bottom up can work. But that's why today I'm not interrupting anybody. But you know, Jakes is asking some. By the way, Samilong, how are you? Oh, thank you very much. If you are well, my brother, yeah, thank God you're back. I also lost your number, so I could have checked on you. By the way, Paul, when Jakes is asking Ayaga, who is a Catholic, and you are asking me what Prophet Ur and his church is doing, you will not get a correct answer. If you want to know why some ODM member of parliament stay long, ask somebody maybe like Bernard. If you ask Samilong, who is praying in a Catholic, and asking a Legio Maria question, which knows nothing about Legio Maria, is an awkward question. Number two, ODM have been losing so many members of parliament. So more so in Luo Nyanza. Jakoyo is even Baba's cousin. He lost in game to Elisha Odiam. Which people are you talking about? Oburu Oginga, Raila Oginga's brother, lost in Bondo. Yeah. In Ugenya, ODM lost.
They only lost when they went for a higher
in Kisumu East,
seat.
ODM lost.
Get your facts. He lost when he wanted to be governor, not MP.
Yeah.
I'm preparing the list for you. So whenever I'm asking a question, be careful. The other thing, Jakoyo lost because he was vying for governor, he never lost as an MP. That is the fact.
Jakoyo was vying for which governor?
What he wanted a governor seat.
Stop mockery. It is Kumbo. It's Kumbo MP and Rasanga who compete. You know, you cannot know. You can't.
Let me. See.
That's why I told you, ask me, because whatever you have is a rumor. Jakoyo.
As I told you, I Ngojea kwa private chat ndakuwekea tu sahi. So relax. Go to the next point. Relax.
There is something here you said that is
go to the next point. Relax.
Hold on. You said Jakoyo was vying for which governorship?
Maybe from Nyeri.
Sorry, I meant to say he lost during nominations, and Baba said if it was up to him, his brother Buru, together with his cousin Jakoyo, angewapea direct, lakini sasa shida ni chama ilikuwa ishaamua, nomination ilikuwa ishafanywa. So he lost at the nomination. He was never he never lost in the elections. I've asked a question: why do many people still hold office? And I'm compiling the list. When I finish, you can now tell me why.
I can.
I'm almost through, actually.
answer you. I can answer you that. You know, Jake's perception and imaginaries are the two things you cannot bang on when heading to election. And you know, this side of UDA, that is what they have been. I saw today regarding Gashagu are saying they will leave Jubilee in February next year. Because February next year, constitutionally, 6 months to election, no by election. They are the same people who are telling us they have people. If they have people, they could have just resigned today, so they go to ballot and show us those people and those gods they have been talking about. You know, if you are sure of something, dare it, dare it. Don't wait, don't exhaust time until we will leave Jubilee in. So to convince us they will do mass out. We know they will walk out when you cannot hold an election because the law says 6 months to election, no by election. So they're just cowards, puppets who are trying to wear a monkey skin. Here, I heard Samilong is giving an analogy of I think my brother, you forgot politics. Where you are, you forgot politics. That you still have hope and faith that William and Uhuru will work together. You know, people like us, we have passed through this political betrayal so much, so much, so much. So we have experience. There is a time when it reach, just give up. This one is unrepairable. Those people cannot work together. Maybe after 20, maybe 32, ama 2050 huko. But for now, they can't. In 2022, that one is you are daydreaming. They will not work together. Please, tafadhali. We have been here. You know, when Kibaki did for us, we also kuja hapo mbele mbele. So these things are real. Because in Kenya, what we lack when we are making these political marriages is policies. Those policies you are talking about, the ideology. There is no ideology that were binding Uhuru and Ruto together. It was ICC. When ICC dies, it ends there. Like now, I can tell you without fear of contradiction, what binds Raila and Uhuru together is perhaps this BBI and maybe referendum. If it dies today, the end of the marriage, watu watajipangia kule mbele. Watu watajipangia kule mbele. So in Kenya, we always just cling on issues. Issues. We don't have ideology. You can't tell me Jubilee was told us to reunite, sijui to restore, sijui to rebuild. Ilikuwa na kitu kama a company ya factory ya construction. Yeah, their whatever their philosophy. But in the real sense, these guys were voted on an emotional in 2013 based on ICC. You know, when you people are giving us that, maybe the problem of William and Uhuru started after handshake. I'm very sorry for you. Maybe you are not in Jubilee. Jubilee problem started at the nomination. When William was left in charge of Jubilee nomination, he went to Central Kenya. He took people that he can use, people he can easily work with. People like Jamlek Kamau, Gidinji Ndungu, he dropped those people. He left so many people. And that thing angers Uhuru. Immediately,
Ayaga, are you propagating crossfire's point today? Because that is what crossfire was all about.
I was very quiet. Yeah, I was very quiet. Yeah. It is more common who told us that even before the nullification of the presidential election, they were invited at State House na wakapigwa masomo na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And in a 1 week time, the court nullifies the election. They were called again. And Uhuru told them, now let us forget all those things. Let us unite together and solve our issues. So even when they were heading to repeat presidential election, those guys had a problem already. That's why immediately after that election, Uhuru had to look for alternative. Those guys they separated at that moment. But you guys still preaching and believing that they will work together, maybe in future, because in politics, no enmity. Uhuru will work with Raila. Raila can work with Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka will work with Mudavadi and Gideon Moi. If their interests converge in one point, so be it. They will work together. Nancy, what was your question?
Thank you, Ayaga.
Let me,
No.
Bernard, 1 minute. I wanna log off, but I'm gonna say this, and I rest my politics on this show today because I am lost. If at all Uhuru's epiphany is true to you guys, if I remember 2013, 2017, the amount of insult that came from the Raila's side insulting Uhuru and all the things that they said about him. And today, you guys are supporting the same man who abused Raila to equal measure. And you're telling me that you stand by both sides altered against each other because of political interest. Then for me, my country is doomed and is gone to the dogs. If we are not going to watch carefully, start supporting ideology rather than people politics, because all we do here, Ellie today disappointed me most, given that he's in diaspora. He's coming here to tell us that why do you want to penalize a community because there are many? Because I'm going to say this, for me, I want a country whereby if votes are counted and somebody is declared the president, is actually the president. I do not want the servers. I do not want all those nonsense. I want the person who wins, hata kama yeye ni Msamburu, akuwe ndio president. Because everybody has something to offer to my country. But for now, the way you guys are saying, come 2022, and mark my word tonight, and I am happy to bet even money that the numbers still and the tribal cocoons still count in Kenya, as the way I've listened to all of us on this show. It is the elephant in the room. We are just only 13 months from election. The Mount Kenya vote is huge, and I today I am gonna say it as it is, because Ellie said Uhuru's epiphany is right. I can speak authoritatively about this, that you cannot penalize people because of their God-given numbers. The next place that will have numbers is the Luya community, and I know that they will be dominating the politics of Kenya if we continue on these tribal lines. And unless we shun this idea of tribal and not support electoral justice, because even the question that was asked today, how does BBI address the electoral injustice of Kenya? Are we going to get the person who has won the election declared as the president? That question was in the affirmative, no. So the BBI is null and void to address our problems. Our problems are electoral injustice, integrity, and corruption. Those are the main things that ails my country. And unless all of us start finding a way, all of us, to address these three huge juggernauts of problems that we face, we shall be like Eli, who thinks that Kikuyus being many and the Kalenjins being many, that is entitlement. And unfortunately, if Raila Odinga does not play his politics right, we are heading in the same direction of the entitlement business, whether you like it or not.
No, Nancy, there's no crime in being many.
Oh, that
It
is
only
what Kelly is trying to tell us here
no,
today.
no. Nancy, you're overstretching it. There is no crime in being many. It only becomes a problem when it is weaponized against others. Let us be many.
But you're weaponizing politics now
Hold
against
on.
Ruto.
Let us be many like Luyas. We are many, but everybody gets a vote from Western Kenya. We don't put all our votes in one basket. And I think if we go that way, we'll move faster than when we are busy keeping our basket as one, and yet we are asking for the rest of the country to unite. How are we going to unite the rest of the country when you cannot allow the rest of the country to also benefit from your numbers?
But that is the politics you're propagating. What I've said to you
is not the politics you are propagating. We are talking about you as a people who are Kenyans, whether Kikuyus, Luos, Kambas, and all that. We have a country called Kenya, where we all have a stake, and as stakeholders, we have shares into this country. Let us not have people who think they have more shares than others, and the rest should be the doorkeepers, while the others are the ones sitting on the table. Let every Kenyan have access to that table equally.
And that is why, and for you to have access to that table is declaring the person who has won as the president, regardless of the community they come from. Even they're the ones that have won legally, we declare them as president. Simple.
It is wrong for community to gang up together against the rest. It is wrong.
We are not ganging up. Oh my God.
Democracy, it is against the progress, is against civilization. If we believe in Kenya, let us fight for Kenya, not fight for our tribe, to use Kenya for our tribe. No.
But you guys are now ganging against Ruto. Is Ruto not a human being?
Bernard.
No, I rest my case. Now, before Samilong, I want to ask you a question, then I leave you to talk. Okay?
Yes.
Now that Uhuru has lost the Mount Kenya vote, do you still need his support?
Why would anyone need to? You see, the issue is this one, huh? Why would anyone need? You see, Uhuru has already lost not only his influence, he has lost his trust from Kenyans, the entire country, because he has failed terribly. So the only thing that we are afraid of, the only thing, and I'll tell you this for a fact, and I will tell you now, and I will not be ashamed or even afraid to say it even tomorrow, is the only thing that I'm afraid of from Uhuru is the state machinery. That is the only thing that worries me. The state machinery. Only that. At his support, we don't need his support. In fact, what we need him to retire.
Oga, you have just said, eventually after the game, it's going to end up Uhuru shaking hands with Ruto and uniting to win the 2022 elections. That's where I drive my question from. Now that he has already lost the Mount Kenya vote, what is he bringing on the table?
No, you see, for him, the state machinery is what counts. Huh?
Amilong, can I help you?
No, Ngoja.
Can I help you?
The state machinery is what we are counting on, because one, if Uhuru Sahizi can say and can promise Kenyans that he will not interfere.
You are doing well, but you're only helping. Wait, Samilong, Bernard is asking a question that you ought to ask him. It is not Jubilee joining UDA, it is Jubilee joining ODM. So the question will be, what is ODM inheriting from Jubilee? Because by the end of the day, there is nothing that Uhuru is bringing on the table. So I think it is the right question for the wrong person. But Samilong, you are trying. Samilong, go ahead. But then it was the right question for the wrong person.
It is not me who say that Ruto and Uhuru are going to end up together. It is Samilong. So from there is what I'm saying.
The only reason why
the UDA and Tanga claim is that Uhuru has lost all his influence. He doesn't have the Mount Kenya vote, and he doesn't have any influence. So why would you want such a person to come and support your influence, your most influencing wherever candidate?
We don't want him. The only thing that we need is for him to guarantee Kenyans that he's not going to interfere with the campaigns as the states. No, with all the state machinery. That's what we want.
The other thing,
but now the problem is this. The problem with the Uhuru is this one. We cannot count on his word because he's not a gentleman of his own words.
You people, let's get historically right. We need we're going to Duke after here, but what I'm saying is, let's not make this matter of kumi yangu kumi ya Ruto. From 1963, we have had all those promises. We shouldn't get into making it a do and die issue. If there was any kama ni story ya kulipa madeni, basi tuanze 1963. It is Jaramogi that made Kenyatta president. Okay, alipwe kwanza. Baada hiyo tulipe nani mwingine. Hao watu wote ambao wamechangia.
I think my grandfather should be the one to pay that.
Mbona sisi tunadai deni la mwisho kama kuna madeni ambayo yamekaa miaka hiyo yote?
Let me answer. Samilong nikubalia tu ni
kubaliana na hali.
Acha nimjibu. Acha nimjibu hiyo. Acha nimjibu hiyo Samilong.
Let Samilong answer.
Let me answer you.
Listen Bernard, tulikubaliana na hali. That is why unaona the deputy president accepted even from the beginning. Ali accept kwamba he was strict all the roles na all the duties, akakubali kwa sababu alijua kwamba hapa now I have to deploy new tactics. The new tactics ni gani? Engaging regional leaders on bottoms up economy. That is the first thing. Second thing, making sure that every single region.
Samilong ukiona mtembei jua tu amekuja na vituko ngoja.
Si ni mimi tu anakujia. Ni mimi tu anakujia.
Unajua Samilong alipenda hapa.
Ukishaona mtembei.
I told you. Wherever I come mtembei.
Lakini wakati ya kwa Raila mnaona hala state machinery. Acha kupretend bwana.
See, I told you.
Eti kwanza anatupia state machinery. So akiwa kwa Raila hakuna kitu but
Ngoja. Samilong ngoja ngupe story. Unaona huyu jamaa juzi alikuwa Meru na nakwambia huko ameshapata information that ground imechange. So asikuchote huyu jamaa ni udadamu, ngozi tu ndio ya wenyewe.
Which ground has changed where? The Mount Kenya vote is not with anybody as at now.
Bernard, there was only one point I wanted to make one point, kindly. One point only.
Just hold on, Samilong. Hold on.
Yes.
Duke, are you there? Oh, you are there. Okay. You're coming next. You're coming next after Samilong's point. Carry on.
There's something that Ruto said on the last interview yenye alikuwa nayo. He said actually two things. He said one, the corruption and the poor leadership that we have in this country is not the problem. The problem is economy. This is one of the reasons why I reason with the gentleman. So one, if I have money in my pocket, if I can come out of my house in the morning na nirudi nikiwa niko na pesa mfukoni kwamba I have nothing to worry about, I will not even think about anyone else. Ati sijui fulani amefanya kitu fulani. That is the first thing. Second thing, akasema this poor leadership, na this conflict after every electoral cycle, one of the only ways yenye tunaweza deal with it ni we stop these regional parties na tribal parties zenye ziko, And this is why he confessed that it's among the reasons why he went and merged with TNA, akaachana na they killed the URP because he believes in one Kenya. He believes in unity country, such that let us move from the individual politics ama name politics, kwamba baba sijui watermelon madividi upande iko the Luya nation, right? What we need right now, what we need is politics, kwamba this guy is coming with bottoms up economy, but all these other people wanaleta nini on the table?
Samilong, as much as I want to believe your candidate, okay, he really confuses me, okay?
Yes.
If you are telling me that bad governance and corruption is not the problem is the economy. I mean, what are you trying to say? I'll give you a small illustration.
I've not said corruption.
I'm told, no, just hold on.
Then,
I'm told that in a psychiatric institution, when they are testing whether somebody's madness has gone, they put him in a room with a tap of running water that has flooded the floor. Then they give him a mop and a bucket. Then the doctors will be watching through the window. Okay, he said if the man will continue mopping the floor without turning off the tap, then they know his madness has not gone. But he said when he goes and switches off the tap, then he begins to mop the floor, they will know the man is back in his senses. If the DP tells me that corruption is not the problem, bad governance is not the problem, but the problem is economy, I'm defeated.
Understand this, Bernard. Understand this. There is a difference between bad corruption and bad governance. About corruption, he said this: the only time you're going to fight corruption is when we detach corruption from politics. When state machineries will stop attacking selected individuals because of their political stand. So when the state start fighting corruption, regardless of the name, regardless of the stand, that's even if walisema kwamba that's when we'll actually see fruits of fighting corruption. But sahizi
my
question to you is that question to you is it that money does not get lost, or the police are just terrorizing people for nothing? There is no money lost in Kenya. Everything is okay, but people are being victimized because of politics. Is that what
Samilong, can I help you?
So you want to mean
yes,
it's only one gentleman that is stealing, the rest are just seated there faithfully?
No. We are asking this. That's a general application. We will fight corruption and succeed when we don't weaponize it politically. It means everybody being targeted for corruption cases is being targeted for political reasons. And the only way to justify that, we need to prove that there is no money lost. We are just, making noise so that somebody can be victimized politically. If you can tell us there is no money lost in Kenya, then your thesis can sell, your theory can sell. But if we are having a bad economy, we are having a bad governance, we are losing money every day, 2 billion per day through corruption, then you tell me that any person being arrested for corruption or being investigated for corruption is because of politics, and you want to be the head of state? I become afraid.
Bernard, we're not saying, understand this, we are not saying Etikomba corruption should not be fought. No, we are just saying it should not be applied on double standards. So that is the point. Because
are you saying that, for example, Rigathi Gachagua is not guilty, or are you saying that we should arrest Rigathi Gachagua and also arrest people from the other side?
Brother, Tom, listen. The only thing is, Waswahili wanasema sheria ni upande mbili, inakata kiwiliwili. Sawa sawa, let it apply both sides.
So you want us to see some ODM guys arrested?
Let us see people, actually more people, not selected. Eti kwamba after a month, if somebody takes a strong stand against you, the next week KRA wako kwa nyumba yake. The other time DCI wamembeba. The other time unaanza kusikia sijui. No, let's not do that.
Okay. Thank you. And time is not on our side. Can we hear from Duke? And then we take our last round, unless Jex will take over. Mimi naondoka. Masaa ndio hayo.
Duke, we should end it.
Yes. Okay.
We should end it after this.
Okay.
Give a statement and then.
Are you getting me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I want to support what Mirong is saying. You are actually trying to serve him. Is stating clearly that for corruption to be effectively dealt with, the consequences must apply uniformly. Actually, the resources should be followed and returned back to the government's coffers. That's actually what he's trying to say. But I want to start my submission by adding to what the street historian said. Actually, I've been surprised the way most people have attacked him. That's why I want to add on what he said. Actually, he said facts, and NASA has been misquoting him. What he said is this: he did not actually say that each individual should not have a right to vote as one person. What he was trying to say is that after election, there is the president who takes the power. And the president has some positions. For example, we have cabinet secretaries, we have heads of the parastatals, PS, all those. Actually, those positions must be distributed fairly and equally to all Kenyans. Actually, that's why they say equitable resource distribution goes hand in hand with equitable representation. So we cannot have for instance, we have more than 10 cabinet secretaries coming from one tribe, that's the Kikuyu tribe, and we expect the resources to be equally distributed to Kenya. That's a fact. For instance, if you go and check the cabinet secretaries we have in Kenya, and go and check the PAs, the heads of the parastatals, it's 70% is from one tribe, that's the Kikuyu. And that's very, very unfair. And nobody should check. That's a fact. And there is statistics to point out that. For instance, if you check, for example, when in 2013, if you check the cabinet secretaries prior to 2013 government, you can see there is no rule was being given a cabinet secretary. It's recently when there was having an handshake, that's when we saw Marua being given that position. So that's a fact. It's very unfair the way the resources, the leadership position are distributed. So actually, that's what a street historian was saying, and most of you misquoted him. Having said that, okay. Having said that, I want also to add about we usually come here every day and we are talking more of issues which we have, the problems, the leadership issues which we have. But me, I usually get focused. I want us to be more focused on what can be done for Kenya to move from a third world country into a first world country. What is the solution of all those issues? We usually debate about issues. We usually debate about the problems we have. We should actually be debating on the solutions so that if the readers who are watching us can pick points, Kenya can transform. or if one of us in the future becomes a reader, he can pick up on those points so that the Kenya can be transformed into a better society. Having said that, I actually use Singapore as a case study. All of us know that Singapore is a first world country, and it's actually the only country which happened to transform from third world country to first world country in just 20 years. That's in our lifetime. No another country that has ever done that transformation. So it's like a case study which we should copy, or we should take lessons from it, and also we should follow that route for us to transform the Kenya into a first world country. Now, when I'm looking about that case study, I was able to highlight the key steps which Singapore undertook. The first step was accountability. That the resources are accounted for. And I usually say here every day that without consequences, resources will never be safeguarded. There must be strict consequences. For instance, if you are a leader of a company and you are able to take millions and nothing happens to you, you can be tempted to take it. So we talk about strict accountability. That's one of the guiding principles which transformed Singapore from a third world country to a first world country within a short period of time. And I remember giving that example that there were some members of parliament who went to Singapore for benchmarking. And then when they were entering the Singapore airspace, it's like a microphone announced. It told them that you are entering into Singapore airspace. If you have any illegal drug, you will be executed. You will not even be returned to your nation. And they started shaking. You found that MPs checking their pockets and they are aware they did not carry any illegal drugs. So what we are trying to say is that there have to be consequences. But in Kenya currently, we do not have any consequences because those at the top who are supposed to be to work as examples or to initiate that fair enforcement of the strict consequences are the culprits. Actually, they are the one who have invested the resources, and all others are aware. So that if you, for example, if you have stolen 10 million and have stolen 1 million, there is no way you can come and arrest me. So, in fact, that's what I'm also. Another thing which I want to highlight is about human capacity building. Is that they were able to tap on the capabilities of its citizens. You know, in Kenya, we have a lot of skilled people, where you find other nations like the US, like the US, they are sourcing skilled people. It is the opposite here in Kenya. You find skilled people without employment opportunities. You find that in those with employment opportunities are not qualified, or there's no enough opportunity. So, in my final submission is that we should actually be focusing on how this problem can be solved for Kenya to be transformed. Because there's no much time, I beg to end there, unless there is another question.
Bernard, can I give my final submission because I want to leave early?
Okay, thank you, Duke. We are going to give everybody their last submission, then we are closing. So we begin with Tom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is my first time in this space, and I want to say it has been amazing. I look forward to attending future spaces. I love the fact that people can disagree here in a civil manner, even though sometimes we get emotional, but we are still able to disagree in a civil manner and agree. Now, it's I wanted to speak about BBI, but now that we have deviated to the political aspect of it, I think what street historian said is also, I would also agree to an extent, because it is true. I understand what both sides are saying, because what Nancy was arguing is that, but what street historian was saying, first of all, is that, there is the Kikuyu elite who have held the power, and they're also partly the Kalenjin. And if you look at history, you saw that after the attempted coup during the Moi regime, Moi became a little more firm. And to protect his authority and prevent future occurrences of the coup, you saw many of the police came from the Kalenjin community, because and even the military. We had a lot of Kalenjins joining the military because that was part of his strategy to protect his interests and protect his power. And that has continued to date, where the person who becomes president, to protect his authority, he has to surround himself with people from his community who will pledge allegiance to him. Because that is why you see very few Luos have held government positions, because Luos are considered to be quite abrasive, and they're considered to people who don't really follow authority that much. So it is true when we say that even looking at today's government is mainly dominated by either Kikuyus or Kalenjins, dominated. I'm not saying others are not there, but domination is Kikuyus and Kalenjins. Now the problem is that the few people like Uhuru and Ruto who were elected, they decided consciously to appoint people who are from their tribes, predominantly. And because of that, the average Kikuyu has been targeted, because now people are saying it is time for another tribe. You see, they are spoiling the chances of now another Kikuyu, because now people are not looking at a Kikuyu's competence. People are looking at a Kikuyu and they're saying, we have given now 3 Kikuyu's chances. And the Kikuyus who have been there have always given predominantly their own. Look at the Luo Nyanza. I dare you, to anyone who is not from Nyanza, come to Luo Nyanza and tell me if there is any government industry in Luo Nyanza that is surviving today. Go to Western. The Mumias that was there is dead. Pan Pepper is dead. You see, if that would have happened in Central, it would have been a revolution. You see. So lastly, I would want to say this. And on that also, I understand where Nancy is coming from, because she's saying, see, the few elite should not be used as a representation of us all. But unfortunately, that is the reality, because we will have to use the elite, the representation, the Kikuyus who have been there, and the one Kalenjin who has been there. We will use them to represent the others, because that is what the perception that is out there. Similarly, probably even if Raila becomes president, there's a possibility he could also have many Luos, because he has to protect his power also. That's the unfortunate position of our situation. Lastly, I would want to say that in probably the next space, hopefully I will be there. I am really praying that, because I've not seen what Raila, if he was going to vie, I've not seen what he would present for the next election. But with the little economics I know that the bottom-up economics is a very, very populist idea. It's a very, and I really listened carefully. I really wish that I would have had somebody explain how it is happening. Because with the little economics I know is that the bottom is a majority. You're talking about 80% of the population who are at the bottom. This population is considered to be semi-literate or illiterate. Most of them are in Form 4 maximum. The ones who have tried are maybe some technical training institution or something, but they have the basic skills. It is very difficult to have projects or financial packages that will target 80% of the population without affecting radically the tax system, because what happens is that you have to tax the rich to target the poor. Number 2, because this is like 80% of the population, how do you target them without discriminating? And number 3, what will you be giving them if you want to bring them from the bottom to the top? Because they're saying bottoms up. What will you be giving them to get them to the top? Because research has showed that if you take all the money from the rich people and you give it to the poor people, after about 1 or 2 years, all the money will have gone back to the top. Because getting to the top of the financial hierarchy is more than just being given the money. That's why many athletes go broke after some time. Many MPs are broke today because once you take away their financial package, they go broke. They don't know how to sustain that money. So if you give somebody at the bottom, you give them a border. What is the guarantee that they will now move from the bottom to the top? You've just given them a border. They are still at the bottom. Now, which criteria will you use to give them that border? Will you give them money? Will you give them a wheelbarrow? Will you give them a border? What is the guarantee that will move them to the top of the hierarchy? So I think we really need to really interrogate. I'm not sure that is what they're actually proposing. I don't know how they are going to do it, but it's a very difficult model to implement. Very, very difficult. And I'm hoping that probably in the next space, we would get somebody to really explain what the bottoms up economics really mean, because it's quite a difficult thing. It sounds very nice, but how will you go to all the borders? How will you go to all the mamambogas? How will you go to all the kinyos? This is like all the people you see around. How do you target them? Where do you get the money to target all of them? Everybody you see around you is at the bottom. Even us who are speaking here, some of us, we are at the bottom end of that. How do you target all of us without really affecting how we run this country? Thank you very much, and I wish you a very good night, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Tom. We look forward to having a great time together again. We are always on over the weekend, and before you go, we have a WhatsApp group where we cook what we come to talk here. You can leave a number on this private chat. Then we'll be able to add you on the WhatsApp group where we'll cook this matter before we come here. But thank you for your submission. Umeleta binzari nzuri, tukaongeza roiko, chakula kimekuwa kizuri sana. Asante. Can we hear from Ashley? Ashley upo?
Nipo.
Your closing remarks, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I want to thank Tom. I think he's been here from the beginning with some other people, and I think he has articulated what Nancy and Ellie was trying to say. But I think somebody else, Duke, missed the point. Actually, Nancy is the one who was trying to say we need to stop, like this person that we are saying, mtu wetu. What she was trying to say, we need to have a more free and fair system where we do not perpetuate this system of someone coming and employing people from their own tribe, be it a Kikuyu, be it a Luo, or whatever tribe. So when you say that we are tired of these two tribes, what someone like Ellie is saying, that we need now to bring someone else so that they can also employ it. It is their time to eat. That's why you're saying we need to remove these two tribes so we can bring someone else. And what me and Nancy, I think what she was trying to say, and I think that is what I was trying to say, I think just because we are Kikuyus, you don't listen to what we are saying. We are saying we don't want that. We hate that. And that is why, personally, I don't like Uhuru. It's because of the things he does. He says he's supporting BBI, but when you look at his actions, all the people he has lined up Kikuyus, and that's who he's giving positions to. I would like to see a more fair system where he distributes that. What I am asking is we stop looking at the tribe and look, especially at the president. Let us get a president. If we could get a patriot, you know why we are fighting for the next president to be another tribe is because you want your time to eat. But even if, let's say give an example, that we have the elections and David D wins. From how I know David D, he's a Kikuyu, but maybe he would change the perspective that having someone from a Kikuyu again is bad. Because if we had a Kikuyu again, let's give an example, and this Kikuyu was so fair, he distributed the money the way it should be distributed, tribe would never be an issue. What I am praying is that one day we will get to where tribe will not be an issue as what the candidacy of that person is. That we will look at beyond tribe, not because I want another Kikuyu. Like I said, it doesn't help me. But like Tom said, that person makes the other Kikuyus victims or victimized. And then we go on the defensive to something we have not even partaken of. So when you say the elite, we should choose someone else. So when I go to the election, oh, that's a Kikuyu. Even though he has very good policy, I'm not going to listen to him. So let me choose from number 2 or number 3, because I've already disqualified the Kikuyu. I am saying no. We need a new people who will stop looking and just look at, oh, we have 10 candidates. If they have a debate, let us, like the way we had a debate here, irrespective of their tribe, that we listen to what they are saying and choose them from what they are saying, from what they are selling to us. That is what I was trying to say. I think that is what Nancy was trying to say. But because we feel victimized, we come across to where maybe you don't listen to what we are actually saying. Because what I am seeing wrong with what historian was saying, and that is why I logged again to explain, is that he's perpetuating the same tribalism, but let us now give another community a chance to eat. Let us not talk about the presidency in terms of communities. Let us talk about the president in terms of what needs to be done. We need someone who will be able to spread the national cake fairly, wherever tribe they come from. And she said Samburu, she doesn't care. But is this Samburu going to choose all the ministers from Eastern because even the Kikuyu did that? You see, we are not curing the problem. We need to cure this problem. Or so should we give every other tribe permission to do what the Kikuyu and the Kalenjin have done? How long is that going to take? We need to rescue our country. We need to love our country so much that we need to look for a leader who is going to be fair, and we need to prosecute those who do not. Let me tell you what we need to do with the national initiative, the popular initiative. Take someone who is giving all the position to Kikuyus. You should take them to court, because they are not. He should be showing inclusive now in the actions that he is taking, so we can believe that he means good with the BBI. So that is what I'm coming from, and I hope you can hear me beyond my tribe, please. So I think let me stop there because the time has gone. I've forgotten all the other things I wanted to say.
It's okay. Thank you, Ashley. We have a weekend ahead of us. We will share more. Thank you. Now we go to street historian kwanza. No, tunaenda hivi. Samilong was the second last to speak.
Okay. Well, historian has made his submission before I have made mine. Samilong has done the same. I think I should be the next one.
Okay.
Okay. Then just go on.
I wish to echo and agree with Ashley's sentiments that a leader at times leads with an example. Inclusivity should have begun immediately after handshake. We ought to have seen the president make major reshuffles in his cabinet, in his parastatals, and many other appointments that he has done that has actually depicted him as someone who almost favors people from his tribe and clan. The other thing I would wish to say, our politics stinks to the high heavens. Why do I say so? We only turn a blind eye when it favors us, but when it is not, when it is something against us, we are quick to raise our voices and all. When my guru was on the other side, I could see everyone bashing her name. When she joined the other side, she is now a darling of many. So I wish we should not turn a blind eye only when it favors us. A crime is a crime. Babuino and the many should also suffer the same fate as a criminal like any other person. Rigathi Gachagua, I don't really mind where he stands, but if he has committed a crime, he ought to suffer the same fate. Let's not criminalize what is not criminal, and let's not use our systems to settle some scores. You know, a police should not disperse a certain meeting while even providing security for another meeting and encouraging even more by disguising in the name of COVID and all. So let's be fair. Let's allow the rule of law. Allow us to be a nation that follows the Constitution. You know, we cannot have a leadership that says, today someone asked in court that we are here fighting the quorum. The question was of quorum. Then Esther asked, the president is represented, the AG is represented. Why can't the court ask him why the president has failed to make the IBC have the correct quorum? Why go to court? Why put the court in a compromising state? Some of these things, it is our leaders who have failed to follow and act in accordance to their mandate, to what they have been elected to do, to what their office entails. Hence, if everyone prayed their law, if everyone followed the constitution to the letter, I believe some of these vices we see will not be there. If the DCI would not just follow those who oppose government, but follow every person who has been linked to issues that are not humanly normal or humanly correct, those people ought to be prosecuted. The rule of law should follow its course, not with favor, not looking at who is who, but going for the person who cannot defend themselves, the mwananchi, the you and I, who maybe will never have an opportunity to handle public funds. Any person who steals our public money ought to face the full wrath of the law, regardless of who. The other thing I would wish to say in my submission, we need to reduce spending. Duke has said very well, we need also to find a way of finding solutions. We have very serious and crazy spendings. Today I was listening to the breakfast show in the morning, and I heard that an MCA, an MP, a mileage allowance can go up to 100,000 for a trip. And I was like, if that person makes like five trips in a week, that's 500,000. So basically, what am I trying to bring home? We have very serious spending issues. We have loopholes in our management of our finances, and that's why I always say Kenya is a beautiful nation with a lot of wealth. If we could only manage, some of these nations would be scared of Kenya because of the potential we carry. But our misuse, the way we do things, at times it leaves a lot to be desired. An MP cannot finish a project that a predecessor had started. I come from a county, our previous governor had started a marketplace, but had not finished. When he lost the seat, the one who came began at the same project, but in the opposite side of the road, abandoning the predecessor's policies and program. That is money that went to waste. That is your money and my money that went to waste. We have issues with wastage. If BBI fails, who, for example, will cater for all the loss that will be incurred in this? Who will take care of our nation when the president in his own mind says that we lose 2 billion a day? Where is this money going? Who are the thieves? Why can't we have a way of bringing these people to justice? The other thing, I think, at times I ask myself, I think we are overrepresented. Personally, I am led by an MCA, an MP, a woman rep, a senator, a governor, and of course a president. Some of these things are almost replicated. You see, in the office of the governor, he has cabinet secretary, or rather county secretaries, who whatever Kagwe does is done in Nakuru, it's done in Nairobi by someone elected by the governor. Replication of what is done by the national government. I understand that it is already devolved, but some of these people just sit in the office. They really have nothing much to do, and then eventually they enjoy a hefty salary and all, and eventually we end up paying a lot. Actually, on our budget, a lot of the money is given to these representatives. I would wish some of them even take a pay cut. Some of us took pay cuts during this COVID issue. Why can't our MPs seriously take a serious cut down on their salary? It is too huge. Actually, we are among the nations that our MPs are highly paid. And if we truly love our nation, I would wish to say some of these people who are supporting BBI should tell us, because I want my constituency to be divided by 2, I would risk my salary by 2 so that half of it will go to the next person, but they will get the same salary, increase the number, hence increase the taxes that we are going to be taxed. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to even know that even now, even bundles, it will be very expensive to join Mtembei Live because it has been increased by 20%. So what am I trying to bring home? It is you and I who will suffer when taxes are increased. Bundles will increase, taxes and all will come, and it is you, the common mwananchi, who will pay for these people. Our parties, our political parties, they really need a lot to change. One, we cannot have a party that changes every 5 years. You know, we are creating a culture that these are vehicles. We need to put it in our constitution, if possible, that we can only maybe have at most 3, so that this kasumba ya kuhamanga every five years umehama. Hata wengine, they don't hammer because they have seen a light. They just hammer because they want to save their political seat. If I ask you for free, what made Wamoshomba now say that Ruto is the very best? Yet few days ago, actually, she was really bashing him. You see, some of these people make moves not because they are informed, not because that they are now coming with better ideas. It is the same monkey changing the forest. It is the same monkey desiring a different part of the banana in the name of our national cake. So we need to address the story of as much as we are a multi-party nation, but these parties at times they come, and some are funded by our taxpayers' money. Some of these politicians, they enjoy a lot because of the money they get from these parties. Hence, at times they have a lot in their coffers that at times they can use it to even fund violence. So we need to bring sanity in our political parties. I wish also to submit that no one should be condemned and take an offense by historians.
The weekend is beginning. Don't finish everything now.
I'm finishing. No one should be condemned and hurt. No one should be bashed in public, because by the end of the day, if you have facts and if you have evidence against someone, I think we have the courts to do that. I think we have a place we can take these people. If you think someone has made a mistake, someone has wronged you, someone has stolen some funds, and you know you can prove it, I think there are places, there is a DCI office, there is a court of law where you need to present your case, so that we don't criminalize or even prosecute someone and hurt this public court that we normally take our politicians. And some of them, they are not guilty of the accusation. Some of them, it's just the states trying to tarnish their name. We cannot really pinpoint exactly what they did, but all we know is, and all we can really trace is propaganda and what has been said. We really need to come of age and really say that you're innocent until proven guilty. And I finally say, ladies and gentlemen, we need to protect our state and our nation. Love it. Love every person. Love me for who I am. Love Bernard. Love the street historian, Samilong and all. Love us, for we are Kenyans. I am your brother. You are my sister and brother. We are here. We did not find ourselves here by mistake. We are here because God saw it fit that you be a Kenyan. And through this nation, may we find a lot and plenty within its border, that we may enjoy the company of Bernard and all as we serve this nation. Great people, have a good morning.
Thank you, Jakes. Can we now have street historian Samilong? Duke, you'll be the last one since you are the last one previously.
Thank
Alafu
you,
tuondoke hapa tafadhali. Keep it brief.
Yeah, very brief. I would like, first of all, to thank Duke because in every community endeavors like this one, I always try to kind of propagate what is the solution. We've been here since time immemorial, and I know there were fights even in the Pan-African Congress in 1945 in Manchester. There were people who argued bitterly about which way forward for Africa. There were Africans. I mean, they were going for each other's throats, and those things are necessary in these debates, because I think it makes us move to the next level. So we try to find out what is the solution, right? For me, I think that, and this is probably a defining moment, that Mr. Kenyatta said what he said, not just for the press, not for a colorful political remark, but he said something that no other politician from one side of the country had said, that what is the problem if leadership at the apex comes from elsewhere? I don't remember him saying Mr. Odinga or this person's, or the usual names, the usual suspects. No, but he said it very, very eloquently and very simply for the everyday Mwananchi to understand. What is the problem if we get leaders to run this country from elsewhere, right? Number two, and for me that was a very fundamental change of attitude for one political leader, right? And sometimes they say, some things come even from the devil himself. And that's why some people love Ruto, because they can't imagine all these other things he's been accused of, but he's still the person they love, you see. And the same applies to Raila and to Uhuru and all these people. Number two, my point about this BBI, because it was like the debate was about which way for the BBI. It's not the first and last time Kenyans are going to try and change the constitution. This is just one of those moments. The court dramas and all those kind of things is going to happen even 10 years from now, right? So there is nothing unnatural about change of constitution. It is something that needs to happen. Personally, I feel, because you asked which way for this BBI, I don't know if the court has the power to make suggestions of which way, but I think there are some fundamental problems in the BBI proposals. There are some very, very good things in it, but there are some fundamental problems. For example, personally, I believe that there is too much time being wasted on creating more parliamentary seats. I think it's a very expensive affair. I think it shouldn't happen. But I think those people who made those proposals, they have their reasons for this. But personally, I feel that the court, which is listening to all these lawyers, if they had the powers to make suggestions, then they would make something that implies that, well, this needs to happen, because the court that defeated the BBI actually was saying this is not happening or this needs to happen. So that court was very political. The court that made that ruling against BBI, it was just, I listened to the judge, the Ngugi was very political, right? And judges apparently are not supposed to take, clear, fundamental political bias. That's why I find that this court has, if they have the authority to make a suggestion, it would be very, very good, for the country. Otherwise, these politicians are going to waste the times of Kenyans for the next year about BBI or no BBI. I just think that the ordinary person on the street has no clue about what is happening in that courtroom as a fact. And I'm not trying to sound as if, I know better. No, it's a fact, right? Someone said there that the so-called bottom-up approach is full of the jobless, workless classes, the underclass at the bottom, and it's a fact. So how then do we expect these people to understand what's going on in the courtroom? So this is another problem I have with the BBI, and the other side that opposes BBI. Because for me, it's just political drama between two sides, right? But we know where the problem is and we can locate it. Finally, back to the issue that nobody likes to talk about because it sounds too controversial, about tribe. But I will not talk about it in the way that I previously spoke about, because you've heard my statement and that's the way it will stay. I will not change it. But you give an example of, say, for example, Rwanda. Let's look at Rwanda. The Hutu are about 80 to, say, 85% of the population of Rwanda. The Tutsi and the Twa are the rest. I think the Tutsi are probably around 14%, and the minority Twa maybe 2 or 3%, something like that. Now, these people, we know the history, what happened. We know the previous history, who was in charge, and the previous, you can go back to the 1950s, and it's been musical chairs, they just shift in places. But as for now, Paul Kagame has been so-called winning the elections, right, in the last couple of years. Of course, we know the controversies of the candidates who are opposing him. They were not allowed to really oppose him. Some were even sent to jail. But let's just pretend that the Hutu population were voting for Paul Kagame in the same way the Tutsi were doing that. And then let's try and place that in the Kenyan context, because someone said, I think it was Nancy, that we cannot fight a community that wins the elections. I think that's what she implied. We cannot keep accusing them of winning the elections because they're the biggest number in the country. Now, we know that in Rwanda, these two communities that speak the same language, one is more than the other. Of course, it's a colonial identity that was created between the Tutsi and the Hutus, but they're there, right? So what are we saying? Are we saying that because the majority in Kenya belongs to a certain community, and that number is actually, there's a dispute about it, because we know what happens during the census, the population census. We know it benefits the people in power, and that's the truth. And we know that before this last census, there was the manipulation of votes via something called tyranny of numbers. We know all these things, right? So my point is this: when even we have these debates, and Nancy, for example, repeats the same things that we are saying should stop, by saying that, oh, look at us, we are the majority, we will vote, we will win the elections, you can do nothing about it. In a fair election, we will keep winning. This is the problem, right? And we're talking about educated people in this platform. Nancy is very eloquent. She's a very intelligent person, right? And whenever she speaks, I listen, right? Even though sometimes she just throws barbs everywhere, right? But the fact is, if we're not going to accept that this is the basis by which we run our society in Kenya, right? The tribal hegemony, then we are wasting time with BBI or any other thing. Because next door in Tanzania, they kept electing Julius Nyerere. I'm sorry if you want to say one party state, Chama cha Mapinduzi or whatever, but if they wanted to overthrow him, they could have done that based on tribe, right? And he came from one of the smallest tribes. So I would like to say that we have to accept. Koigi Wamwere wrote in his book about negative ethnicity, and I'm submitting that even in negative ethnicity, there is a positive sense of responsibility where we must say the truth. And the truth is that we have been having a situation of, I don't want to say national, but two communities through their elite claiming to hold power, and they'll continue holding power. And this is a crisis that must be solved. And Uhuru Kenyatta articulated it eloquently. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Eli, for your submission. Samilong had to run away.
Yeah.
Duke, are you there? I think he is catching up with the bus to go somewhere.
Oh.
Yes.
Give your closing remarks. Please keep it brief.
Yes, just 1 minute. Also, I'm done. So what I can say is that the historian has given a very good example about Rwanda, but he did not exhaust it. The main point we can take from the Rwanda case is the massacre which happened. We are aware that is that the Tutsi felt there was a perception, or can be a fact, that one tribe was dominating the other. So that perception are all fact made hatred to be too high to the extent the nation passed it. So it's good, historian, you have actually exposed that point here. It's good for us to discuss this now, so that if it's true there is a fact, there is a perception that I can even say one tribe. For me, it's like one tribe is too much dominating. I don't want to talk about one. So it's good for us to discuss and expose it now, so that we can even have members of parliament who goes talking about that, as have one cabinet secretary from each tribe. So before it's too late. So it's good for us to discuss about this, so that we have solutions before maybe, God forbid, that massacre we may see it here. So that's what I can say.
Okay, thank you, Duke. Ashley, you came back. Anything you want to add before I close with my closing remarks?
I'm admiring Jake's picture.
Okay.
Okay.
Jakes,
Yes.
asante kwa kuthibitisha familia yako.
I had forgotten to say something about the bottom up economy, and I wanted to relate it to where I am right now. Like where I am, it's not like people being given borders. It's like if you take people to school, like people in high school, they go to technical schools, or even when they finish school, they go and they're given money to go to college. So it's not that they're becoming rich. We expand the middle. So because in Kenya, there is the have-nots and the haves, and there is a very big gap in between. In America, what they have done, there is a lot of people in the middle class. So I think the bottom up, if you expand the middle, like now, some states, the governors do this. They solicit like manufacturing companies from outside the country, like from China, to bring like car manufacturing industries to your state. Here, it's not the president that does that. It's mostly the governors of the states. Like now, we can utilize someone like David D, who says he's an economist. We can send him to China to solicit them to come and manufacture their, you see, it's not small scale. It's not planting avocados. It's now big things like manufacturing car parts. They should be talking to China, who Kenya has a very good relationship with, to bring their plant in Kenya. Things like those. So if we can have that kind of activity going on, where we have more manufacturing jobs, more production jobs, so that the people who are poor now, some of them are poor because they don't have employment. Where we create employment, then we expand the middle, and the more we expand the middle, the more the economy grows. And I think that is part of, and I'm thinking about relating to where I am right now, what is happening. That will grow the middle class. And then another thing they have done, they try to reduce the taxes on the middle class so that the people in the middle have more money in their pockets, because the more they have money in their pockets, the more they use it. The more they use it, the more the economy is growing, because there is activity going on. If people don't have money in their pockets, they are not buying. And when they're not buying, the businesses are not making money. So there is no circulation of money. So I think it's things like those. And they keep going abroad. I wish they would be bringing those ideas back home, because there is a lot of ways that you can go the middle. Not the ones you're talking about, buying people car washes. That is very minimal. But there are other ways that can grow the economy, and they can even, on a forum like this, or when they do go outside, they can go and learn from where they go, because there's a lot of ways that I know that I've seen here, how they grow the middle and expand it, so that the 1%, they're called 1%, the 1%, the wealthy are just a little bit. Then the most of the class shouldn't be in the bottom, in the poor. They should be in the middle. And that's a healthy economy. I just briefly gave an idea.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ashley.
There's something.
Yes, Jex?
There's something I wanted to say. Maybe. There's something I wanted to say. I love how historian put his facts. Sometimes I am left asking myself questions. He has brought the issue of bottom up, but hapo katikati they were serious zenye ametumia anyway. But tomorrow, I hope tomorrow or Saturday, I hope this should be discussed so that we can really put that matter to rest and see if it's applicable, how is it applicable and all. But something I wanted to say, we need to shun from tribal worship and tribal kings and ideologies, idolizing someone as if that is the key to everything. By the end of the day, the same question that we may ask, why has Ruto not yet done what he says he can do, is the same question we can ask Raila, why has not yet done most of the things he has dreamt of doing, given that he has actually, the same years Ruto has been in politics, he has been there far much beyond. And I pity him. He would say he started enjoying the corridors of prison and all. But basically, what am I trying to bring home? All of these leaders, by the end of the day, they have their pitfalls, they have their shortcomings. But it is you and I, the voter, who needs to make the right decision. I love what someone said earlier. It is you and I who needs to come up and say, given the choices that we have, the leaders that we have, what really is the person, or who is the person who has the best interest of our nation at heart, despite who that person may be, to really come of the conclusive argument, so that by the end of the day, we elect a leader who will take this country forward. I said earlier that nations that have made it, there are nations that had their politics well sorted before and they had it right. If we have it right at the moment, I believe nothing can stop us, because I think most of the mess that happens in this nation, most of them are even covered by politics. The bad things are covered by politics. The bad things are done because of politics. The killings at times are done because of politics. If we can sanctify our politics, probably then and there will be our step forward. And finally, I wish to say this. I think it's high time that those malpractices that occur during elections need to be dealt with as early as possible. The electoral malpractices that occur, they need to be solved as early as now. We need to have confidence with the IBC that no one will steal kura za Baba, no one will steal kura za Ruto, that your vote will count, that when you vote, the best candidate will win outwardly without any contract, So
Amen.
we need to take care of the correct things and prioritize the very correct issues. As per me, I don't think BBI it is at the moment. Maybe after the elections in 2022, at the moment, we need to take care of what really can destroy this nation in the foreseeable future, and election is one of them. I think we need to take care of the IDC. We need to fund the institution. We need to give it all the support, and then it also needs to assure us that the process it will undertake will be free, fair, and credible, and above all, verifiable. I wish to end it there. I wish everyone who has joined in a very good day.
And I just want to say something. Someone commented there that I'm a dreamer. What I've said is not impossible. We have a relationship already with China. We have people who, and what street historian was saying about getting people from the same community. It's bad because sometimes these people don't even have qualifications for the positions that they are given. So it affects all of us. And if we put the right people in the right places, we can get deals, because there's competent people in Africa too, in Kenya, that can do these jobs. We need to, like someone is telling me America is not Kenya. Yes, but what they need is labor. So what is it about that is not, you see, we are so limiting to ourselves. Even when someone gives you an idea, you look for a reason to oppose it, just so that you can oppose it. Like, it's so basic. Like, we have already a relationship with China. What is so wrong with going to tell them, we want you to come, but not come with your industries and your people to employ? You see, that is where we need to get, like, these people, like historian can go and talk on behalf of Kenya. That's why we need the right leaders, not because they are from our tribe, but because they are competent, because they will, some of these people who have been given positions to deal with white people are scared of the white people. So even when they go to make deals, they make bad deals. They just say yes, 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 yes. They don't argue. They don't counter offer. So that is where we are losing our money. That is where we get a radio station and China comes with its own employees instead of just coming with the engineer. And then for you to come to America to invest, you have to employ, I think, 100 Americans. Those are the conditions we give them, else we do not want what they are offering, because it doesn't serve us. So what is so hard of doing that? But we need to put the right people in the right positions. If you're going to deal with an American or an international person, you need to put someone who has experience dealing with them, someone who's not scared of them. And some of these leaders we have are scared of whoever they are going to deal with. So how are they going to competently make a deal? That's the problem we have, incompetency. So tribe shouldn't matter, competence should.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Jex. Thank you, street historian.
I just wanted to say something there.
Yes.
Just to add that recently, is it three or 4 weeks ago, one Kenyan lady over here in Northern Ireland became a councillor of a big ward, a city councillor in the city of Derry. She was nominated and appointed basically by the Socio-Democratic Labour Party, which is one of the big 3 parties here in Northern Ireland. The person who held that post, the elected person, she had been in charge of that ward for so many years, and she retired. She stepped down. So this Kenyan community activist, Lillian Sitonei, I think she comes from Masai land. She's only been here for just less than 10 years. Very hardworking. She created started an NGO, which is called Northwest Migrants Organization. So that's out there 2 hours from here, from Belfast. And it's still going strong, and she has been very political to the point where she was getting, death threats during the Black Lives Matter thing, because she was one of the leading activists of BLM on this side. And she's only been here less than 10 years, which is not a long time to actually get into mainstream politics. So Councillor Lillian Sitene, so that's the good news. Yeah, she's representing a whole ward in a city, you know, over here. Yeah.
And the person who is writing here is like, Kenya is nothing to China. So China cannot give us those manufacturing jobs, and saying that US already has companies there. You see, that is the mentality of self-esteem issues. And that is when we are looking for leaders, we need someone with an esteem, confidence. Because if you choose someone like this Machira here, who says Kenya is nothing to China, guess what they are coming back with? They are coming back with a loan and employees from China to work in Kenya. So where is the benefit for Kenyans? There is none. So we need to tackle, we have issues to tackle, and they are big. We need to start believing in ourselves. We have something we can offer. We can, you know what India is doing? They are building call centers for America in India. We can solicit that at a lower pay with no benefits, because when the Americans are paid benefits. So if you offer them call center, you know, like less, where they save, but you gain something, don't you think you have expanded the middle class? So people who think outside the box, they've imported their call centers to India. Why can't Africa try to get some of these call centers sent to them? So there's a lot. I'm just thinking about, but when we keep thinking, oh, we are nothing, or we are this and this, we will remain there. We have to think we are people, and we have something to offer in order for people to take us seriously. And we need to elect, we need to stop electing jokes. Even when you look at a leader that you want to think, if this one went to sit with Trump, would that bring honor to you, or will that bring disrespect to you as a Kenyan? Because our leaders represent us to the world. That is the face of Kenya. Who do you want to be the face of Kenya when they go to the G7 meeting? Who do you want to be standing there with Macron, with Angela? Who do you want to stand there with the Queen? That person who you will be proud to stand there with the Queen is who you need to select. And then that is when we gain respect. One more thing about Luos. You know, I mean, I'm in a place where I'm a Black and I'm a minority. So I am discriminated. And when I think about me, I think, you know, I was telling another white person that even in my country, we have discrimination. And she was so shocked. I told her, we are both Black, but we still discriminate. And I explained to her, and she could not fathom how two Black people can discriminate against each other. Like, it doesn't make sense. But you know what? The Black person in America, and I hope I don't get myself in trouble saying this online, will never become president. The reason Obama became president is because he grew up in a white house and he was of an immigrant. And the thing is they have so much, you know, the way the Luos keep talking, that thing of feeling discriminated, feeling like always complaining. You have to rise above that. The only Luo who would become somebody is somebody who has not grown up in that thing of feeling like you're looked down or you're complaining, you're like this. You have to go beyond that. Me, unless you discriminate me when it comes to pay me my money, I don't care. If you call me a monkey, I'm not going to become one. You know,
Ashley,
so that is the problem. I'm telling you, I'm comparing, because if you look at the Black person here, it is hard because they start talking like that even when they go to the election. You see how this
Okay, thank you, Ashley.
No, let me finish.
You're opening up another debate.
No, I'm going to say the last sentence. You see how they keep talking about Kikuyus have been like this, Kikuyus have done this. You think Uhuru, when he hears that, you think he will go to give his people to the lions who want to eat his people? However good intentioned he may be? No. And if he does, he will be stopped. So we have to think about coming together in a spirit of brotherness. But the way you're bitter about the Kikuyus, the two tribes, if Uhuru had a good intention, he will change his mind, because at the end of the day, he has to protect his people. So we have to come together in a spirit of being Kenyans, being brothers.
Ashley, he has to protect his people. Who are these his people?
No,
I thought he's a Kenyan leader.
No, he's a Kenyan leader. You see, like me, I am I'm not tribalist at all. People who know me personally, I'm not. Even in my own family, I have other tribes. My friends are mixed. But when you come and start attacking Kikuyu to some extent, it crosses the line. You know, there's the animalistic. There's a place where you cross the line. So I may want to fellowship with you, but when you hate so much my tribe, then I am concerned. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
But if we come together,
no,
please,
no,
we need
no.
to get
honestly,
out of here.
honestly,
Hold
some
on.
of us, wait. Some of us know people.
I beg.
Just a moment,
Wait,
historian.
no,
No,
wait.
but
Some of us
It's
know
my
people.
turn to give my closing remarks and get out of here.
Bernard, 2 seconds. Some of us know people who are terrorized.
Bernard, you should conclude
out of Nairobi, yeah, in 2007. Along the way, the buses going past Nakuru, Naivasha, people were removed from buses. Show your ID, speak in this language. If you don't, they cut you down there. Listen, let's not go to that zone, because
and that's why I'm saying
what we have done here is we have discussed these issues all round 360 degrees, yeah, and that's exactly what we should do, and then move on.
And let's believe when someone says,
I think let us discuss this on our WhatsApp group. We'll come up with a full show on that. Okay.
When someone says they're not tribalism,
once and for all. No.
Yeah, let's do that.
This thing,
Ashley should just give me her number. She should text me there on chat.
You know, even someone like Bernard, sometimes, someone might argue with you until even when you didn't have hate, you can create hate.
No,
and
Ashley,
and I'm
what I'm saying is,
I'm a minority where I am. I'm a minority, so it's easy for me to relate because I'm a minority here where I am. So you see, it's very easy for me to relate. Remember that.
Sawa, thank you.
Yeah.
I think we need to bring the curtain down.
Bernard,
and I'm happy
finish and then pray. Who is praying today?
So I'm not giving my remarks. I should pray.
No, I'm asking for you, so that when you finish,
Jake will pray.
We should not have a rebuttal.
No rebuttal, no nothing. I'm just giving my closing remarks, and we're out of here.
But on
the issue of Kenya, we need to be Kenyans and believe in Kenya. We keep running away from Kenya, yet we want to be in Kenya and be called Kenyans. If we want to be Kenyans, then let us be truly Kenyan. And being truly Kenyan means our tribes come second, Kenya come first. And that means that I don't need to know whether the policeman ahead of me is a Luo or a Luya. I should just be sure that if the policeman is near, I am safe, even when I'm threatened or I feel like I'm not safe. We tend to have turned this country into a place that it is only your tribe that can protect you. It's only your tribe that can provide you with your interest. And that's the wrong footing for us to build a nation. And even as we are talking matters BBI, the attempt to make this country a country that has people that believe in the same people of that particular country did not begin yesterday. Did not begin with BBI. These attempts have been on and on throughout our history. The only fault is we have never succeeded in building up a nationalhood that really gives people a sense of belonging and a sense of security. And until we achieve that, we'll keep fighting among ourselves, no matter who becomes president. Abuse of office is also one of the greatest problems we are facing. Abuse of office means I look for a national office, I get in a national office, but I begin to push a tribal agenda from a national office. Bring all my community, bring all my relatives, bring all my cousins and make them the people in that office, in the name that they're the only ones that can protect me. If I bring another person, he will begin to move me out of office. We need to outgrow all this, especially when you are seeking national office. If you want to do national politics, begin by becoming a nationalist. And a nationalist is somebody who has outgrown tribalism, he has outgrown nepotism, he has a sense of responsibility for the entire country. Let's stop all these small games of trying to use the country to build our community or to build our family. Let us build this country enough to be fit for every Kenyan, that every Kenyan can be at home everywhere in the four corners of this nation. That you don't have to be, I don't have to be in Western to feel like I can invest everything I have. I can still go to Muranga, buy a building and invest there fully, knowing that I'm safe here, even if it is many, many miles away from my home. We will not achieve that if I'm always treated as a visitor while I'm in Muranga, no matter how long I've stayed there. I think we need to begin to integrate and appreciate one another. Our being different should not be a reason for us to be against each other. The issue of the two tribes and their elites using it for power, and then the confirmation, the president is on record to have said, tutaendelea kukula nyama ninyi mkimeza mate. Now that is the bad language that is not national in its look and in its presentation. Even if the two of you are able to win an election cleanly and you have entered into a national office, your number one responsibility is bring everybody on board. Just like Akuku Danger, you have 43 wives, all of them have different children, but you are the father of the home. You should be able to bring all these people together and give them a sense of belonging. I believe that's the mindset every person seeking a national office needs to have, whereby even if we battle out in politics and we differ so much during the election, after the election, the first thing to do is an olive branch. And let it be in realistic, not for me to secure my 5 years, then after 5 years I can kick you, then I get another person. Why should we be playing with the country for this long? 60 years of independence, and we are still doing what our forefathers did. We need to be ashamed of ourselves and grow up and realize that time is running out on us. Now our great-great-grandchildren will meet us still fighting on the things our great-grandfathers fought over. It is not healthy for this country. We need to outgrow it and go forth and make a difference. There will be no problem if these two elites or the elites from these two tribes come together and say they want the presidents. If we will treat them the way we do in Western Kenya, come together the way you want, plan whatever you want to plan, but every house, everyone will come out and vote as they choose. The wife votes for Mudavadi, the husband votes for Gingo Odinga, and wherever Raila Odinga, and the other one votes for Kalonzo, and we all come back together, cook our ugali and eat. Let us all do that. The elites cannot turn the whole Mount Kenya vote into one vote. They cannot, until the whole of Mount Kenya accepts to dance to the music of this elite. So if we are not in support of tribalism, and tribalism is being perpetuated by the elites, and we vote as the elites have told us to vote, then we are part and parcel of the tribalism problem. We can't run away from it. The only way to prove that we are not tribal is to go against their will. If they say we must vote Mudua Nyumba because Mudua Nyumba will take care of us, then us as the people who feel we are everywhere in Kenya and every Kenyan has our back, we are safe wherever we are, then we need to vote at home just like we are voting wherever we are, where we are built and invested. If I was a Kikuyu and I had an opportunity to advise the Kikuyu, the best way to handle this country is to accept the fact that you have invested in Peketoni, you have invested in Navaholo, you have invested in Eldoret, you have invested in Kisii, in Kisumu. How can you be rubbing these other people the wrong way when you know that you are living among them? Let us integrate, intermarry, then let us come up with a Kenya where I am a Kenyan and my tribe doesn't matter. Lastly, bottom-up economy. Bottom-up economy, anything advocating for handouts has no future for helping this country. I believe we go back to the 2002 Dream Kenya, okay? The putting together of an economic committee like the NAC government and look for a way to revamp an economy, this economy, and then make money reach to everybody. As long as the economy is doing well, Kibaki was here, everybody had money, we did not have all this trouble. So let the government concentrate in creating an atmosphere where an environment where people will be able to earn and get their pay. People are going out early in the morning to work, they work 30 days, their salary is delayed for another 3 months and things like that. This is what is frustrating and promoting the poverty in our country. Let the government concentrate in creating a good environment. For example, they kanjo chasing people anyhow, asking for this license for fire extinguisher, license for opening the door, license for closing the door. All these things need to be cut so that whoever is doing business can make really money from their business. And as long as people are earning and living, life will be better. But the aspect of saying that you're going to give handouts to the people in the bottom, like for example, come to Makadara constituency and give everybody boda in Makadara. Okay, what happens? Who will carry the other? Because everybody will be riding. Business only thrives when there is a buyer, then there is a seller, there is exchange. So I need to go to town, I am late, I need to go faster, so I take a motorbike. I pay my motorbike man, he takes me to town, I attend the meeting. From the meeting, as I speak, I get paid, I get another boda, I pay him, or I get an Uber, I pay them, they take me home. Now that way, we are building an economy by exchange. But if we gather together in groups, we are given things, and then we use those things to try and come up, we may stay down there longer than we expect. So let the government be focused on the right thing. The right thing is, how can we create an environment where investors will come? Like what Ashley is suggesting, investors, the China will be happy to come and put a car assembling plant here. And then the BTA will, will have different industries. People will have employment. But if we are always chasing each other on the street because we differed politically, we will never take off. So let's embrace Kenya, believe in Kenya, and promote Kenya. Our Kenyanhood must be recaptured and re-embraced. Let's forget about all this business that if we have one person up there, he will change the country. No, the change of the country will begin by us as individuals appreciating that we have a country that we need to defend with all that we are and all that we have. Move away from tribalism, move away from handouts. Let us build Kenya. Let us be proud of Kenya. Jakes, pray for us.
Hey, I have to say, uongeange hivyo every time. Sasa ulikuwa na spirit kabisa. 100 100 by 100 for real. That was awesome.
Thank you.
On that note, allow me to end with two Bible verses. I'll read 2 Chronicles 10 verse 14. The Bible says, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek this and turn from their wicked ways. Then I'll hear from heaven and I'll forgive their sins and I'll heal their land. The final verse, 1 Timothy chapter 2 from verses 1, the Bible says, I urge you then, first of all, that petitions, prayers, intercession, and thanksgiving be made for all people, for kings and all those in authority, that they live in peace and quiet lives in godliness and holiness. This is good and pleases God, our Savior. Amen. So allow me to pray. Our Lord and God, in the name of Jesus, we choose to bless and glorify your name this morning. David says that early will I seek you. And Lord, we choose to bless and honor you even this early and say, Lord, you deserve all the glory and honor. Lord, we thank you for the many that joined in to discuss pertinent issues affecting our nation. Lord, we thank you that we might have spoken from our own knowledge, but we pray that God, may you find your way in our nation. Heal our land, forgive us of all transgressions and iniquity, for we have sinned before thee. We and our father's household have done wrong to thee, O God. We pray, may you heal our land, forgive us of all our sins. We pray for our leaders this morning, those in power, and anyone else who lead this nation. We pray that, God, you may give them insight, knowledge, and above all, may they shun evil, that our nation may make progress in the name of Jesus. We pray that you may protect our people, my Father. Save us from any destruction of the enemy. Even this pandemic, Lord, we help us, oh God, to overcome it in the name of Jesus Christ. We thank you for everyone who has tuned in and those who have commented, those who have been in the panel. We pray that you may bless every one of them, visit each one in their needs and in a special way, my God, in the name of Jesus. We thank you for this channel, Tembei. We bless him and we pray that, God, may he be used by you, oh God, to do tremendous works in the name of Jesus. We thank you and we honor you, for thy is thy kingdom, thy power, and thy glory. Through the Christ Jesus, our Lord and Savior, we pray.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Amen.
Let's do this again.
Thank you, people. Unaona Mtembei anakujanga kama Yesu dakika ya mwisho akiwa amejificha ficha. Napenda hiyo hood, unafaa tuuzie.
Naziuza sana, mkitaka mnatoa pesa mingi tu.
Actually, mtu kama Bernard, Ashley, wanafaa wakuwe free.
Na wewe Mtembei, kwa nini
tuna uniform kama panelist.
Ile siku
tutakutana one day and stay the whole time.
Mimi nakujanga debate wakati ni moto.
Mtembea anapenda mahali watu wanakosana.
So today haikuwa moto, sikukuona, but one.
Mahali watu walia.
Haikuwa moto.
Na nani alikuwa anani mute?
Ngoja mahali watu wanarushiana maneno.